Where are they moving to? Dr. Decreedy?
Yeah. You just move it to there, yeah.
So one long table?
Yeah.
Maybe not move it to there, maybe you center it on this.
But this, yeah.
Ah, the podium. Okay, so move it to there. Yeah, or move this. Yeah. Yeah, if we move it to there, that would be fine.
Yeah, sorry.
And then we move the podium here. We move the podium.
They want to make a giant table.
Well, that's enough, actually. The
But you want to make a half table.
yes.
They want to
Yeah,
giant.
I understand.
Okay.
Other than.
Yes.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So is Fatty ready?
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh, I see what
You're, okay, I see.
Ready?
Okay, are we good? Okay. All right, welcome everybody. I'm going to very briefly, we're changing the order of the first two sections and flipping them. We've got Fadi Judah, who's going to open the conference with a poetry reading. And Fadi, who will be on screen, is a Palestinian-American physician and poet based in Houston. And his most recent collection, which has a title between square brackets of a set of ellipses, and it's put out by Milkweed, it features poems that he's composed in the months after October 7th. So the screen is going to be over here, right? Yeah, unfortunately, they're having technical difficulties and we can't get it up high. But.
Oh. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Online we can.
Okay. I'm just waiting for them to confirm. Somebody send me a message, say that you can hear me in the room. I thought I heard her say they were having difficulties.
Shall we message Hannah?
You can. I'm afraid to move.
Bear with us, everyone. This is bound to happen. But believe me, this poem is worth it. And we're going to have a great time listening to it because it's a reflection of a very profound moment. Thank you.
يعني في شيء اللي بيصير قاعد انه زعقتونا يعني عصنا حالنا يا جماعه يعني ما بقاش فيه حتى ترامب هذا الاسبوع حكى انه اسرائيل لازم توقف الحرب لانهم قاعدين بيخسروا الراي العام يعني مظبوط انه الدافع اللي بيحكي عنه هو كلب زيه يعني بس انه بالنتيجه يعني انه يعني
testing.
Hey, testing.
Hi, Fadi. You can start when you're ready.
Okay, Erica. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. I'm sorry I'm not there with you. And thank you for having me read this poem. It is from my book. This is the
Hold
the
on
title.
1 second. Actually, we're still having issues, Fadi.
Okay. Am I the only one being zoomed in?
لم يتم فيها التوغل بشكل كامل وإنما كان منذ بداية الهجوم في
I'm zooming in later. I don't know whose news we're listening to.
استخدام القصف الدفاعي والقصف الجوي ومحاولة التوغل إلى عمق منطقة خان يونس على اعتبار الأسباب السياسية والعسكرية تتواجد في كثير من المناطق. الآن بدأت تحاول العودة إلى هذه الأمر الذي جعل الكتاب التي
Can you
تعمل
guys manually mute? I think it's Wissam Ahmed that needs to be
عدد
muted.
من الضربات من اللواء السابع المدرع في هذه المنطقة وتدمير 3 دبابات بقاذف الياسين 105 الأمر الذي استدعى إلى تعزيز القوة بقوات أخرى لغرض معالجة الموقف وإذا بها تقع أيضا في منطقة عبارة عن منطقة ملغمة بحقول ألغام أو بعبوات ناسفة الأمر الذي
الخسائر إذا ما تحدثنا عن حجم الخسائر نتيجة هذا
السلام عليكم.
في الميدان ما هي دلالات؟
نعم لا شك
وين دكتور كيف الحال؟
Can the guys managing this Zoom room please respond? I think it's Wissam Ahmed that needs to be muted.
تمام. طيب تماما عشان هيك شو اسمه جاي.
Should I talk to him?
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're gonna do.
What are you gonna do?
I think we're gonna try a speech first, and I'll send you a text, let you know when we're ready for you. Maybe like 15 minutes. I'll text you.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Modimo rao lebroha, modimo obelerena. Let us begin in humble gratitude for the Indigenous people who took care of the coastal plains, bayous, lakes, and rivers that encompass the greater Houston area. For it is indeed the land on which we stand today. The soil from which they mark sacred by their very presence is the ground that anchors us as we gather. We pause to honor and thank the Sana, Atukapa Ishak, Akoyisa, Akanarawa, Kado, Ko'awila Tokan Kawa, Alabama Kushata, Aramama, Aztec, Athubashka, Comanche, Jumawano, Kickapoo, Kiowa, and Maya. These indigenous people faced a genocidal and settler colonial history that dispossessed them of and removed them from their lands over centuries by European colonization and American expansionism. The land is saturated with blood and tears, but also with lessons about how to build a vibrant and sustainable society. We listen to the whispers today of voices past and those present among us about what indigeneity might teach us about life. The blood cries out. Africans stolen from Africa also knit together in this history of dispossession, displacement, and death, were taken from their homelands, placed in bondage, falsely named, forced into labor, and declared as slaves. But they too never fully submitted in spirit to these plans. We honor our African ancestors for the unpaid labor that built what is not only Houston, but also the Americas. It is their strength and creativity, resourcefulness that makes Houston home to many of us and also welcomes our guests from all over the world. The blood cries out. We gather today on solid ground, ground that has been lived on and cared for generations, but land whose blood cries out for justice. We are at a crucial moment in the history of Palestinian dispossession and the expansion of Israel's 76-year settler colonial project. It is rather important for us to think about how to dismantle structures of violence that have dispossessed Palestinians of their lives, of their land, of their freedom, and their political rights, going back to Britain's Balfour Declaration of 1917. Indeed, the blood cries out. The land is not silent, the blood cries out, and we are listening. We are listening, and we are speaking, and we are thinking, and we are dreaming, and we are envisioning, and we will stand firm on this ground. For we must bring our full selves, our whole sacred selves today. Let us listen intently. Let us speak truth to power today. For we do not stand on rubble. We do not stand on rubble. We stand on solid ground. The blood cries out, and we are listening, and we are speaking, and we are deliberating. We will stand in victory.
Thank you very much. My name is Abdelrazak Takriti, and I'm honored to be here with you today. Welcome to the inaugural World Academic Forum for Palestine. From the bottom of our hearts, we thank you for attending. We believe this is a critical opportunity to develop an infrastructure of solidarity within the international academic community through creating a transnational space of reflection, exchange, deliberation, and organizing for scholars and scholarly organizations committed to emancipatory knowledge on and change in Palestine. We are gathered here today in Houston, but our hearts and minds are 7,000 miles away in Gaza, Palestine. Over the course of the ongoing Western-backed Israeli genocide, more than 33,000 Palestinians have been killed and over 75,000 have been wounded. Most of them are women and children. Thousands more are unaccounted for, their bodies lying under the rubble. All of the universities of Gaza have been destroyed, and thousands of our colleagues and their students have been killed or are severely injured. Elsewhere across historic Palestine, settler colonialism and apartheid are expanding at a rapid pace, affecting millions of Palestinians. These horrific realities confront the international scholarly community with grave moral challenges and responsibilities. Our governments have been diplomatically and militarily complicit in this genocide. And our university officials have been silent in the face of the grinding scholasticide experienced by our Palestinian colleagues. At a time when students and faculty across the world are mobilizing for an immediate end to the genocide, governments and higher education administrators are engaging in repression, attempting to gag the voices of justice and equality. This repression has not and will not deter us from acting on our values and principles. We are united by our commitment to producing knowledge in the service of humanity. Our opposition to racism in all its forms, including anti-Palestinianism, anti-Arab racism, anti-Semitism, and Islamophobia, and our adherence to anti-colonial internationalist principles. Accordingly, we shall not cease until our sisters and brothers in Palestine realize their long denied inalienable rights to national liberation, self-determination, and return. We are also not going to cease until the scholasticide in Palestine ends. We are university professors, faculty members, graduate students, medical school professionals. We have a responsibility to our fellow colleagues and their students that are facing at least 18 forms of scholasticide that have been outlined by Scholars Against the War on Palestine, one of the main organizations that have put together this World Forum. The first form of scholasticide they're facing is the killings and assassinations of university and school teachers, students, staff, and administrators.
I'll see you later.
That is currently happening at an unprecedented scale in Gaza. The second form is causing bodily or mental harm to university and school teachers, students, staff, and administrators. Again, the scale of this is horrific. Thirdly, arresting, detaining, and incarcerating university and school teachers, students, staff, and administrators. Fourthly, systematic harassment, bullying, intimidation of university and school teachers, students, staff, and administrators. Fifthly, the bombarding and demolishing of educational institutions. Then we have the destruction and or looting of teaching and research resources, including libraries, archives, and laboratories, as well as facilities supporting the educational process, such as playgrounds, sports fields, performance venues, cafeterias, and residence halls. Today in Gaza, none of these facilities exist, despite the fact that Gaza, despite all odds, was able to create these facilities in previous years. And it had a flourishing higher education sector with perhaps the highest education rate in the entirety of Palestine and one of the highest higher education rates in the world. We are suffering from the Israeli authorities and this colonial genocidal army impeding the import of essential materials for rebuilding damaged schools and universities. It's obstructing the creation of new educational structures. It has been doing that for a long time. Elsewhere in Palestine, it's besieging schools and universities, and in Gaza, it's using them as barracks, logistics bases, operational headquarters, weapons and ammunition caches, detention and interrogation centers. Faculty and students are regularly detained, interrogated on the spot, and in many cases executed. They've been closing educational institutions across Palestine and disrupting their daily operations. And in the case of Gaza, of course, there has been zero education. They've been invading educational institutions. They've been restricting faculty, student, and staff access to educational institutions. And for a long time, of course, they've been denying education to our political prisoners, including child detainees. These are hostages held by the Israeli authorities. Thousands are languishing in these horrific jails. In Gaza today, they're hindering access to the internet. They're disrupting the provision of electricity. It's almost non-existent. They're preventing the entry of all educational supplies, and they've been doing it for a long, long time, including books and laboratory equipment. Of course, now there's nothing to do with these supplies because there are no facilities in which they could be used. They've been across Palestine and in Gaza for many years. They've been blocking the hiring of academic staff and denying them entry to their institutions through many restrictions, including visa denial. And in places like the West Bank and elsewhere in Palestine, they've been revoking residency rights of students and academics who may pursue educational opportunities abroad. This especially affects students in Jerusalem. Across Palestine, all scholarly exchange in all its forms is either prevented or severely curtailed. And last but not least, there's a disruption of international and domestic funding of educational institutions. That's something that will be needed if our people manage to survive this genocide in Gaza and they manage to survive this horrific ethnic cleansing campaign that is unfolding there. And I'm using the word if because if we do not organize enough in this country and elsewhere in the Western world that is authorizing and backing this genocide, then the possibility of ethnic cleansing of a Nakba equivalent to the Nakba of 48 is looming on the horizon. It's a very serious threat. So this clearly confronts us with responsibilities. We have a lot of work to do as academics. We are not organizing enough. We are not producing the knowledge needed to confront this. There are individual efforts. There are even institutional and organizational efforts. But let's look at the landscape around us. Not a single university president in this country has came out and spoken against the Scholasticide. Not a single university president in the Western world has said anything of any value to truly confront this. They might gesture at minimal humanitarian support when we're confronting a genocidal program backed by our countries and backed by our universities. I'll give you an example. In the height of this genocide, while it's unfolding, the president of the University of Michigan announced that they will increase exchanges and support for Israeli universities. They will reward institutions that are deeply complicit in this genocidal program, that have provided research that supports it, both from the social sciences, the humanities, and the sciences. Institutions that have been repressing Palestinian faculty that have been speaking out on this genocide, that have produced an atmosphere of fear for Palestinian students. This is why we're holding this forum. Unfortunately, it's a minor and belated step. but it's a necessary one. Because we need to act. And to that end, this inaugural World Academic Forum for Palestine will emphasize the necessary and urgent role of academics, researchers, and students in working to end the genocide and the Scholasticide accompanying it. I know a lot of us have been focused on defense work in our campuses. Many of us are subjected to complaints. Many of us have been silenced. Many of us have been intimidated. Many of us are busy defending our students. But you know what? Our number one priority should be to stop the genocide in Gaza now. This is the ultimate priority. Our panelists will share personal testimonies from this genocide. We're going to have some survivors and their relatives in Gaza talking about what's going on, because we need to remind the academic community of these realities. We're going to shed light on the atrocities unfolding there and elsewhere in Palestine, and share observations from medical practitioners and professors who have recently returned from service in Gaza. They will document the violation of Palestinian political, national, and human rights, analyze root causes, advocate for genocide prevention, and challenge, and this is really important, genocide denialism and revisionism. They will also place these horrors in their global comparative settler colonial context, disseminate research, and exchange pedagogical strategies for teaching, learning, and organizing. Perhaps most importantly, they will discuss ways of supporting our colleagues and their students in Palestine in general and Gaza in particular, reflecting on the ways in which transnational academic solidarity can be enhanced. On the 76th anniversary of the Nakba, and amidst this ongoing genocide, the current upsurge in solidarity with Palestine calls on us to imagine and organize for a global movement of scholars committed to ending settler colonialism, apartheid, military occupation, and refugee dispossession in all its forms. Our hope is that this meeting can make a meaningful contribution to that cause. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the World Academic Forum on Palestine. I'm David McNally, and it is my immense pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the International Workshop Against Racial Capitalism and Scholars Against the War on Palestine. Please check out all the social media pages of Scholars Against the War on Palestine. Please spread the word of this movement that we're building. As Abed has just said, our emphasis is overwhelmingly on the development of a truly transnational solidarity movement. That is why you're going to hear today from people in person from Palestine, from South Africa, Indigenous peoples of North America, Ireland, Mexico, Britain, Canada, and the US have all come together with us this weekend to share this message, but also to say, as Abed has just said, this is just the beginning. We're just starting this truly global movement, focusing on the building of a true solidarity movement with a global scope, because without that, we're going nowhere in stopping this genocide and freeing Palestine. You're going to see hundreds of people come through this space that we're occupying here today, but please also be aware that thousands are joining us watching the live stream. And here I want to give a shout out both to the live stream, which is happening on the Scholars Against the War on Palestine Facebook page, and to our partners at Haymarket Books, who are using their YouTube channel to broadcast all of our proceedings this weekend. Thousands more are going to watch once it goes up on YouTube. They'll be logging into the videos for weeks and months to come. So be assured that we are doing everything we can to amplify this message this weekend. It is true to say that nothing we do this weekend will be enough. Absolutely nothing will be enough. And yet, everything we do is indispensable. And I want you to hold that message, that everything we do this weekend in building the transnational movement of scholars in solidarity with the Palestinian people and against the genocide which is being inflicted by the Israeli state, everything is indispensable. Hold that thought. To know that we cannot do enough is to underline the severity of the situation and the urgency of our action. But to know that everything is indispensable is that commitment to the hope of liberation that we are carrying in this room, that we are asking all of you to uplift as we amplify these voices, beginning with the voices from Palestine that you're going to hear shortly. This is our duty. We are called at this moment to act in global solidarity. And as Abed has said, this may just be a small step, but it is a vital step. And we look forward to working with you over the coming weeks, months, and years, because we are not stopping until Palestine is free.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here, folks online, and all of you in this room. My name is Chandni Desai. I teach at the University of Toronto, and I bring greetings from the international movement of all the co-sponsoring organizations that you see listed in the booklet. This forum would not have been possible without the transnational dimension of supporting campaigns and networks that are deeply committed to solidarity with the Palestinian people for liberation, justice, and the right to education. We stand together during this unprecedented and horrifying genocide, as well as the assault on a core pillar of the Palestinian existence and collective life, the Palestinian right to education. The Scholasticide we are witnessing today is unprecedented and on a scale we have not witnessed before, and we condone Israel's annihilation of the Palestinian education and medical sector. Animated by the finest traditions of principled solidarity for freedom and justice, we not only bear witness to the injustices and crimes against humanity, but hope to collectively expose these crimes and take action against those that are complicit in Israeli settler colonialism, apartheid, occupation, and now genocide. We stand firmly alongside our Palestinian colleagues, friends, loved ones, students, so they do not face this genocide alone, and ultimately join them to resist this genocidal war that seeks their annihilation. As we are in pain, grief, anger, let us take ourselves out of the politics of despair and move into the collective spirit of international solidarity, unite together on our shared principles at this World Academic Forum for Palestine, and organize to end the genocide, the Scholasticide, and move towards a free Palestine. These greetings come from Canada, South Africa, the United States, Palestine, and elsewhere. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Seth Uzman. I'm a PhD student at the University of Houston and graduate student organizer in Scholars Against the War on Palestine. As part of our welcome to graduate students here today, I think it is only appropriate to begin by acknowledging all of the missing persons at this conference, all of the missing graduate students, and all of the future generations of Palestinian scholars whom the Israeli state has buried with bullets, shrapnel, and rubble. As graduate students, both in person and virtual, looking at this conference program today, we should understand that while each session will address a different contour of the question of Palestine in an historical moment of genocide, each session of this conference is also about the future of higher education as internationally constituted and of which our custodianship is one day expected. This forum addresses fundamental questions of whether the transnational ties that bind collective knowledge production will be made by the militaries of states or the solidarities of colleagues. This forum addresses what intellectual traditions we will cultivate and teach. Will we teach life, in the words of the Palestinian poet Rafif Sayedah, or will we reproduce the intellectual traditions of death that have helped make every document of civilization, in the words of Walter Benjamin, a document of barbarism? The weekend's tight programming reflects in thought the lived and fatally experienced state of emergency that distinguishes the historical setting of what Benjamin also called the tradition of the oppressed, which means that all of the topics of this academic forum are organizing questions as much as they are intellectual ones. We are here to plan and strategize, to make preparations, as much as we are here to share our findings and discuss our questions. If for the professional scholars of this conference poses the question of rehabilitating the fighting capacity of the academic sector in the solidarity movement. For graduate students, this promise embraces further potentials. If graduate students are the future of academia, they are also increasingly the future of all of the industries, education, communications, tech, finance, energy, and so on, that rely on a workforce with graduate training. This means that everyone we organize today can tomorrow be, across expanding territories of the labor movement, an emissary of solidarity and resistance, as well as the promise of anti-colonial liberation, justice, and equality. To such an endeavor, we hope this conference offers a contribution, dare we hope more than modest, as our historical moment demands of us. Thank you.
We're going to try Fadi Jude again.
Hello, everyone. Am I on? Hello?
We hear you online.
That's weird. So how is it that I hear them and they can't hear me? Hello? Good morning. Hello, hello. Hello, good morning. Testing, testing, testing.
Maybe you can read a poem for those of us that are online in the meantime.
I can. Hello? Let's see. What are they saying? Somebody's saying perfect, working perfect. I can go? Okay. Can you confirm that I can go? Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm going to read a long poem called Dedication from my recent book that Professor Ferguson mentioned that I had composed during the first 3 months of the genocide. It is a silent, wordless title of the book, and this is what it looks like. So here we go. Dedication. To those whose memory, imagination, and bodies are my memory, imagination, and body. From the collective to the one under the same assault, no matter our location on earth. Our bodies have different ways of knowing, but our bodies know. To the martyrs who witness from above and the living who witness on the ground, to those who will be killed on the last day of the war, to those who will be killed on the first day after the war ends, to those who succumb in the humanitarian window of horror, an hour before the pause, a minute after, to those who die of a broken heart during and after the war, to those who gather their families to die together so that no survivor suffers survival alone, to those who scatter their families so that they're not all wiped out from the civil record, to the babies whose death certificates mark their brief presence on earth before their birth certificates could be issued. They were not given names. To the elderly who endured 1948 and lived to see their descendants erased, to the young born under the sign of siege and are the only members of their families left, will you stand up and form a small nation?
Ja, hallo, guten Tag. Haben Sie, ich habe eine Frage bitte. Also, haben Sie
To
Open Buffet
those
heute?
who died because dialysis was no longer
Haben
possible,
Sie Open
no
Buffet für
water,
Fasten? Für Ramadan?
electricity, and fuel. Sorry, there was somebody. To those who died because dialysis was no longer possible, no water, electricity, and fuel, you were murdered. To those who will develop kidney stones and liver failure from unclean water, to diarrhea, cold, and flu, to those who are maimed and will search for their missing limbs underground, across borders, and won't find their extremities after they find them, to those whose cherubic hearts couldn't handle the shock, and to those whose nicotine hearts blocked the flow, you too were killed. To those who were killed because they refused to leave their homes to live in tents, to those who were killed on their way to the tents, to those who were killed in their tents with the cats they sheltered, to those who were killed in UN shelters and in schools, to those who were killed because they were medics, nurses, doctors, teachers, coders and decoders, and the last honest journalists, to those who thought their biggest fear was to outlive their children, to those who are free of the fear of death because tyranny spoke its final answer and it was total, to those in a concentration camp the size of a metropolis, the only life they knew, to Jerusalem and Jenin, to Jenin and Jerusalem, to the children who played in the craters the bombs made if the sand was right. The bodies we count are not the bodies we retrieve from the river to the sea, and the bodies we retrieve are not always identifiable. To those who guard their dead from the starving dogs of war, who are different from the dogs of war that starved them, to those who cannot guard the corpses from rats, to those who rummage through the rubble for clothes, gloves, forks, plates, soap, toothpaste, and wooden furniture to burn for cooking and to keep warm. They will not accept your apology after the genocide, O theology of empire. To diapers, scissors, sanitary pads, to shoes, prenatal care, and onesies, to beards and headscarves, to erased archives that housed centuries, to pulverized libraries, to Saint Porphyrius and the Umari Mosque, and to those who hold vigils day and night for a hand sticking out of a crack in the wreckage, Wave to us, can you wave to us, they say. And she does, and it buoys them from the river to the sea, to those who never heard her voice and loved her in silence, to those who cried over the animals they left behind, some cows, some goats, many chickens and ducks, and to the ducks and chickens that starving dogs could not spare, to the roosters crowing over the rhythmic blasts, to starlings, sparrows, seabirds, sardine and mullet, to mules and donkeys dying of 1,000 cuts, who's whispering in your ears, to the horses led from stable rubble to rubble stable, to palm trees, za'atar, basil, and tomatoes that weapons poisoned, to palm trees, the natural reserve for the phoenix ashes, to olive oil, preserver of time, to natural gas reserves. May you be a stake through the heart of vampires, to flour, bread, and bakeries, to those who did not fulfill American media's requests to boil the ocean, those who couldn't celebrate their birthdays with cake and candles during the massacre, to the martyrs who did not furnish their photos for their killers to air them on their compassionate TV, to the martyrs who did not speak English, to the relatable and unrelatable, the translatable and untranslatable Palestinian flesh, to those who recite the verse of return, to those whose minds have shattered into shrapnel nothing can remove from their souls, to those with dementia, may it save you from the full scale of terror, to forgetfulness when a mercy, to remembrance when a mercy, to crutches and wheelchairs, to those who composed songs and sang them to the syncopated thuds of annihilation, to life, to light. The light is dead, long live the light. To those who prayed in the pitch black night to the power of God, the only power available to them, but could not meditate on moon and stars, to those who found a way to fall in love, make love, construct a romance, a secret rendezvous, hold a wedding, and dream of moon and stars, to those who insist on homing their pigeons during the war. Have your pigeons come home? To those, we are not afraid of love, from the river to the sea. Thank you, everyone.
Can anybody hear us? There's no sound online.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to start recording. Okay, good morning. My name is Dr. Ilan Pappe. I'm the senior physician. And I'm from we were very familiar. My mother was from Nabulsi and I was in Gaza city. We have been living in this for centuries with over 12,000 family members currently living there. And theologies and beautiful countries that line the beaches with things. My goal today is to share with you some of the devastating and horrific impact of Israel's war on Gaza and families from the perspective of being a physician and a woman in the battle in Palestine, in order to give the real context and meaning to today's discussion. The stories that I share are very tragic and deeply personal to me, but they need to be heard in order to truly understand the magnitude of suffering and trauma and terror that this experienced. I also want to remind you that my family has been living in open air prison and under a cruel and inhuman siege for decades, and such a brutal massacres and destruction of our homeland prior to the events of October. Do we have a slide? That's not a problem. I wanted to share pictures because I think pictures are 100,000 words. I did have a slide to show family members, many family members who were slaughtered in the massacres of 2014. Just to give you an idea that we are already a traumatized population because we were already living in conditions that were deemed as humanitarian and catastrophe by the United Nations. And so I have some pictures to share with you. Since the 7th of October, over 150 family members have been murdered by Israel's assault on Gaza, from Israeli bombardments, cyber fire, and the cruel denial of humanitarian aid, with no access to clean water, food, electricity, and equitable healthcare services. Thousands more have been tormented by horrific injuries, forced starvation, psychological trauma, and displacement to evacuation camps that are in catastrophic living conditions. It is very difficult to express the agony and devastation they suffer, but I want to make 5 points to you today while sharing their stories. Just to remind everyone that Palestinian people are not mere numbers, but real human beings. First, we have had multiple ruthless massacres on multi-generational nuclear families in Gaza by Israel's indiscriminate shelling of homes in Gaza and Nakba. In October of 2023, for example, we have a peasant named Nadera Shalhoub-Kevorkian, whose family was brutally murdered by Israeli airstrikes. Without a name, 11 of his family members were murdered. His son, who was a dentist, was murdered along with his wife, Leanne, who was pregnant. There are two beautiful daughters. Unfortunately, I have pictures of everybody, but the two beautiful daughters we had were also killed. Leanne's wedding day had actually been planned for the day that she was killed. Janai's wife, Ahmed, witnessed the cold-blooded murder of her son and all of her grandchildren, and her brother's entire family, only to have to endure herself traumatic amputation of her limb caused by her injuries. Janai's brother, my son, and his wife, met, and their 3 daughters were also killed. And so their immediate family was completely wiped out because of, and their multi-generational family was erased from the civil registry. In late October, 2 of our family members, 2 brothers, who was in Hamdan, were sheltering together in their home with their wives and children when their homes destroyed by an Israeli airstrike. They killed both brothers and 14 other family members, mostly women and children. They were survived by 10-year-old Hamdan. This picture I want to show you. He's the son of Avi. He underwent emergency surgery. He endured severe viral, her Disney princess dress on being seen. Her photo captures the beauty of the innocence of children, but by virtue of being Palestinian childhoodness, she was not offered the same protection from war crimes that other children in West. I have some pictures here. I'm just going to step back. This is the picture of some of my family members who are born in massacre, 2014. So my point there is that we are privileged place. Next slide, please. This is the family of Ghassan Abu-Sittah. On the right, there is Dana, but I was pregnant when she was killed. Next slide. This is the family of Ghassan and Catherine, who were two brothers who were killed and children. Next slide. And this is a picture of Hamdan on the left, where his two younger siblings who were killed. On the right is a close to one of my family members was Hamza in the hospital before he died. Next slide. This is the picture of Hannah, beautiful 6-year-old girl. This is a close to the final. Next slide. Back to my point about women and children in my situation being catastrophic. Women in my family, like Leanne, whether who's a mother who gave birth in camps and who lost language and hospitals and have been subjected to either a complete lack of or inadequate protective health care. My cousin Leanne, here's a post that she posted in October. This is another cousin Leanne. She posted on Facebook that her neighbor had just given birth on the rubble of the model home, asking other family members in her file if anyone could assist her with clothing and supplies for the month. Next slide. Fourth, my family has been denied access to the most basic of humanitarian needs by Israel, the state of Israel in this war. One family member texted that we have been sleeping without food or water for 24 hours at a time. We have not seen flour, clean vegetables, or fruits for 3 months now. They are using animal feed to make bread and recycling water. Water contamination has caused severe gastrointestinal illnesses. We've had an entire family just recently infected from hepatitis A. This is the picture of my 12-year-old cousin Avi. He was hit by an Israeli Muslim while walking to the bathroom in the evacuation camp. He died because finally, my family continues to be subject to the most severe and unimaginable psychological and emotional trauma that will happen for generations to come. My cousin Munther Isaac texted, quote, "Horror, we were bombarded in all points, and even our experience with years of being bombed. This was me. All we could do was just pray continuously until morning, and for all our attempts to shelter the kids, they were crying and afraid all night. Women and children have witnessed brutal massacres of their loved ones and heard the injuries all around. One cousin reported to me that his brother Leanne had to witness, quote, our own mother with half of her body buried under the rubble, and his sister was that shredded into pieces. Mothers in my family watched the murder of all of their children, and children have become orphans after witnessing the murder of their parents. I have put pictures of 2 separate Facebook posts of parents posting the death of their infants. Next slide, please. These are 2 posts on our family Facebook page from a grandfather who lost his only 2 grandchildren. Next slide. I'm women who lived. This is my first cousin on the left, Dr. Munther brother. She was Kansas. She's the mother of 3 young children. She was widowed in October when her husband Nakba was killed on the American missile strike. In his car while driving each other in Wisconsin for 21 time. He was concerned. Her social media posts have provided a window into their intense pain and suffering. One of her posts, she writes, "It's not goodbye, my life. Farewell is not suitable for us because you are alive from the moment. I am a believer of spirit and moving to meet you my day, as if it were just a little while. Please know, don't say goodbye." Next slide. Her 8-year-old daughter, Ghassan, wrote a heart-wrenching letter to her father. Here's a picture of Nabulsi. This dead body. Next slide, please. Here's a picture. Next slide. Her 8-year-old daughter who wrote a post, a letter to her father, stating, quote, "My dad is the greatest dad. I will still tell you all of my secrets. Dad, I miss you, my mom, my brother, and my sister miss you, and we will never forget you." Next slide. Parents have posted names and pictures of children that they have been separated from, asking for assistance in locating them. On the left was a group of names of children that are missing, and parents are looking at them. On the right was a picture of a disabled child who is missing and the parents are searching for. Parents are tormented by the forced starvation of their children. My cousin once sent photo of her 2 and 8-year-old daughter to me. They appeared wasted and vacant, which broke my heart. This is medical terminology for malnutrition, chronic starvation. Mothers and fathers in our community are experiencing profound distress as they are unable to help their children who are crying from hunger and thirst. Nor are they able to protect their children from the dangers of Israeli aggression. Women and children are psychologically exhausted, coping mechanisms have been eroded. My first cousin, Leanne, posts regularly on social media about their psychological devastation. Given the severity of the war crimes we live against, my family will be plagued for generations to come. Not only the physical scars of the loss of limbs of survivors, but also physical and psychological wounds, including PTSD, depression, suicide, and profound disability. The entire fabric of my family's life in Gaza has been brutally dismantled by Israel's demolition of Gaza, including the complete destruction of their educational, healthcare, and legal systems. Almost all schools and universities have been completely decimated. My first cousin, Dina, her 8-year-old niece, recently asked for answers in California. She asked her if she wanted me. She said, "Could you please send surveillance from the United States? Because all of my school supplies are stuck in the rubble of the spoil." All educational children and young adults has used, and this is profoundly impaired the mental, developmental, and psychological well-being of all children in this. The future implications of this complete annihilation of our social infrastructure, education in particular, by Israel, unfortunately will haunt us. Tragically, these stories are just a glimpse into the horror and devastation that has been inflicted upon my family over the last 6 months by Israeli aggression. The lives of my family residents have been completely shattered, with profound and devastating consequences on their safety, psychological well-being, general reproductive health, insecurity, education, and family structures. We are just an under microcosm. The more than 2 million civilians in Gaza whose daily carnage and torture by Israel continues, and their long-term prospects are limited. The people of Gaza have demonstrated nothing but courage, resiliency, and tenacity in the face of unconscionable war crimes committed by the state of Israel. My cousin in California last month asked her sister, Leanne, who is in Nakba right now, with her 4 young children, asked her if she needed assistance getting her children out of Gaza to Egypt. Her response was immediate. She said, "We are staying here as long as they find THYME and the olives, zahar and zaytun, which are staples of our food running." This statement really, I think, is an important statement because it captures the courage, the fearlessness, and the resiliency of the Palestinian people, the richness of our beloved culture and history, and the invincibility of the Palestinian spirit. I pray for the safety and protection of all of my family and the people of Gaza, and an immediate end to the horrific crimes that we've been committed.
Next, can you go here? I'll read my voice. I'll read my voice. Oh, okay. Next is, Avi Ahmed, who is international farmer.
Check, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, check, 1, 2.
Thank you for inviting me to share with you some of my thoughts or some of my experiences. Of course, I am but I am also to share it with the audience. I understand besides looking back and our friends of the survival of our Holocaust, but of course we would like to compare the two occasions in the Nakba and the Holocaust. But again, I was born in the early decades. Was gifted probably good memory. The first thing I remember is the FBI when I was in the first grade. Of the revolt of the revolt, because one of my older children was participating in that revolt, and they used to gather and speak in our house and then they start their motion. And that year I remember studying from when talking that they go to put out and bail out the railroad of the British, because that year of that revolt was the main idea of the main object from the Indigenous revolt. And it went to the colonial power, which was Britain as a mandate, rather than the Jews. or I was the only one from the village to go to the secondary school in the neighboring town. It's about 10 kilometers, Al-Majdan, which is now called Ashkelon. And there also I started when the first, on the 29th of November of 47, I was in the 8th grade when, or 9th grade actually, because the elementary school in Nisdud was 7th grade, 7 years, not 6 like now. And we, the students, made big strike and protest against resolution of the UN 181 of the partitioning Palestine and giving the larger part and to the movement and giving the smaller part to the Arabs and so on. And then the skirmishes or fighting started after 3-4 days, maybe by the beginning of December. And I remember very well that nothing happened near in the city where we were because in Al-Majdan, because there were no settlements around Al-Majdan, and nothing also around in my village because there were no settlements around my village. And it's a large village. It's about 5,000 people. But when the fighting got heavier and more intensive, the school closed, and the headmaster asked us everyone to send for his family to come and pick him up from school. And my brother, one of my brothers came with his cousins, and they took me in a car, and it was a truck actually, with my belongings from the dorm, and went back to Nisdud. There in Nisdud, that's where the action started. We have about 5-6 villages close to our village. They are smaller villages, 2,000 or 1,000 people in each village. The major one, which I remember, the armed people in my village would go and help the other village when it is attacked by the Erdogan or by the other militias, the Haganah, because it was very important situated that the strategic position of that village called Betasamosake. There was a makeshift airport, of course, taken from the British camp, was next to it. It used to be called the 69 British camp. And the militia, the Israeli militia, well, that was not Israel at the time, it was the Haganah militia. They have to take position or control or that village because of its importance to the security of that makeshift airport. Actually, by the way, later I read that that makeshift airport, the first shipment of arms coming from Czechoslovakia, secretly, it was landed in that makeshift airport. anyhow, I don't think the time would allow me to go through all remembering or all the incidents which I remember, but I would leave a lot of it to the question and answer period. I was very close to also the incidents or the whatever happening, because the Mukhtar, the head elderly, one of the quarters of the village, we have 4 Mukhtars, is my cousin or my uncle. I was young then as a teenager. I used to go with him to every occasion. And I remember on the maybe 20th of May, I went with him and other Mukhtars to Al-Majdal and met with the leader of the Egyptian campaign in Al-Majdal. His name Al-Liwa Ali Ahmed Ali Al-Mawawi. And we asked him to come to Isdoud, and we are saving the village, so it's better to come now rather than to take it over after the militia, the Haganah, will take it. And he said, yes, we will, but be patient. Hold on your village until we come. And finally, on the 29th of May, I remember that very well, about noon, we start seeing some of the military vehicles coming to the village. And the people were very happy to see it, because we were the only big village in the south which was able to protect or maintain the city, the village in our hands, in the Arab hands. And but 2 or 3 days after that, we experienced a very big attack from the militia, which I understood later after I read, but I lived that battle very well because of my connections. Because the militia, of course, now it is the Israel Defense Forces Army after the 15th of May. And the village is full with the refugees from our neighboring villages. Barga, Al-Batani, Batani Al-Gharbi, Al-Sharqi, Al-Daras, Gastina, many other villages came to our village and became about maybe, I would say, 7,000 to 8,000 people in the village. And it was really a very, very, very major battle. All day and night. It started at night and continued on the night of the 2nd and the 3rd of June, 48. But the Israeli militia, they were, as Benny Morris says in his book later, I learned that, of 2,000 people, 2,000 army people, were not able to defeat the Egyptian army, and with the help of the local armed people from Isdoud, where there were about 200 people. And even with the Isaac Wiseman was as a pilot, he says himself that he faced a lot of anti-aircraft which he never seen in his life. And he said that he has to drop wherever the bombs care, so just to empty whatever he has in his plane. And 2 planes fell down were by the Egyptian anti-aircraft. And he and the other pilot who was experienced in the Philippines Army, he was an American U.S. Pilot, they escaped, but the other 2 planes fell down. After that, they realized the attack on them came also from the south, and there was a settlement in the south, which is about 2-3 miles south of Asdod, to the sea, or close to the sea. It's named Netzalim. So the army decided, because it's going to control the highway between Al-Majdal and Asdod. So on the 7th of June, I remember very well, they decided to take it, and they were successfully, they took the settlement. They controlled it, and they took about 120 Israeli captives. And I remember while I was in my age, entering that settlement to see what was there. I mean, why it was that strong and took a lot of army work to take it over. And I remember walking as a young teenager in the ditches, and I found some mills, we call it the hand grenade, mills. I put 2, 3 in my pockets. I remember somebody said, "Are you crazy? But this could, go on." And I said, "Well, anyhow, I want to take these to my brother, Although my brother was inside among the people who attacked that settlement. Anyhow, I want to, my time is limited. I want to make it short now as much as I can. And I apologize, Abed, for the time and for the other people. On the 28th of October, we saw the Egyptian army vehicles or tanks, some of them leaving the city for a week, 10, 15, and then 2 come back. And we asked, what's going on, And they said, no, we are just changing. And it seems that they were planning to withdraw, but they cannot withdraw at one time, so withdrew. It took about a week. The last person to leave the village was the Egyptian army officer who was in charge of as a civilian governor for the village. So we found that we have to leave if that's the case, because if the army is leaving, that means and the people lost the initiative of being armed to continue protect the town. Our village was very known. It had about, I would say, 15 teachers educated, and some of them were part of the Usbat al-Taharrur al-Watani, which was a communist leaning organization in Palestine, in Jaffa and Haifa and Nablus and other places. Some of the teachers tried to convince the people not to leave the village. But people, after they heard a lot of the massacres in Deir Yassin and in El Khalsa and Al-Qsas and Tantura and other, and in Lid and Ramla, all of these places, and in Jaffa, all of these places were controlled by the Israeli militia or the Israeli forces. They decide to leave. My father and other people, he was an old man who was in the Ottoman army as a Kujik officer, as a small officer, second lieutenant, in the First World War, refused to leave. He was about 75 years old. He said, I'm not going to leave my home and go to any tent. So he stayed, and he said, you leave, and that's it. So when we left the family, we spent the night in the, of course, in the fields. And I remember it was a moony night because it was after Eid al-Adha on the 10th of Al-Hijjah, so it was moon. And my mother woke me up about maybe 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock. She said, Ahmed, wake up. Did you bring your papers? And I said, no. She said, go back and bring your school papers. We were about 5-6 kilometers from the village. So I went back to the village and got my school papers, shahadat and so on, certificates, and came. And then we continued the journey. They left before me. I did not find them in the place, so I had to leave and alone on myself, on my own. And I found my family back in Gaza after about 4 or 5 days after I walked from Ashdod to Gaza on this. Anyhow, I have to, my time is over and I have to stop it there. And I would leave the rest of the information for you. The connection between this, in one word, in one sentence, if you please allow me, with the what's happening in Gaza, I was not really very much surprised with the massacres, with the genocide, with whatever you call it in Gaza, because I know from the massacres happened in my village, in Betasamosake, and in other cities, and also from my readings, even at the time when I was just a teenager, that the Zionist movement as a colonial settlers, they are not interested in having people there. They are interested in having the land without the people. So that's primarily, so I was not really shocked or even sick as my wife is now, who could not join me because she is sick of what the situation is in Gaza now. And I thank you for your patience. Thank you.
This is how we continue to resist, by learning the history. And so in appreciation, we thank the survivors of the first Nakba of 1948 for being with us and teaching us along the way. Thank you very much. Next is our colleague Ghada Ageel. She's a visiting professor at the Department of Political Science at the University of Alberta in Canada.
Good morning, everyone. Do you hear me? Here is better.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Hello. Yeah, hello. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. First of all, thanks for the organizers of the event and for all of you to make the time to come and listen to our stories. Maybe take this down, yeah. Okay. Amidst the genocide unfolding in Gaza, my friend Abir, a professor in English at the University College of Applied Sciences, posted a message on Facebook. Responding to a neighbor's request for painkiller, Abir wrote, "In Gaza, there is no such thing called a painkiller. In Gaza, we only have killers and we only have pain." The pain that Abir describes and the horror that I hear and witness across space and time surpasses my ability or any ability to fathom, let alone describe. I am utterly at loss for where to begin my testimony. So far, I have lost over 280 members of my own extended family. I stopped counting. Just the mere thought of the number makes my heart sink. We Palestinians are not numbers, yet numbers convey the sheer scale of the tragedy. With each loss I experience, I am reminded with my children questions. Mom, who will be left if we could visit Gaza this summer? What will be left? Who will be there? What will be there? Family Testimony from Gaza is the title of this session, and I am given 15 minutes to share my story, so deciding whom to include is a real challenge for me. For me, the entire 2.3 million people who are living in Gaza concentration camp are my family. I found myself in the same position of Shifa hospital doctors during one of the many massacres committed by the Israeli occupation forces during the Second Intifada, which I witnessed forced to prioritize. During that time, I was working as interpreter for the Guardian newspaper when Beit Hanun was attacked and the wounded flooded Shifa hospital. Men, women, and children, overwhelmed with the sheer murder or number needed the operation theater, doctors were forced to prioritize, gesturing with eyes and eyebrows. Senior doctors instructed the juniors who to begin with. The whole scene became incomprehensible. I stopped interpreting. Together with the nurses, I held the hands of those on the ground of the hospital. I recited verses of Quran. In the absence of family members, I closed the eyes of some of the dead. I moved to the next soon-to-be a number. Some of the younger doctors could not hold back their tears. The experience left a deep scar on my soul. We need another lifetime to tell our story, and we need another lifetime to grieve, and another life to mourn. Given the limited time, I'll confine my testimony or story to just one massacre experienced by my family. However, this fraction of my story serves as an extension of the broader Palestinian narrative encompassing both past and present instances of ethnic cleansing and genocide. My name is Ghada Ageel. I was born, raised, and lived most of my life in Khan Younis refugee camp. My family, however, hails down from Beit Daras village that no more exists on the world map.
It has been destroyed and depopulated along over 500 villages and towns in the course of 1948 Nakba. My grandparents and parents are older than the State of Israel. They were born in mandatory Palestine, the only colony that has been abandoned and handed to the Zionist settler colonial project. Forced to leave their village Beit Daras with nothing, literally nothing, and banned by Israel to return, my family ended in Khan Yunis camp, initially intended to be a temporary stop until they could return. Over time, this stop evolved into an enduring one. They lived the misery of the camp, witnessed war after war, attack after attack, and died amid the illegal and immoral and illegitimate blockade imposed on Gaza in 2006. Today, 75 years after the Nakba, I, a third-generation Palestinian refugee, share the devastation of my nation through space and time. On October 20th, I received a call informing me that my apartment towers in Zahra town, where I live in the south of Gaza city, were bombed. Unable to comprehend the news, I asked which one. A moment of silence passed. Then they said, all of them. I passed the phone to my son and wept. All I held dear now lies under the rubble. Everything is gone. Like my grandmother, I am left with nothing. All gone, precious photo albums filled with memories of my school days, moments of captured of my children. First steps, early play. In the blink of an eye, my cherished home is no more. Gone to the records of my journey, my extensive library, some hard-earned certificate, my graduation photos. I felt like a bomb was dropped onto the very substance of my memories. The airstrike obliterated 24 residential buildings that night. Each tower comprised 5 floors. Each floor housed 4 apartments. These apartments were home to around 500 families, all ended in the street. They headed further south. Some made it, some have not. In Gaza, we have only pain and we have only killers. In 2016, I wrote in my edited volume, Apartheid in Palestine, about my great-grandfather who refused to visit his village, Beit Daras. My grandmother asked him why he refused the opportunity when the military occupation allowed so. He told her that he would prefer to die rather than to walk on the ruins of his old home. He said, my home is my flesh, my sweat, my blood, and my bone. It's me, the broken human being you see now. How do you expect to walk on your body? My grandfather believed that there is nothing in life harder than walking on the rubble of one's own home. Today, if he was alive, I would tell him that worse than walking on the rubble of one's own home, not being allowed to walk on it. On October 24th, we received terrible news. The house of my husband's sister was shelled, killing over 30 family members, 3 generations, women, children, doctors, students. We were devastated. My children were weeping, unable to comprehend that they won't be able to see their cousins and aunts again. 2 days later, while we're still mourning, and on October 26, an entire residential quarter of my camp Khan Yunis was reduced to rubble, ending the life of over 49 people, among them 36 members of my own family. While in their homes in the area that was supposed to be the safe zone in southern Gaza. We lost my great uncle Naif, 79 years old, a retired UNRWA teacher, and his wife, together with their adult children, 3 daughters, 4 sons, their daughter-in-laws, and their grandchildren, and their guests who sought shelter there. I can't imagine how not to see them again. I have to tell you about my uncle's family. The minute I step in the camp, my uncle Naif and his family are the first to come congratulate my family that I came back safe and bringing sweets and drinks. Then in the next days, while going to the mosque or coming back from the market, he will knock on our door in the camp with his stick, calling me Ghada, dropping either something he got me from the market or something I love, or something they cooked, or just to have a chat. One of his daughters, Aisha, known of being the cutest face in the camp. She was one of those people who radiated happiness. She's gone. Her sister, Dawlat, had been living in the United Arab Emirates and was on a visit home to see her family when the bombs fell, leaving behind two children who did not even get the chance to bid her a final farewell. The youngest of the sister, Umayma, and her daughter, Malak, aged 3, had also fled the bombardment in the north, but the bombs caught them anyway. My cousins, Zuhair, Hassan, Muhammad, and Mahmoud, all killed alongside their wives, Fadia, Naama, and Aisha. Hassan's 3 children, Muhammad, Ismail, and Salma. These beautiful souls are not distant strangers, but one I know well. Naif's surviving son, Ibrahim, lost his eldest son, also called Naif, after his grandfather. A night before the homes were struck, Ibrahim's wife wanted to make room to the displaced from the north. So she took her children and returned to their home at the edge of the camp. Naif, aged 15, wanted to return with his family, but his mother advised him to stay to help his grandfather. For 2 months, from October 26 till December 26, the day in which the entire camp was ordered to evacuate and reduce to ruins, each morning, Naif's mom visited the ruins of the home where her son's body remains buried under the rubble and cried. Each morning as I woke up, I gaze at my son Aziz, the same age of Naif, 15, and find myself in tears. Gaza has become the graveyard for mothers, and Gaza has become the graveyard of children. In that same attack, the home of my grand aunt, Saeed, 92, was also bombed. The adjacent 3 home of her 2 sons, Marwan and Asad, and her daughter Mona were also bombed. Mona was the best to make ka'ak, the pastry we do in our holy month of Ramadan, and the best one to play the drum. At every wedding in the camp, Mona would play the drum all the night, filling the camp with happiness and joy, and everyone would say, Sallim ideki ya Mona, Sallim ideki Fadi. May Allah bless your hands. Mona was murdered along with her 2 sons, Amjad and Muhammad. My aunt's daughter-in-law, Suhaila, a teacher, and her 4 children were also killed. So was the wife of Asad Imtiaz, a teacher, and her sons, Hussein and Abdul Rahman, a 4th-year medical student who scored in high school 99.9. And I must tell you about his dad, Asad. Asad, who ran a small shop, was known throughout the camp as a gentle soul who sold goods for little money. He kept a thick ledger of the names of people who owed him payment, but often forget to call in his debts, or simply he wrote them off. When the bomb fell, Asad's shop was packed with many people who came to buy necessities and also to use his solar energy unit, which he had bought to help people charge their phones and batteries for free. After Israel, of course, cut the water, the communication, the fuel, etc. Among the murdered in the shop were Akram, Rimas, Beirut, Ahmad, Naima, and other whose names I cannot recall. In truth, the list of the killed innocents is so long and so painful, so many people and so many children. Among those children was Julia, my sister's granddaughter, who was just 3 years old. My nephew Amjad and his wife Rawan left their home in Gaza City with my sister Samia and sought shelter in our camp. When the bombardment began, Rawan took Julia into her arms and rushed to the kitchen. Then the second rocket, then the third, then the fourth. The sheer size of the bombs shattered the windows of my family home. Several pieces of the shrapnel got into the house, killing our Julia in her mother's arms. Today, 5 months after the massacre, Block J of Khan Yunis is no more. Today, not only there is no Julia and no Assad and no Mona and no Abdul Rahman. Today, there are no roads, no homes, no shops, no laughter, only echoes of devastation and the deafening silence of loss. In Gaza, we have only pain and we have only killers. And only in Gaza that people are bombed in their homes, on the streets, while collecting water, while sleeping in their tents, while receiving aid, even while in hospital beds. And only in Gaza, drinking water costs blood, and a loaf of bread is dipped in blood. My cousin Yasser, the eldest son of my uncle Naif, who survived the bombardment of October 26, as he was outside his home, was murdered a few weeks ago by a sniper while going to get a sack of flour to his kids. We need another life to mourn. To conclude, despite the pain I shared, Gaza, young and old, men and women alike, continue to shine with their resilience, with their abilities to respond, to defy both the pain and the killer. Among these resilient individuals is my nephew Hassan, aged 23. Last week, and despite the danger, Hassan walked 3 kilometers to reach the edge of Rafah, to connect to the internet and call me. During the conversation, he shared the latest family news, telling me that they managed to collect and bury Yasser's body, and that he had secured a temporary job as a volunteer with UNRWA to assist in distributing whatever aid reaches Gaza. He told me that they distributed eggs and onions that day of the conversation, with each person receiving half an egg, half an onion. So a family of 10, he said, would receive only 3 eggs and 3 onions for iftar during Ramadan. I couldn't comprehend. Nevertheless, Hassan continued to share his news, recounting a story of a woman who had tripped and accidentally broken one of the eggs, leading her to weep for the loss and the death that he had passed by him many times that morning, but spared him for now. At that point, I felt compelled to interrupt him and advise Hassan, please stay home. He responded, you mean stay in the tent? I said, wherever, but don't endanger your life, because on December 26, all the homes of our families have been bombarded, and they ended in Al-Mawasi, an area that's supposed to be for recreation, but now a site of despair, living in tents with nothing. So he said, you mean in the tent? I said, whatever. And then before he ended the call, he asked me, Auntie Ghada, do you remember the poem, if you say it, you will die. If you don't say it, you will die. Then say it and die. I replied, yes, Hassan, recognizing the lines of Gaza, grand poet Mu'in Bseiso, known for defying all kinds of system of oppression. So Hassan added, here is my version of the poem. Call it Hassan's poem. If you stay in your tent, you will die. If you go out to help, you will die. Then go help and die. With a laugh, he bid me a farewell and left. This is the spirit of Gaza, and this is the spirit of its people. This is the place I belong to. It's no wonder that the symbol of Gaza is the phoenix, the bird that rises from its ashes. We teach life, world. Thank you.
We need a space that's ongoing for the testimonies coming from Gaza, and I hope they stop sooner than later. With respect to you, Ghada. Now, next is Tariq Abu Halima. Tariq grew up in Gaza and is doing his master's in business administration at Bluffton University. Please take the floor.
Hi, everyone. So my presentation is almost 100% reliant on the slides, so I will be waiting for the slides to be displaced. Thanks for coming. Thanks for the organizers of this event. Thanks, Abed, for your invitation. In this presentation, I reflect on my journey from growing up in the Gaza Strip to coming to the USA last year, January 2023. And as I reflect on my journey, I speak about true milestones that contributed to my life and professional development, and the people I met and who truly contributed to these milestones. So in the first slide, I show a picture of Jaffa in 1948, and Jaffa is the place from where my grandparents were displaced. And this photo shows how full of life Jaffa was. It was a city. There was a municipality. It was well built. It was not a desert. No one made it bloom. And in the second slide, also, I show a recent photo of Jaffa, the same city that my grandparents were displaced from, and the same city that I am not allowed to visit because I was born in the Gaza Strip, and I was born with the identity of being Palestinian. And this gives you an insight into the apartheid system that has been imposed on the Palestinians in Jerusalem, West Bank, and the Gaza Strip, and including Palestinians in the refugee camps in Lebanon. This is a photo of me in 2008 when I first experienced the Israeli attacks, and the true serendipity, or the true coincidence, was that the attacks happened to be on my birthday, December 27th, 2008. And the attacks took place. I will try to describe the attacks as I remember. Like, it was a quiet afternoon on that day. I was going to school, and then we started like to hear loud noises, loud bombardments. And at the same, I didn't know like what war meant, or what the bombardments were, or what the bombing was. and smokes started to rise from different areas around the Gaza Strip. And it was the first time in my life the headmaster of the school goes out and calls for the students to go home. And as we ran home, we figured out that the Gaza Strip was attacked by the Israeli forces. And on that day, only 400 Palestinians were killed. And the attacks, when they were launched covered by the international media. Like the Israeli attacks were provided with media coverage internationally to be launched under the claim of destroying Hamas and destroying the resistance of Gaza. And every time this happens, every time they just get this claim, excuse that they want to destroy the resistance in Gaza, and at the end of the attacks, the result that civil life in Gaza is destructed, people in Gaza are suffering, and life in Gaza is taken back to is taken back 20, 30 years ago, and the developmental facets of the city are really undermined. So as these attacks happened, we used to gather as a family. And I have a big family. I have 7 brothers and 5 sisters. And this is my mom, and this is my oldest brother. And as the attacks happen, we gather as a family, we start assigning tasks to each other. And as we because the situation gets really intense and the bombing is not restricted to a specific area, it might be anywhere, anytime. We start during these times to console each other first, and then we assign tasks to each other. So this group will take care of getting the water to the house. This group will take care of getting stuff from the market. This group will go to the ATM, get some money. This group will go get some food. Simple things like this. And yes. And this is an aerial photo of Ash-Shuja'iyya neighborhood, which is a 10-minute walk from where I live. And this photo was taken after the attacks of 2014. And it is important to mention that the Gaza Strip was under large-scale attacks launched by the Israeli forces in 2012, 2014. And these attacks resulted in huge numbers of casualties on the Palestinian side. While for example, on the Israeli side in 2008, 7 people were killed, 7 military people were killed. 4 of them were killed by friendly fire, soldiers mis-shooting each other. On the Palestinian side, there was 3,000 Palestinians killed from the Gaza Strip. So the amount of casualties on each side shows you who's the oppressed, who's the oppressor, and who's the aggressed, and who's the aggressor. And as the attacks kept hitting the Gaza Strip, the resilience of the people in Gaza started also to boost and to thrive as well, and life went on, because this is the nature of us as humans. And I graduated from high school in 2015. As I graduated, next slide. As I graduated, I went to the next phase of deciding on my major in a university, and this is Al-Azhar University, one of the 2 biggest universities in the Gaza Strip. So I decided to get into Al-Azhar University and sign up or enroll in the major of English language. And as I got into Al-Azhar University, I met these 2 amazing guys, Khalid and Salah Jadallah. Khalid and Salah Jadallah were majored in English literature, so they were a few steps ahead of me as I was trying to kind of start with the language. They were kind of done with the language, and they were specialized in the literature of the language. So whenever I wanted to get any type of help to understand something or get something explained, I would always call them and ask. And as we were studying at university, I remember that there was a period of time as we Gazans were really frustrated with the media coverage around the world, with the injustices that we had been facing. And we were concerned as university students and as young people that when we graduate, we would not have good opportunities to find jobs and to find work. So all of these factors together contributed to a community-led initiative that was called the Great March of Return. And the Great March of Return is a series of demonstrations that were held every Friday on the border of Gaza with Israel. People protesting peacefully, non-violently, standing up for their rights, asking people to pay attention to the Gaza Strip and to find a solution to the air, sea, land blockade that was imposed on the area, and to the economic restrictions and to the restrictions on movement as well. And as you see the photo, please get back to, as you see the photo, it doesn't need an expert. On this side of the photo, from the Gaza side, people unarmed, people standing up, trying to speak up, basically. And on the other side, tear gas, smoke, live shooting. And as a result of the Great March of Return, almost 240 people were killed, and 8,000 people were injured, and all of these were civilians. And as I was participating in these marches or demonstrations, I met this amazing guy, Ahmed al-Naouk. And Ahmed al-Naouk came up with the idea of founding the We Are Not Numbers. And We Are Not Numbers is a well-known, famous right now, famous organization that aims at shedding light on the stories behind individuals from the Gaza Strip. Because we felt at some point that people in the Gaza Strip are only mentioned in the news, and we felt at some point that there was a huge dehumanization that is practiced obviously against people in the Gaza Strip, and this was one tool to resist and one tool to fight back against this sheer dehumanization. And Ahmed al-Naouk was a successful guy. He's now in Britain doing his master's in mass media and communication. In 2019, I graduated from university. And as I graduated, I was really concerned that with the high unemployment rates, high poverty rates, I was concerned that I wouldn't find good opportunity. But I was lucky enough to get a contract at UNRWA schools, and UNRWA stands for United Nations Relief Work Agency. And in the Gaza Strip, we have 278 UNRWA schools. All or most of these schools work on a double shift basis. And a double shift basis means like that we have a morning shift and an afternoon shift. And the morning shift has a different administration, different teachers, different students, and the afternoon shift as well. And this gives you a hint also into how dense the population is in the Gaza Strip. And to further give you, to further make the picture closer, the population density in the USA per square kilometer, and a square kilometer is basically 0.7 square mile, is 37 people per square kilometer. And the population density for the same area in the Gaza Strip is 5,700 people. You can imagine how this has a huge adverse effect on the infrastructure of the city or of the Gaza Strip, including the health system and the education system. And the Gaza Strip was struggling. The United Nations in 2016 stated in its reports that the Gaza Strip wouldn't be suitable for life by 2021, and it was already 2023 when October 2023 came, and it is important also to mention that 90% of the water in the Gaza Strip was unsuitable for drinking, and the health system was collapsing because of the attacks and the casualties, dealing with these heavy casualties of the attacks and the Great March of Return. But as much as it was difficult to teach at these schools, it was also gratifying because one day I was studying at these schools, and after 3 months, I resigned from UNRWA schools and started my job was Youth Vision Society, and Youth Vision Society is a non-profit. I need 7 minutes. This is have the presentation. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Can we go to the slide before? No. Yeah, to the slide. Yeah. So Youth Vision Society, the next slide. So I started working with Youth Vision Society, and yeah, Youth Vision Society. And Youth Vision Society is a non-profit that aims at providing developmental services to youth, women, and children in the Gaza Strip. And I met there Dua al-Masri. Dua al-Masri was an amazing manager of Edward Said Public Libraries. And Edward Said Public Libraries had 2 branches, one in northern Gaza, one in the city of Gaza, and one was that was about to open in southern Gaza, but it was not opened because of what happened after October 7th. And these libraries were providing services in the field of music, computer, and training. And I worked with Youth Vision Society on the project of Youth Influencers for a Change. And this project aimed at recruiting social media influencers. One of the criteria was to have at least 25,000 followers on one of the social networking sites to be to join the team. And after teaching these social media influencers on human rights, we then teach their followers through their platforms, through providing these social media influencers with content on the topics that we studied. So we had good outreach amongst the youth in the Gaza Strip. And as the project was really successful, we reached out to the grassroots communities, we conducted accountability sessions as well. So we were taking steps forward. And as the project was successful, we were invited as an organization to go to Sweden twice to fundraise for the project and to sustain it. And we succeeded to secure funds till 2027 for the project. As I came back from Sweden, I started the project of Palestine Talks, which is hugely similar to the project of We Are Not Numbers. We got writers from the Gaza Strip, connected them with editors from the USA, and together they produced really comprehensible stories that can be read by the international audiences to amplify voices from the Gaza Strip. And I met Yusuf Dawas as I was working on this project. Yusuf was a guitar player, and I attended some guitar classes with him. He was an amazing guy. He was majored in psychology, and he was a promising writer. As we were working at Youth Vision Society, we got connected with MENOPIN, Mennonite Palestine Israel Network, which is an organization that means to connect with Palestinians and learn about them. And as we were talking, one of the attendees of that Zoom meeting told me to connect with a professor from Bluffton University to help them with recruiting students. So the story was like this. COVID-19 hit. Bluffton University could not proceed with its cultural exchange trips because of COVID-19 restrictions. They decided to do virtual cultural exchange instead of this. And they started to they posted something that they want students from around the world to join them. And I reached out to the university and I recruited from the Gaza Strip 20 students to connect with 20 students from Bluffton. And for people in Gaza or for students in Gaza, it was a valuable opportunity because the Gaza Strip was under blockade, and these students were trying to learn English and they needed some practice. For students in Bluffton, it was also a great opportunity that they did not have to delay their classes and they resumed their courses. And after the activity finished, I was the professor that I was connecting with recommended me to apply for the Peace Arts Center at the university. They were looking for a graduate assistant who like it's kind of a work and a study thing, and I applied for the position and I got it. Yeah. And as without any explanations or without any further speaking about how complicated getting the visa to the USA was, as someone from the Gaza Strip, like it took me 7 months, and as my flight ticket started to get closer, I decided to leave the Gaza Strip earlier so that I do not miss it, to avoid any kind of delay or inconvenience that would happen on the border. I decided to leave the Gaza Strip a week earlier before before my flight ticket. And as I was on the checking point, I couldn't. I was scrolling my phone and I found that Abid was in Egypt, and I talked to him, and he was yes, he's a high school friend, and I met him in Cairo, and I stayed with him for a week, and then I left for my flight to the USA. And I arrived in Bluffton. And then as October 7th started, I got the news after that Khalid and Salah Jadallah, along with their family, were killed. And then I got the news that all the family members of Ahmed and Naouk, 21 family members were killed, and he got the news while he was doing his study in London. And then I got the news that Dua al-Masri with her family was killed. And I got the news that Yusuf Dawas with his family was killed. And after that, I got the news that my sisters Randa, Reem, and Nariman were killed. Randa suffocated from white phosphorus. She was very frightened from it. And Reem survived one bombing, and she rescued her kids by herself. And she was injured in her shoulder. And a couple of days after that, she was killed by a sniper as she was trying to evacuate. Nariman also was killed by a sniper. Nariman was an honorable school teacher, and she was a professor at Al-Aqsa University. I also got the news that Abid was killed with his family. And then I got the news that my uncle succumbed to his wounds, and so when my sister Reem survived the first attacks before being killed by the sniper, my uncle got his leg injured, and after a while he got it amputated because they could not fix his leg, and he was at the Baptist hospital. And at the time the Baptist massacre was committed, he was there, and his leg was amputated. And his sons, when the Baptist massacre was committed by Israeli forces, his sons took him on his hospital bed, and they ran out of the hospital, and they stayed in a garage for a couple of days. And he stayed there with his leg amputated without anesthesia. And as they were trying to connect with international organizations to get him, it was too late. And when he was transferred to the southern part of the Gaza Strip, he succumbed to his wounds and died. This is a photo of how Gaza looked like before October 2023. A city full of life, full of ambitions, full of dreams, full of hopes. And this is how the Gaza Strip looks like now. And it's all under the claim of destroying Hamas. It is a fake claim. It is destroying the population of the Gaza Strip. And in the end, I'd like to dedicate a moment of silence for the lives and beautiful souls that we are losing right now in the Gaza Strip. Thanks.
Folks, one has learned early. This is a good thing. Gives us a few moments to collect ourselves.
Check.
Incredibly movement, sometimes shocking, horrifying panel.
Check.
Yes.
No. Yeah, we start with Karma and then.
Yeah. Let us thank this panel one more time. They have touched us deeply and reminded us why we're here and doing this work. We are also cognizant of the insistence that the Palestinian people teach life. And so we are going to ask you, take 15 minutes, grab some food, come back to your seats. We will still take a short break over the lunch period, but the food arrived early, get it while it's hot. Then in 15 minutes, we're going to bring in Professor Carmen Nabulsi on Zoom. So you'll see it here. So just bring food back to your seats, move around for a few minutes, and so on. We have a lot of incredibly valuable and important programming still to hear. So 15 minutes, grab food, come back to your seats, and then we will resume.
Just 10 we just wanted to offer our condolences on behalf of the organizing committee. This was very difficult, and I imagine we can't imagine. And so Seppo is going to just sing for us to ground us and bring us back.
We lament with you. We mourn with you. We stand with you. Our hearts are with you. Sebatantusa Batsamaile. When I'm morena, oh la la honna, la la honna, la la honna. We lament with you. We mourn with you. You don't stand alone. You are our people.
Hi, everybody. Lunch is going to be served in this small room on my right, your left if you're facing me. Doors are opening now. So please check out this small room to serve yourself lunch. Thanks.
Hi, Ghassan.
Hi.
Hi.
Why can't you see me? I've got my video on.
I can see you. Yeah.
I can't see me.
You can't see me. Hold on.
No, I can see you, but I can't see me.
Oh, you can't see you. Okay, I can see you.
Okay.
I am so sorry to tell you, we are running quite behind schedule.
Okay.
Probably an hour and a
how
half behind schedule. Do you want to send me your number and I can text you like
So an
15
hour and a
minutes?
half. It's past 6 now.
Okay. So
Which
probably
means
7:45-ish, 7:30, 7:45. Yeah.
I'm not going to be able to make it because
You're not going to be able to make it. Okay, let me.
That's smack in the middle of iftar, and I'm invited to it.
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
Speaking
Give me
engagement.
1 second. Let me find somebody to ask.
If they want to reschedule tomorrow or something.
Ahlan, Ghassan, I was meant to be on next. I'm happy to swap with Brother Ghassan because it's very important to hear him.
Can you talk to Ghassan? He's not going to be available to wait.
Okay. So where's
Abdulrazak, I'm happy to do it
Are you
later.
here? Oh, do you have his phone number by chance?
Yes, I have.
Karma, we're starting up very soon.
Yeah, can I just say something, Erica?
1 second, I can't hear you.
Or if
Hi,
you can ask
everybody.
Erica.
We know this
yeah.
is not a sufficient break, but because we're so behind schedule, we're going to ask everyone to sit down. You can't hear me? This is so bad. Hello. Hi, everybody. So we are going to move to Ghassan Abu-Sittah and Nabulsi, who are going to be joining us on Zoom. We know this is not a sufficient break, but we're going to have lots of time to chat later. And we're just going to try to get back on schedule. So if you can grab your food, sit down, and then we'll proceed. Yeah.
We should be good for 30 minutes.
Huh?
We should be then good to give them a 30-minute break.
The other panel in Palestine, it's going to be too late. They're in Cairo, Palestine, and we have to go next. Yeah. There's me. What is that? That's the name of the Is it working? Are we?
You introduce her.
Do you want to come here, Abid? Yeah. Hi guys. Abid wants to do you want to get in the shot?
Okay.
You want to, okay. Sorry. Abid wants to do Karma and then Ghassan. Is that okay, Karma? That's okay? Okay, so Abid is about to introduce you, Karma, and then you'll speak and then Ghassan will have you on directly after, okay? So like 15 minutes or so. Sorry about this. Okay.
It is a great honor now to introduce Professor Karma Nabulsi, who is an inspirational Palestinian scholar, professor at Oxford University, former PLO representative for many, many years, and one of the people that did a great deal of work on the laws of war, these laws that are currently being violated in such a horrendous way during this genocide. Karma also happens to be the person that coined the term Scholasticide, a term that is very important for our conference here. So I hope you can join me in welcoming her with a very, very warm applause. Incidentally, Karma taught a generation of Palestinian activists and scholars, including myself. We all owe a great deal to her for our intellectual development and for her guidance, both politically and intellectually. So thank you very much. Karma, please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me all right? Thank you, Abdelrazak. I was actually hoping Ghassan, Dr. Ghassan could speak next, but if he can wait, I won't be even 15 minutes. I first want to commend scholars on against the war on Palestine. I'd really like to commend the organizing committee because this is an extraordinary and remarkable collection and coordination and hard work. I know how much hard work went into this. Of course, to commend Abdelrazak, who is a tornado of energy and force. And I'm very sorry only that I cannot be there in person. It's so important for those of you who could get to Houston. I've just been really ill since COVID and long COVID, and I'm not really in force, but I would be there only because it means so much to everyone to organize together, to discuss together, and to listen in one room. It was very nice to see David McNally. Lovely to see him again. And I just want to also commend the previous panel for their courage. It was a very, very difficult thing that they did, but it was very necessary and important to begin this conference with the testimonies. Also to commend, I know people, the organizers will do all this, Chadney and the others, but Haymarket for streaming this to make the collective, to make wherever we are, participate and be part of this. This conference has former students, former teachers, many, many colleagues. We have brilliant Palestinians that I'm going to be listening to, even though it's much later here in the UK and in the future. And I'm going to make a few remarks only about Scholasticide. And I'd like to start, before I make those comments about the laws of war, some comments about, some remarks about the historical comparisons. I know you have Ilan there, you have Avi there, you have so many historians, great historians who have done extraordinary work. But we look as Palestinians, this is a generational conflict, and I was remembering, is there anything like this, comparative to what's happening today, to what's happening when I was in my when I was in my 20s in Beirut. There's many massacres underway now in Al-Shifa. When I was in Lebanon, it was Tal al-Zatar, it was Shatila, Sabra. I had just left Beirut by then. It was the siege. We lost tens and thousands of innocent lives, young men, young women, children, elderly, in this terrible invasion, as is going on today. But there's also, of course, differences. We lost a lot of institutional infrastructure of a different kind. We were at that time still barely a liberation movement, a revolution, and we lost many of the institutional apparatus at that time in '82. Here's where I come to Scholasticide. They have destroyed every single building that holds our records, that holds our schoolrooms, that our classrooms, our universities, our colleagues. It is very difficult to be witnessing it, but the only thing that I always say is, we both intellectually and as human beings, we organize. And we have a great generational, not only history of these terrible crimes that are going on, but we have, and this will be discussed, we have some brilliant scholars here. There's Nimr, there's Sultani, there's Mazen, there's Noura, Erekat. We have many scholars that will talk about the legal aspects. But Scholasticide is very relevant because it's what makes us a people. We're always looking for words. And I was very grateful to Fadi Jouda because he finds the words for all of us, that he started the event today. But because education is so important to us as a refugee people, and because not just an occupied people, I wrote about it when I was writing about the occupation of Gaza. Of course, Gaza is largely made up of refugees from the Nakba. I'd also really like to commend Ustaz Ahmed for his testimony this morning about the Nakba. It was very heroic and very touching and moving and so necessary. Still, my family, I can never get them to speak about it. It's a very difficult thing to do and very important that we bring this to the attention of the world. And I'm also very happy that there's going to be a panel about the world being with us, because we have the sister struggles. And we have First Nation people. We have incredible Robin Kelly to talk about African-American struggle. And the Palestinian struggle is an international one. And so it's very important that these terms are brought, and they talk about Palestinian the exception. And I'm not sure what I think about that term, but I do think we have an exceptional people. And we have an exceptional people because of the predicament, and above all, because of the struggle. And this exceptional people make organizing and carrying and conveying our message and our struggle forward for justice. And so for the young generation of students, Abdurazak, and I think Omar Shweki is there, and Mesna is there, many former students who are carrying on as faculty, protecting the spaces for their students to campaign and raise their voices for justice. Thank you so much for that. We'll hear about education in our universities in Gaza, but also I think Samia Bokme from Bir Zayt will be speaking, which is very important. We're in the midst of, we can see it, settler colonialism. It's not only an apartheid system, but we're in the stage of settler colonialism, and only anti-colonial frameworks and principles will be appropriate for us to move forward. So with that, it's shorter, but I'm very keen to hear Dr. Ghassan, who has been doing such remarkable work these last months. So thank you to all of you.
produced inflicted by one group of humans against another, we find Dr. Ghassan there. He's been there in almost every attack on Gaza. He's had a very long-standing connection with the people there, with the hospitals there, with the doctors there, and of course, spent, as you know, a good chunk of this genocide in Gaza, more than 45 days, I believe, under siege, in the hospitals, doing heroic work. So he's a true hero, and he's a wonderful scholar, and he's somebody who is a visionary, but also is somebody who does not depoliticize what is going on. Sometimes humanitarian work can be used against the people, not for the people. Because if you turn people to just objects of humanitarianism, you're actually dehumanizing them. And Dr. Ghassan reminds us over and over again that this is a political question, and that the humanitarian aspect will be resolved if this genocidal regime ceases to operate in its genocidal ways, and if true anti-colonialism prevails in that land. So I'm very honored to introduce him. Thank you, Dr. Ghassan, for being with us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and I hope you can hear me. Thank you so much for the invitation. I think one of the things that happens when you leave Gaza, when you leave what Mbembe called the death world, and you come out, is you discover that the genocidal project is really an iceberg, and that Israel is just the tip of the iceberg, and the rest of the iceberg is the axis of genocide. The states that have supported and continue to support Israel and fund it, politically protect it, ensure that it has the right weapons in the sufficient amounts to carry out the genocide. And it also, this genocidal iceberg has what we call genocidal enablers. And it is a system made up of individuals whose job has been for the last 75 years to ensure impunity, and whose job during this genocide is not just to ensure the impunity of the Israelis, but to ensure that the genocide continues unchallenged, to the point where it can continue to function as a genocide that is made up of several killing machines. And we'll talk about that in a minute. But that genocide is never referred to as a genocide. And we saw how difficult it was until the ICJ ruling that we spoke about what we were witnessing, which was a genocide. But in the last two or 3 days, we've been witnessing that genocidal iceberg starting to come apart. And we've seen how a lot of Israel's accomplices in the genocide, some of the mass media, have started to try to hide the evidence of their complicity in the genocide. And so if we look at the independent newspaper, which a few days ago ran a front page 2 days consecutively calling for an end to the war, is the same newspaper that ran the front page about the beheaded children that justified this genocidal war. We heard news that the New York Times has fired the journalist who wrote the fictitious piece about the sexual violence report, which was completely unsubstantiated. And so you see, and then you get these lawyers and ex-lords in the UK and ex-lawmakers starting to find the courage to pen letters calling for a ceasefire. So you could see how that genocidal apparatus, that iceberg, is starting to disintegrate around us. And let us be under no illusion why it's disintegrating. These people haven't suddenly become decent human beings. It is the absolute heroic and historic steadfastness of our people in the face of this genocidal killing machine. The fact that 6 months on, other than the killing of 14,000, 15,000 children and a total of 35,000 civilians, the Israeli army has nothing to show, and the destruction of Gaza has nothing to show as an achievement. It is the fact that, as we should remind ourselves, that one of the things that has happened to us after 1948 is that, and this is something that one touched when I was in Gaza, speaking to people and to families, that the social death that is becoming a refugee, that continuous, unending, multi-generational humiliation and social death of becoming a refugee was such a formative part of our modern Palestinian identity, which I think the Israelis never took into account. And so when they came to give people the option of dying or becoming refugee, Palestinians knew in their collective memory that becoming a refugee is a form of death, but it is a crueler and more continuous and unending death than just biological death. And so as we're watching this, I keep thinking about what is the most important resistance we have as Palestinians to genocide. And for me, it is to talk about tomorrow. We have to talk about tomorrow. We have to plan for tomorrow. We have to ensure that tomorrow happens and that we have plans to rebuild Gaza and to help our people heal these horrendous wounds. And we have to support in solidarity every aspect of and every part of our people in trying to rebuild their lives and to heal the wounds of this genocide. If genocide is meant to end us, then tomorrow signifies our victory over genocide. But as a lot of the scholars that have spoken and will speak, Israel has always attempted to achieve in a ceasefire what it's always failed to achieve in war. And it's a lot of times Israel has been more successful during the ceasefire than it was during hostility. And so it's critical that as we watch this genocidal iceberg disintegrate, and we watch the genocide accomplices try to bury the evidence of their complicity, we need to ensure that what happens in the ceasefire is not a continuation of the genocide, but in a much more silent and slow way. We need, as Palestinians and as pro-Palestinian forces, we need to look each in our own field on how we rebuild Gaza, how we rebuild the lives of over 70,000 wounded. How do we rebuild the health system? Not in abstract terms, but in real terms. In real terms, what do we do with what was left of Al Ahli Hospital so that we can very quickly build it? What do we do with Al-Auda Hospital in Jabalia so that we can quickly build it? How do we rebuild Shifa, which was completely demolished? How do we rebuild the schools and the education system while it's being used as a system for the internally displaced because 65 to 70% of the houses have been destroyed? How do we learn from the experience of Turkey in the earthquake to very quickly rebuild rehouse people in prefabricated homes while the rebuilding happened? And how do we politically come out of this as a people, stronger, more unified, and we take the struggle and we are able to build on the achievements that we paid dearly, our people paid with blood, the blood of their children, the limbs of their children for, so that this becomes not only a tragic chapter in the history of our struggle against the elimination of Zionist settler colonialism, but actually a stepping stone towards absolute and total liberation of Palestine. How do we turn Gaza from what it was, which was an area of Palestine that was besieged, to a liberated zone that becomes the focus for our liberation struggle in the phase after this genocide? These things might seem far-fetched at the moment in the sea of blood, in horrendous details of suffering, 17,000 orphaned children, 4,000 to 5,000 children with amputations, 70 to 75,000 wounded, of whom probably 80% still need further surgery. Other than the physical destruction, the complete and utter destruction of all universities, the killing of 6,000 students and 300 school teachers and school administrators, over 70 university teachers, deans, and university lecturers and professors. But it is absolutely critical that we think and talk and plan about what we plan to do the day after this genocidal war finally ends, as we watch the accomplices fight amongst each other and prepare to throw probably Netanyahu under the bus as the sin eater for this most horrendous of all crime. What our people have witnessed and what our people have defeated is a genocidal project that was composed of 3 machines. And these 3 killing machines were the bombs and the blasts. And we heard recently that the human intellect was not capable of finding enough targets quickly enough to feed that killing machine. And so they relied on AI to generate targets. And that bomb and blast is either those who were killed outright or who were killed as a result of the fact that concomitant with the bomb and the blast was the destruction of the health system, so that those who were wounded die of their wound or become permanently disabled from previously reconstructible injury. And the second killing machine was the infectious diseases, and continues to be. And we can see the figures are horrendous. And this is, you create that killing machine by destroying the water and sewage treatment system, by destroying 60 to 70% of people's homes and forcing them into schools that had been previously designed for 1,000 students and now house over 10 to 15,000 family members. And so we see the numbers of 8,000 hepatitis A cases, hundreds of thousands of respiratory and diarrheal diseases. And that is an intentional mechanism by which Israel wanted to kill. And then the third killing machine, which we are witnessing, and which basically brought Israel into its current impasse with its accomplices, is starvation as one of the killing machines of the genocidal project. Israel had decided that one of the fastest ways to kill people is to starve them, and set about creating the conditions for a famine, which started to take root and continues to take root. And what we see in terms of the number of children dying of this famine is really very, it literally is the tip of the iceberg, because the rest of those who are affected by malnutrition will die as a result of the effects of the malnutrition, which we know are an increase in non-communicable diseases as they get older. It is becoming immunocompromised and therefore more likely to get and succumb to infectious diseases. And it is cognitive impairment in children affected by malnutrition. And so these killing machines, the last two of them, Israel intends to maintain during the ceasefire. And that's what we need to defeat during the ceasefire. The other things that we need to be very aware of and we need to be very cognizant of is the humanitarian, and this is a tricky one for the tongue, the humanitarization of the genocide. We have been seeing the conclusion of this insidious Western humanitarianism that in the 1990s became a excuse for imperialism, and now we are being told it can coexist with genocide and therefore humanitarianize genocide, so that as long as you're dropping the food parcels and you're sending in the medical teams and there's a pier where you can send some ships, then it's okay to continue the genocide, as long as there are enough NGOs and charities on the ground to provide that humanitarian cover. I hope I haven't taken too much of your time. Again, our resistance to the totality of genocide is to talk about tomorrow. Tomorrow, our children will laugh in Palestine. But we need to ensure that there are schools for them to go to. There are hospitals for them to be treated in. There are homes for them to live in. And most importantly, that there is a free Palestine in their lifetime to dream about. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ghassan. And I know you can't see us, but there is a standing ovation in the room for you. All of us recognize your heroic work. All right. So next, we have another hero of mine and hero of many people, somebody who has taken the lead in combating Zionism within Israeli society. He's a genuine fighter for justice and freedom, somebody who's spoken the truth to power for many, many years, somebody who has uncovered a lot of the historical injustices that have been committed, and again, promoted many different frameworks that we use effectively now to combat the colonialism that is unfolding in Palestine. It is the great Ilan Pappe. Ilan is, of course, a professor at the University of Exeter. He has been tirelessly working to expose what is going on in Gaza and exposing the genocide there, a genocide that he has been talking about for a long time. For many years, Ilan has been talking about the incremental genocide that's happening in Gaza, and now we see this genocide no longer operating on an incremental scale, it's going on a very fast pace. So I hope that you'll also welcome him in the strongest possible terms. This is a great scholar, a great human being, and a wonderful presence in our midst. Thank you, Ilan, for being with us. All right, so we're having some technical difficulties with Professor Pappe. We'll get back to him later. But in the meantime, we're going to start another very important session, which is a session dedicated to the question of Scholasticide. Professor Chandi Desai, can you please introduce this session?
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We're going to begin this panel now. My name is Amani Ahmed. I am director of FOBZU, Friends of Beta University, a UK charity that has been dedicated to supporting Palestinian higher education since 1978. It's my great honor to be among you this afternoon, and I thank the organizers for the incredible service they have undertaken in bringing us all together this weekend. The subject of this panel deals with one dimension of the unfolding genocide, but as we heard from Professor Nabulsi, one of the most important, the systematic destruction of Palestinian education by Israel, the Scholasticide. And tonight, this afternoon, we're going to hear directly from our colleagues who have been at the receiving end of this unprecedented assault. In this session, we will hear from our speakers in turn for 15 minutes each. And because the topic of this panel is so important and so central to this conference, we want to hear more time from our colleagues from Gaza. So instead of a Q&A, we're going to move to a discussion amongst our speakers instead about the role of international academic community in supporting them and bringing an end to the genocide. So full biographies are available online, but it's a great honor to introduce our first speaker on this panel, Dr. Ghassan Abu-Sittah, who is Dean of the Faculty of Communication and Languages at Gaza University.
All right, thank you, Omar, for inviting me, and thanks for the organizing committee for such a great effort and to focus on such an important topic. Let me just start with my presentation here. I hope that you can see it. Today, as we start talking, looking at different media outlets, we can see the huge devastation, the huge destruction of our homes, our houses, our people in Gaza. 6 months of war, 6 months of destruction, of genocide, 6 months of massacres, and 6 months of killing civilians, innocents, professors, academics, and students. Since October 7th, Israel launched an attack on the Gaza Strip, targeting infrastructure, hospitals, schools, shelters, mosques, and most recently, as you have heard, killing seven of international aid workers in Gaza, among other targets. So these Israeli attacks resulted actually in a very catastrophic humanitarian crisis that can be seen in many phases. And one of the problems, one of the phases of the genocide in Gaza is the target of higher education institutions. Of course, education in Gaza or in Palestine in general is highly esteemed and playing a significant role in shaping the lives and cultural identity of people, of Palestinians. With much interest in education, 94% of children enrolled in basic education. Palestinians are among the most thoroughly educated people globally, with a long-standing commitment to learning. With such introduction and understanding of the importance of education in Palestine, in Gaza, we have 12 universities accredited by the Palestinian Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research. So you can see here the beautiful campuses of our universities in the north, in the Gaza City, and in the south. These beautiful campuses, unfortunately, have been destroyed either completely or partially by Israeli genocidal war. Actually, the Israeli assault on Gaza, higher education, is not just a response to the events of October 7th. The assault on Palestinian educational and cultural institutions did not begin in October 7th. For 17 years, Israel has imposed a strict siege on Gaza that has restricted our life, that has destroyed the quality of our education. Israel has a long record of targeted attacks on Palestinian schools, Palestinian education. And this assault or these attacks include assassinating Palestinian intellectuals, cultural procedures, producers, and political figures. So actually, since October 7th, Gaza higher education has been under fire, under Israeli war. So Israel systematically targets and destructs our universities. Only on the second and third day of the war, Israel airstrikes reached or targeted the Islamic University of Gaza and the Al-Azhar University in Gaza. These are among big universities in Gaza. In Israel, day by day, its targets, its aggressions, its attacks against other against higher education institutions. My university, Gaza University, and other universities were highly damaged. There is a critical devastation of vital infrastructure. Of more than 80% of university campuses, as we can see in the photos here. Also, Israel uses some university campuses as military bases for their ground invasion, as we can see in the Isra University. Actually, a few standing campuses, at least in the first and second month of the war. Most of the campuses in the south, Khan Yunis and Rafah, were turned to be shelters for displaced people, including academics and students. Hundreds of students, of maybe thousands of students. We have over 94 professors have been killed. Here are some photos of my colleagues who were killed by Israel airstrikes and by Israeli military attacks and aggressions. Taking all these circumstances, I don't think like people would think about academia, which is really important. But I think like putting it in most in priority, the survival academics do their best now to find the basic necessities like food, water, plastic tent to stay or to find a shelter. With all such circumstances happening around Gaza, much or less attention is paid to education, unfortunately. One significant consequence or ramification is that the majority of the current young generation is completely lost, particularly for the students who were born in 2000. So they are like now 23, 20 years, 25 years. They bear the brunt of the Israeli actions, wars in 2008 and 9, 2012, 2017, 2019, 2020, 2022, and now the genocide. In other words, since 2000, the Gazan students haven't seen nothing but wars and escalations on Gaza. Since October 7th, students have not attended schools or universities because of the intense Israeli bombardment does not allow for education. As you can see here, like mostly the schools, universities were destroyed. And here is a photo of a friend of mine. He's a colleague from Al-Aqsa University who was killed in Rafah a few months ago. With all such circumstances, many academics and students lost either their entire families or some members of their families. The students' image of their universities, of their campuses, and the way they value them changed after these campuses and schools, the buildings of the universities become shelters. So the war has affected the mental health of academics and students, including me. We feel more traumatized than before. Of course, the Israeli siege has affected us so much, but this war has much, much more than we expect. In Gaza, I would say there is a loss of intercultural life in Gaza, as Israel targets all the museums, archives, mosques, etc. With all these situations, I think to refunction higher education institutions in Gaza, even though it is very demanding and challenging, I think with the Palestinian determination, it is still visible and doable. I would say that rebuilding higher education institutions in Gaza is visible. of course, with your solidarity and support of colleagues, academics, universities, institutions around the world, we trust that Palestinians can rebuild and reconstruct the higher education systems, institutions in Palestine. So I would like to stop here. So again, I would like to thank you so much for organizing this conference, and thanks for your efforts.
There is now a last-minute addition to this panel. We are honored and privileged to have Professor Ilan Pappe join us, and he is speaking from Palestine.
Okay,
hello,
great.
Can you hear me? I cannot see myself. Oh, okay. Hello, I wish I could be with you, and thank you for adding me in the last moment because of technical problems. I hope I'm there. I can see myself in a very weird image on my screen. I hope I look a bit more reasonable on your screen. I would like to remind ourselves that the attempt to use Scholasticide and assault on education, whether it is elementary education or higher education, was always part of the Zionist project since its inception in the late 19th century. It was not an immediate concern of the Zionist project when it just started in Palestine, but it was a few decades after the foothold was built, became part of the way or part of the methodology of the Zionist movement, eliminatory policies towards the indigenous people of Palestine. And what is quite incredible that during the British mandate, the British authorities cooperated and collaborated with the Zionist movement in an attempt to undermine educational and particularly academic foundation for the Palestinian national liberation. The impulses of the British colonialist empire were different from those of the Zionist one, and in many ways were more important until the end of the mandate, because the Zionist movement was not powerful enough to affect the educational development, especially higher educational development of the Palestinian society during the mandatory period. The British, and this was common to their actions in places such as India and Egypt, believed that if colonized people develop academic institutions, that would lead to political awareness or politicization of the society, which would make it more difficult for the empire to control them. And this is why the British mandatory authorities treated very differently the two communities, the community of Jewish settlers and the Palestinian community, when it came to higher education. While Britain allowed and encouraged the settler community to open two universities, the Technion in Haifa and the Hebrew University in Jerusalem, all the Palestinians' attempt to open a university during the mandatory period were totally rejected by the British. And this is, I think, a very important message from the past. And if I have time, I will go from the past until today when it comes to these attacks on the Palestinian academic infrastructure. While being unable to open a university, Palestinian intellectuals, activists found an alternative way of building an academic infrastructure for the Palestinian community in Palestine during the mandatory period. What they did, they used the various seminars or various teaching seminars where teachers were or people were prepared for teaching careers as clandestine academic institution. The most important of them was the Arab College in Jerusalem, where the curriculum was transformed under the eyes of the British, under the noses of the British rather, into being much more than a typical conventional program for preparing teachers for a career in schools. And actually a lot of other subjects were added in order to give a launching pad for those who participated and graduated from the Arab College in Jerusalem, a chance to continue successfully in universities in the region and in the world. And in many ways, this particularly tactic ensured that by the end of the mandate, despite the continued British refusal to allow any proper higher education system on the Palestinian side to develop, there was already a human capital of academics who started their academic career within these colleges like the Arab College in Jerusalem and continued them in universities in the Arab world and in outside the Middle East. Unfortunately, of course, many of them, they chose to continue with academic career, could not do it in Palestine itself, and contributed significantly and profoundly to the development of academic institutions in the Arab world and beyond. After Israel was established, the Israelis, if you want, took over this idea that an academic infrastructure or an intellectual or university component in the Palestinian society constitutes a target or a danger or an ammunition of the other side that has to be dealt with, took this kind of mission over from the British. And of course, the impulse here was different, was not to prevent politicization, although this was part of what was behind it, but more to contribute to the elimination of the Palestinians as a national movement or a political force to reckon with that could endanger the objectives and vision of the Zionist project or the State of Israel. So one thing we noticed until 1967 inside Israel is how few Palestinian citizens of Israel were encouraged at all to join the Israeli academic system. They were really in very small numbers, and they were directed, as they still do today, directed to certain career patterns in the academia that were meant to distance them from any enrichment of knowledge, both as students of knowledge and then as producers of knowledge, that could augment the Palestinian national identity of the Palestinian minority inside Israel. And again, the Palestinian resilience emerged once more, how to deal with that kind of attack. And that was done with the help of the Palestinian Communist Party that found a way of getting young Palestinians into universities in the Eastern Bloc that enabled the Palestinian minority inside Israel to develop academic capacities in all disciplines, despite the intention of the state itself to keep it very underdeveloped in terms of higher academic education. When we move to the period after 67 in particular, when it's very clear that the Palestinian Liberation Organization, and in particular when it settles in Beirut as a center, it also provides venues and spaces for Palestinian academic work, whether it is the PLO Research Center in Beirut or the various individual Palestinians who begin to produce knowledge. And in the case of Palestine and Israel, we know knowledge that is within the humanities and the social sciences is not just for a response to intellectual curiosity. It is also part of the struggle itself, whether you develop the paradigm of settler colonialism to explain Zionism, whether you are fighting the allegation that the PLO is a terrorist organization, whether you question the Israeli claims for being a force for modernization and progress, and when you want to contextualize the Palestinian struggle in a wider regional and global context. But of course, the most important part, and this is from the very narrow angle or viewpoint of those in Israel who were the main policy makers strategizing against the PLO between 1969, I would say, and until Oslo, until 1993, within these periods, when the PLO was still independently guiding the whole Palestinian liberation movement. Those who make the decision, whether they were the heads of the Mossad, the Secret Service, the Israeli academic Orientalists who joined as advisors, were quite aware that one of the images that they want to destroy is the image of the Palestinian member, especially members of the higher echelons of the PLO, as academics, as intellectuals, as cultural people, as poets, as filmmakers, and so on. And this was, that's why they were targeted, and as many of them were assassinated, as part of the attempt to make sure that the image, especially in the global north, would be of a group of terrorists and not a social, national, cultural movement that also has its own intellectual elite. And the same, in many ways, was done in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, where Israel immediately kind of targeted universities as hotbeds, as they would put it, for terrorism and later fanaticism. And here too, despite the campaigns of assassination, and despite of the constant undermining of the work of Palestinian academic institutions in the occupied territories between 1967 until 1993, Palestinian individuals found ways of continuing research on a high level. And where the door was closed, they used the window, so to speak. And this was, I think, the foundation for what today we have, which are pathways of Palestinian studies all over the academic world in the world. And you can see that the current younger generation of Palestinian intellectuals are resting on the shoulders of Palestinian scholars and scholarship that was able to survive despite the scholarcide and the assault on the infrastructure for higher education and academic networks and establishment. Needless to say that after 1993, the same policies continued, although in the occupied territories, the policing inertia or the inertia of policing the occupied territories or the Palestinian minority inside Israel was such that everyone was targeted, whether they were part of the academia or not, just to make sure that Israel can maintain through this policing its control directly or indirectly of the Palestinians wherever they are. After the 7th of October, I think we are facing again this, on the one hand, a new chapter in the destruction of Palestinian academic life and institution through what Wissam described for us in the Gaza Strip. And by the way, not only in the Gaza Strip, the situation of the universities in the West Bank today is the worst one since 1967. And the situation of the Palestinian academics inside Israel is the worst that it was for years. And you're probably all familiar with the case of Nadera Shalhoub-Kevorkian, but that's just one example to what happens to Palestinian scholars and students inside Israel. So there is a comprehensive attack on Palestinian academic life, not only on Gaza, but of course the most ruthless and brutal one is part of the genocide and the destruction of the universities. But at the same time, I think what one can call Palestine studies or Palestinians who are prominent in academic life, whether they work on Palestine or they don't work on Palestine, but still have huge commitment, like Ghassan that we heard, Ghassan Abu-Sittah, who was elected as the new rector of Glasgow University, which is a huge landmark, I think, in this respect. We are facing an input on global academia, both in the global south and in the global north, that allows not only space for expanding the human capital that young Palestinian academics bring with them, but also the input that such academic work has on the discussion of Palestine, the language that is used on Palestine, and the whole. I'm finishing. I can see your panicking voice gestures. Let me just finish by saying that this is another way of resilience that we should not forget, with all the horrific evidence that Wissam brought for us. The Palestinian academic potential and human capital still exists, and will be a very important factor in the continuation of the struggle for liberation in the future. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? I think I couldn't hear you, Omar, when you said like, okay. Can I share my slides now, my screen? No, I have like an updated version, so I will share my screen. Okay. Just a minute. Can you see it now? Just like yes or no. Is my slides are on the view. I can't hear anything from your side, by the way.
Yes, Amani, we see
Okay.
the PowerPoint. Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much for having me today, and thanks for organizing this important conference and this important topic in this time of war, and to consider such like an issue that affect the future of the Palestinians in their lands. And thanks for all speakers who shared their views in the past, like previous to me. And I'm going to focus more on like the results of what's happening on the ground. Me, myself, I was in Gaza on the 2nd of October, and I'm working at higher education at the Islamic University of Gaza. I'm working as a head of the International Relations Department. I'm also a lecturer. I left just only 5 days before the start of the war because of my engagement at the University of Edinburgh. And I left my 3 children there, my husband and my family. I lost my father during the war. And now I'm trying to continue. Like yesterday, I have this good news to have reunion with my family yesterday at night. So I'm so happy to be with you. Let's move to the content of my presentation. I'm going to talk about the uncertainty facing the higher education sector now, and how to support the higher education sector during war and after ceasefire as well. And what are the lessons from the past, and with a focus on the IUG case study. You know, I think you all knows about the new road that have been paved in Gaza Strip that's splitting Gaza into 2 parts. Gaza City, like, and the north part, as well as the second is the southern part of Gaza City. The problem of this new road is that it completely separates the Gaza City, where most of the university's campuses and biggest campuses are located. And till now, there is negotiation on how people like would go to the, whether people would go to the north or not. And this one of the high uncertainty that is facing, like, of course, Gaza Strip and of course the higher education sector, because there is no Gaza City. The remaining campuses are too little and too small to inhabitate and to inhabitate all the students and to proceed with the academic process. So we don't know what will happen in the future, and we don't know what could the negotiation come through. Of course, there is a loss of the academic year because of the war, because of the destruction, but we have students who are in their first year of their academic year, and also students in the last year of their academic life. The problem in these 2 levels, of course, there are other levels, but the problem on these levels is that the people or the students on the first level, or let's say first year of their academic life, don't know how to proceed and don't know anything. Whereas the students at their last year of their academic life would like to graduate and to start a new chapter of their life. And now they are in the middle. They don't know what to do, and they don't know how to do anything, especially because majority of people are still in Gaza Strip. So even there are some new initiatives for online education that is offered by other universities and by higher education, Ministry of Higher Education, as well as universities in the West Bank. But the issue is still there, is the no existence of a stable internet connection, and most of the areas do not have internet connections, as well as there is no electricity. Like, some people are lucky to have this solar panels, but this is not like the common case in Gaza Strip. So with this dark view, I know it's so dark. Would you think that I'm not trying to lose the hope, but there are some some ways to support the higher education, even within the war. Of course, you know, it's the problem and the issue and the disaster is bigger than to be solved by a single community or by a single country. It needs collective efforts from all communities, from all professionals to support. And unfortunately as well, we will not have a solution that fits for all. There are some people who will be left behind. There are some people who will not have a chance to continue, let's say, or there would be a pause in their academic life. But this doesn't mean that we have to stop. We need to continue and to push for whatever we can achieve during this very difficult time of the Palestinian issue. So what kind of some kind of examples to support the higher education sector? I split it into two types, or let's say two time zones. Within war and after war, after ceasefire. Within war, there is a need for financial support. And what is the meaning of financial support? Palestinian students who are like Palestinian institutions, as my colleagues previously mentioned, are considered a main element to sustain and support the resilience of the Palestinian people. And supporting these organizations or these universities would support the Palestinian issue. So what is needed is the need to support, there is academic, there is professors. And unfortunately, till now, they didn't get their salaries for the last 6 months. Because universities in Palestine are categorized into 3 types. The first one is the public, that is the governmental universities, which are, I think, 2 or 3 only, and only one in Gaza Strip is a public or a governmental university. A second type, which is the most common type of universities in Palestine, which is a public non-for-profit organization, which means that they only receive their financial, or let's say they manage their finance through the student fees, as well as the support from philanthropies, from donors, and etc. So what did happen now? This sector of non-profit public universities are at the edge of collapsing because there is no student fees, of course, there is no donors, of course, and there is a high risk of a brain drain of the academic staff to leave Gaza. Of course, there is an option to leave Gaza, but I mean to save yourself, but I mean to leave the universities unable to work. This means that we are facing a big issue and dilemma currently, that those professors, and especially high-ranked professors, will leave Gaza and will leave their organization and universities and will join other universities worldwide. This means that we have this leakage of Palestinian expertise and scientists who can support the rebuilding of Palestine. In addition, of course, to the loss of other academic and prestigious academics. Like, for example, the president of the Islamic University of Gaza and the previous president of the Islamic University of Gaza and the president of the University College of Applied Sciences, 3 of them were killed during war. And the 3 of them are professors, and like the Professor Sufyan, who is the president of the Islamic University, was ranked in the top 2% of the top scientists in physics worldwide. So the issue here is more than a financial support, it's a support for the resilience of the Palestinian academic sector or higher education sector to start again. This is one of our assets. And this is number one. Number two, there is some kind of initiatives that is so welcomed as well. Most of them like online teaching, online learning, the initiative of the Ministry of Higher Education and the Palestinian universities, and some other like universities. But also there are some initiatives to have this, to keep a place for some students as well as some staff to be a visitor staff at some universities worldwide. These initiatives will not support the issue of the Palestinian crisis or the Palestinian academic crisis, but it will support some of the Palestinian academics and some of the Palestinian students so that the remaining incoming resources to Gaza Strip will be like people share will increase or academic share will be increased. So all of these are some kind of avenues that community and worldwide community should collaborate to make it happen, or let's say to alleviate the Palestinian crisis in Gaza Strip. Because as I said before, the crisis there, the disaster is much bigger than an effort from a single community or a single country. It needs this collective efforts from everyone. And what can be done after war? As Dr. Wissam mentioned, there is a huge destruction in the infrastructure of the universities. I would say that the Islamic University of Gaza, Al-Azhar University, Al-Isra, like most universities lost around 70% of their infrastructure. But the Islamic University of Gaza lost around 95% of its infrastructure. The issue here is not with the buildings, but when it comes to practical fields, with like, for example, engineering, health sciences, there is no infrastructure that provide that suitable training for the students to enable them to join the labor market and to help in rebuilding the society, the Palestinian society, once there is a ceasefire. So what is needed at this point is to offer training avenues or training opportunities, offering virtual labs. All of these can help to alleviate and support the Palestinian people who will stay in Gaza. Of course, you hear that there are some people who left Gaza, but this percentage is still minimum. And I'm sure that most of them will go back to Gaza. This is like some kind of our passion is to be in Gaza. So the point is we need to support those people who are in Gaza now to have these opportunities, training opportunities, international training opportunities. The Palestinian society is already well known with its human capital and the mindset of those human capital. So we have to persist this asset because it's the only thing that we have. This is the only thing that no one is going to destroy, even after war or within war. There is also a need, of course, when there is a ceasefire, there is a need for scholarship fees to cover the student fees. The student will not be able to pay their fees, and the universities will not be able to operate without the fees. So one important avenue is to support the student or the universities with the scholar fees. Alongside is to go through the online education, to provide some kind of labs, some kind of infrastructure that enable all of this. There is a need also to the access to the online resources, especially the libraries. There is no libraries now in Gaza Strip. Like most of the Palestinian archive is already destroyed. And the libraries at the universities, most of them, like the books were turned into like a way to fire, to set a fire, to cook. This is what did happen for the universities' libraries, because people didn't fight cooking gas. People are like struggling to live. So what did they do is to use the books to have this fire to cook what is ever like available. So there's no books currently. Like we could say that there is a loss of around 70 to 80% of the books. So there is a need to online access to other books, to modern books. And I would think that this would be like an opportunity to access a new and like the new books, the new publications, and it will give the Palestinian students an opportunity to find out the most recent scientific publications. And last thing is to focus on the international engagement. And I would later on this presentation focus on how the international engagement would support the restructuring of higher education sector. The international engagement is through academic exchange, through research collaboration, and especially now, I think there, even within the war, you would see and notice on the news that people didn't lose hope, and they are still working or trying to innovate new solutions that fit the crisis that they are facing. So I think these things are important. Why? Because Gaza Strip could be considered like an important, could be considered as important avenue to understand how to manage a crisis worldwide. And the world is like based on the World Bank, the world is is not witnessing less crisis, rather more crises are coming. And this is not my words, this is the World Bank expectation. So how the international engagement could help in alleviating the destruction in Gaza Strip. I would focus on because of my working at the Islamic University of Gaza, I would focus on the IUG case study, how the international engagement braked the siege and how the virtual internationalization helped to go and build partnerships. So what is about IUG? It's one of the largest Palestinian universities established in 1978. It's the first university in Gaza Strip, public university, and number of graduates, 90,000, and some 500s. There is around 58% females and 42 males among the student distribution 2023. We have 11 faculties: health sciences, engineering, IT, economics and administrative studies, education, arts, religion, all we have the full spectrum of academic disciplines. We have also different centers as well. These things help in building our partnerships. And these partnerships, the university celebrated around 300 universities partnership worldwide. And I would say that we started these partnerships from online communication. Me, myself, I never visited most of the universities that we have partnerships with. But all what we have is to use our capacities as well as the on internet and online communication to establish these partnerships. And we are not only partnering with universities like ordinary or regular, we focus on top-tier universities worldwide. And this is for the how this international partnership help in international mobilities. we have 65 international partners. We are in 65 project partners that supported international credit mobility. And we put into place some kind of a prevention action to prevent brain drain. So how the international community could support or supported IUG in the past? By student exchange at different levels, by scientific research collaboration for community research, like for electric power issues, water, sanitation, for researchers exchange, conferences, and workshops. I'm going to finish, I'm already done. And for capacity building for researchers, administrators, and also students. So all of this could be used again to support the higher education. And it's important to mention that the higher education sector started by tens and didn't stop even with the big challenges that we faced in the past, and will not stop even within this war. And thank you so much for listening. And I'm sorry if I'm taking more time than expected. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Amani. I'm very pleased to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Sami Al-Botmeh, who is Assistant Professor in Economics at the Faculty of Business and Economics, and formerly the Director of the Center for Development Studies at Birzeit University.
Thank you, Omar, and thank you for inviting me to speak. I was asked actually to speak with regards to the West Bank, with regards to the developments, broad developments in the West Bank and the implications of these developments to education, to higher education. Of course, particularly since October 7th. The West Bank has been actually facing intense Israeli attacks since October 7th. Nothing of the magnitude and intensity in the Gaza Strip, but actually it had to deal with quite heavy-handed Israeli attacks and colonial measures. There has been, as a result, there has been huge also casualties within the West Bank. Nearly 500 people were killed, and about 20% of these people are children. The new development that has been taking place in the West Bank is in relation to prisoners, the death of prisoners in prison, of course, as a result either of negligence or torture. Around 5,000 people also have been injured since the 7th of October within the West Bank. Arrests and imprisonment of Palestinians in the West Bank has been a tool for Israel's colonialism in the past few months. And at the moment, there are 9,300 Palestinians in Israeli prisons, and those are from the West Bank. Those exclude arrests from the Gaza Strip. And the numbers actually grow by the day. And the conditions within the prisons, the reports, people who actually are getting out of prisons are telling horror stories of the magnitude that the Israeli authorities, the colonial authorities are pressuring prisoners, starving prisoners, torturing prisoners. As described by many long-term prisoners, this has been unprecedented within prisons. At the same time, the West Bank has been seeing a lot of structure demolitions, homes, businesses, farms. There has been a huge land confiscation and displacement of Palestinians. This is what Israel does. You know, it's very busy with its genocide in the Gaza Strip, killing people, destroying buildings, infrastructure, and so on. But at the same time, it is reorganizing the map of the West Bank through land confiscation, particularly within Area C. And within the past few months, nearly 27,000 dunums. Dunums is 1,000 square meter have been confiscated by Israel, and part of the confiscation process is driving people out. So there are huge communities that have been displaced, particularly within the Jordan Valley and the south of the West Bank. Settler attacks within the West Bank have been growing, and these attacks are protected by the Israeli army. So settlers would attack homes, would attack properties, would shoot people, and the army would come and stop the Palestinians who are trying to resist these attacks. So there has been a growing trend in these attacks in the past few months within the West Bank. In relation to movement restrictions, these have been reimposed. They've never gone away, but the number of checkpoints, the number of barriers, the number of earth molds have been increased within the West Bank. So Israel has revoked all the permits of Palestinian workers in Israel. The number used to be nearly 200,000 Palestinian workers. So there was closure of checkpoints along the Green Line. But there was also checkpoints added and activated within areas within the West Bank. There was also a huge increase in settler attacks at these checkpoints because Palestinians would stand waiting to pass from point A to point B, and settlers use these checkpoints as targets to attack Palestinians. Now, this is a very, a quick description of what has been happening in the West Bank in terms of displacements, killings, in terms of imprisonment. This had a grave impact on the educational process within the West Bank, both at school level and at university level. There are around 140,000 higher education students within the West Bank. The population is 3.2. So again, as colleagues have explained, Palestinians tend to value education as ignorance is the friend of colonialism, and historically, as part of resisting Israel's colonialism, Palestinians have engaged in education at a very, very large scale, especially women's education. Since the 7th of October, the mechanisms that Israel have been using are not new, really. Israel have been using these mechanisms all along. It's the intensity and the frequency and the extent of these mechanisms that have changed. So there has been a targeting of staff and students from all Palestinian universities and colleges at checkpoints and arrests from their homes and residences. At the same time, of course, all student union presidents and leaders are imprisoned for all universities. This has been the case that some are arrested, but at the moment, all student union leaders are in prison. A number of campuses have been raided and vandalized, including in Najah University, Tubas branch of the Open University, Khaduri, and Bir Zayt, not just once, but several times. And of course, this is in addition to schools, particularly schools in Area C. There was also targeting of international colleagues who used to come and teach at Palestinian universities. Very few of them exist anyway, since Israel has been making it extremely difficult for these colleagues to come and teach within the West Bank. Very few of them were amongst us. Now they all have been, in a way, driven out through non-renewal of visas. We've been teaching online since 7th of October because having students come to universities is basically endangering their lives through arrests, through killings, and so on. So universities have switched into electronic teaching. And in a way, this has turned each and every university into a besieged entity, in the sense that there is no communication whatsoever between students and staff, but through electronic means. And at the time when this was the genocide is taking place in Gaza, it wasn't at all not just easy, but in a way humane to actually be in communication with each other via electronic means. It was very difficult for our students, and it was very difficult for us as well, because we were thinking of mechanisms to support our colleagues in Gaza, to support students in Gaza. And it wasn't easy for us to come together and work together because we're separated by these barriers, by these movement restrictions, by our incapacity to come together and work together. What Palestinian universities in the West Bank have been doing, briefly, I would describe as basically trying to carry or basically fulfill our duties as scholars in terms of writing about what's happening in the Gaza Strip, not just describing what's happening, but also articulating it from a decolonization aspect or angle, in the sense that we've engaged in debate amongst ourselves as scholars in our writings with our students, as articulating what's happening in the Gaza Strip as a stage in the liberation process, in the struggle towards decolonialism. So that we saw as an important part of our duty towards ourselves, because we see Gaza as just is part of who we are as scholars and students. We have been working always with colleagues in the Gaza Strip, and therefore communicating with our colleagues and engaging our colleagues in the Gaza Strip is another matter that we try to continue with. Engaging the rest of the world and colleagues internationally regarding the Gaza Strip, and thinking about how to contribute towards the struggle has been a component of the work. Within Palestinian universities in the West Bank, a number of initiatives have been started. One of them at Bir Zayt University, but others exist at Palestinian universities, whereby we are going to enroll students from the Gaza Strip in universities within the West Bank, of course, for a short period of time, to enable a process of returning to education. And we see this as important because we see it as a process of rebuilding hope, that we will work together to rebuild the educational process in the Gaza Strip. So the Birzeit University initiative is to help in the process of rebuilding the infrastructure that we've learned so much about, and we've seen so much of its destruction in the Gaza Strip. But we also are coordinating with colleagues in the Gaza Strip, engaging in the education of students. So far, there has been around 9,000 students from the Gaza Strip who have registered at Birzeit University. And in May, we are planning to start the teaching process. We're also trying to in a way, run research programs with colleagues internationally as well as colleagues in the Gaza Strip to continue with our scholarly work. We really need to emphasize the significance of international solidarity. The issue here is not just about resources, and of course, it's extremely important to put pressure to end the genocide in the Gaza Strip. Yet, it is important to keep in mind that this is a struggle against colonialism, and this is a stage in the process. And therefore, this struggle needs to continue in the future through mechanisms of pressure on Israel. And these mechanisms shouldn't actually stop till there is an end to Israel's colonialism. Our short-term efforts focus on stopping the genocide, and not just the introduction of humanitarian aid, but stopping the genocide should go hand in hand with provision of humanitarian aid. And the coming together, actually, of us Palestinians everywhere, in the West Bank, in the diaspora, together with colleagues internationally, to work to rebuild the educational sector in the Gaza Strip. Not just the buildings, but supporting students, supporting staff, providing systems, providing access, as a colleague Amani explained just before this talk. I will end my contribution here by inviting everyone to think about how we will work with colleagues in the Gaza Strip, be it students or staff, to rebuild this sector. And I invite you to look into the initiatives that Palestinian universities in the West Bank have been initiating to start this process. Yet we shouldn't forget that this is a political struggle, and it will only end by ending the colonization of Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Samia. Thank you. Our final speaker on this panel is will be well known to you all as one of the key organizers of this weekend's events. Dr. Chandni Desai is the Assistant Professor of Critical Studies of Equity and Solidarity at the University of Toronto. Okay.
Just want to say it's such an honor to be speaking alongside my colleagues in Palestine. And I mean, after what they've shared and what they've been through, you know, it feels a bit overwhelming to think alongside around the current moment and what comes next. 45,000 missiles, giant bombs, dumb bombs, bunker busting bombs, white phosphorus, smart bombs, weighing 65,000 tons, more than the weight and power of 3 nuclear bombs, indiscriminately dropped over the densely populated areas in Gaza within the first 100 days of Israel's genocidal war against the Palestinian people. Burning through flesh, causing severe burns, injuries, disabilities for those that survived. 9 internationally banned bombs and missiles were and continue to be used for mass killings. 31,000 martyrs and counting, and the total destruction of essential infrastructure, obliterating hospitals, schools, universities, bakeries, health clinics, residential areas, homes, religious sites, cultural heritage, roads, agricultural sites, and other aspects of infrastructure. Threats of annihilating Palestinian existence and wiping a people off the map, genocidal intent, has been heard, witnessed, well documented, and presented, particularly before the International Court of Justice by South Africa. In the first 100 days of Israel's genocide, every university in Gaza was bombed and destroyed, alongside libraries, archives, publishing houses, cultural centers, activity halls, museums, bookstores, cemeteries, monuments, and archival materials that date over 150 years. History turned to rubble and dust. 386 school buildings, or 78% of all schools in Gaza, have sustained damage, with 25 schools fully damaged. Many schools and universities before their destruction were transformed into military barracks or bases where Israeli occupation forces engaged in torture and the execution of Palestinians that they had kidnapped or were housing in particular schools. Taking pride in their barbaric war crimes, Israeli occupation forces blow up universities and schools on live stream and post videos on social media outlining the destruction they've caused. Al-Isra was one where we saw the detonation with 315 mines on live stream. Over 5,000 students, 240 teachers, and 100 academics have been killed. This is a conservative estimate, and many were deliberately targeted and assassinated, such as Soufiane Taye, the president of Islamic University of Gaza and one of Gaza's top scientists, but also the world's top scientist, and the beloved English professor Rifat El-Harir, similar to the ways in which Palestinian intellectuals and cultural figures have been historically targeted and assassinated. And I just mentioned 2, but the list is massive. Almost 90,000 Palestinian university students cannot attend a university anymore in Gaza because they simply do not exist. And 620,000 students are out of school. Israel is committing scholasticide. It is a colonial attempt to annihilate Palestinian futures and existence, and this also applies to the West Bank and East Jerusalem. Scholasticide was coined by the Oxford professor Nabulsi during the 2009 Israeli assault on Gaza to describe the systematic destruction of Palestinian education by Israel, and she contextualized it within the context of Israel's decades-long settler colonization, apartheid, and occupation of Palestine. Following Israeli airstrikes on Al-Azhar University and the Islamic University in November 2023, building on this conceptualization, Abdelrazak Takriti and I worked to broaden the definition to encapsulate a far more broader definition because of the unprecedented scale of destruction and killing that we saw during this war, and the annihilation of Palestinian education, which is distinct from previous Israeli invasions of Gaza. Abid Tikriti notes, and I quote him, Israel's colonial policy in Gaza has now shifted from a focus on systematic destruction to total annihilation of education, end quote. Scholasticide comprises acts that entail systematic destruction in whole or in part of the educational life of a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. Scholasticide is a central pillar of genocide, particularly this genocide. If we go back to the original definition of genocide that was penned by Raphael Lemkin, who coined the term genocide, he observed that genocide is a composite of different acts of persecution or destruction, ranging from physical elimination to the forced disintegration of a people's political and social institutions, culture, language, national sentiments, and religion. And the genocide definition doesn't actually encapsulate this. So given that the Palestinian education system and knowledge systems are social, political, and cultural institutions, under the Lemkenian definition, their denial of the right to exist as a people and the subsequent attempt to annihilate them through various modes of elimination makes this a structural genocide, what scholars of settler colonial studies would call a structural genocide. For Lemkin, genocide is a process, not an act. And the way I think about it, scholasticide is not an event. Scholasticide is a feature of Israeli colonialism. As the UN Special Rapporteur for the Occupied Territories, Francesca Albanese, recently penned in her report, Anatomy of Genocide, she suggests, I quote, Israel's genocide on the Palestinians in Gaza is an escalatory stage of a long-standing settler colonial process of erasure. For over 7 decades, this process has suffocated the Palestinian people as a group, demographically, culturally, economically, and politically, seeking to displace it and expropriate and control its land and resources, end quote. The massive destruction and erasure of Palestinian educational life, history, and culture is a state-organized practice, the state-organized practice of a colonial apartheid state. This systematic destruction is at the core of the settler colonial logic of elimination. This logic drives a settler population and settler populations to replace indigenous peoples in their aim to establish a new society on the land that they're trying to take. For example, this logic was exercised during the 1948 Nakba. Thousands of Palestinian books, manuscripts, libraries, archives, photographs, cultural artifacts, and cultural property were looted, destroyed, or damaged by Zionist militias. In 1948, Palestinian schools were destroyed or damaged, or later appropriated for use by the new Israeli state in many ways. Scholasticide is part of the colonial continuity of attacking, destroying, and erasing a people's educational life, knowledge systems, plundering material culture and cultural heritage, and most importantly, erasure. The assault on Palestinian educational and cultural institutions did not begin in response to the October 7th Al-Aqsa operation. Israel has a long record of targeted attacks on Palestinian institutions that produce knowledge and culture, and also engages in the theft and destruction of Palestinian materials, knowledge, books, archives, libraries, art, but also the targeting and the killing of Palestinian intellectuals and cultural producers. Palestinians have endured several periods of intense attacks on their cultural and educational life. This includes the 1967 war, Israel's 1982 invasion of Lebanon, during which a number of Palestinian liberation organizations, institutions that produce knowledge were destroyed, that Ilan Pappe referenced, and the First and Second Intifadas. Following Israel's destruction of the Palestine Research Center in Lebanon in 1982, the Palestinian poet Mahmoud Darwish said, I quote, "He who steals land does not surprise us by stealing a library, He who kills thousands of innocent civilians does not surprise us by killing paintings, end quote. The colonial theft continues unabashed. During the bombing of El Isra University in January 2024, Israel also targeted the National Museum. Licensed by the Ministry of Antiquities, the museum housed over 3,000 rare artifacts which were looted. According to the Arab Regional Group at the International Council of Monuments and Sites, more than 200 of the 325 registered sites in Gaza considered of national or global historic, archaeological, natural, religious, and humanitarian importance have been destroyed or severely damaged by the Israeli military. And the archivists and librarians for Palestine Collective have documented extensively the destruction of cultural heritage during this genocidal war. And this is why we have to think about the importance of Palestinian institutions. Palestinian institutions are so important and necessary because it is within those institutions that collective life is imagined, organized, and created. When possible, anti-colonial collective life is imagined, organized, and created. For colonized peoples, education, whether in the form of formal or informal schooling or knowledge transmission, is essential for survival. Half a century before the famous Brazilian educator Paulo Freire wrote Pedagogy of the Oppressed, the Palestinian educator Khalil Sakakini believed that education could be used for rebellion and emancipation against colonial powers. During the British Mandate of Palestine, he was convinced that he and the educational system were obliged to carry out a national project, a national political project with a great potential to bring about far-reaching social change. Sakakini outlined the significance of education as rooted in the Palestinian anti-colonial struggle against the British Mandate and Zionist forces. And as Ilan Pappe just mentioned, the proposal for Palestinian universities were refused by the Mandate. After 1948, part of Palestine's material base was lost during the Nakba. As such, Palestinian society invested immensely in education as a significant source of human capital, particularly for the refugees. As Nabulsi just reminded us a few minutes ago, education was one of the most important aspects for the refugee people. The Palestinian people have the highest literacy rate in the Arab world. They have the highest number of PhD graduates per capita worldwide. Against colonial erasure and loss, education has had profound political significance for the Palestinian people. For colonized societies, education rooted in anti-colonial struggle opens up possibilities for documenting, knowing, and analyzing one's history, preserving national identity, building a national movement, resisting colonial imperialist violence, and also connecting with other struggles. For the Palestinian Liberation Organization, education was thus essential, and youth, particularly refugees, were supported through the establishment of educational institutions, specifically in the refugee camps. Curriculum development took place, the dissemination of children's books produced by publishing houses such as Dar al-Fatah al-Arabi also was one mechanism of support. Scholarships, grants, and other financial assistance was provided to Palestinian students, including political and financial assistance to the General Union of Palestinian Students. When Palestinian universities were established in the 1970s in the West Bank and Gaza, they took upon themselves the important role of construction of a Palestinian national identity against settler colonialism. Universities became spaces that facilitated the political evolution of the Palestinian national movement and collective life. During the 4-year closure of Palestinian schools during the First Intifada, popular education was established and teaching and learning continued. They continued through mass support and popular initiatives. The Israeli state knew the importance of education for the colonized, and Ilan, I think, mentioned a bit of that. From the outset, they perceived Palestinian universities as a hotbed of nationalism and anti-colonial struggle. In the post-Oslo period, in the absence of a unified Palestinian liberation movement, Palestinian universities, to some degree, at moments fill the gaps, and part of it is the student activism that Samia gestured to. For this reason, Israel has issued hundreds of military orders targeting Palestinian universities and their faculty and students who have been targets of direct and structural Israeli violence, including incarceration, which again, Samia talked about, which also constitute features of Scholasticide. For a people under a siege, a 16-year siege, universities have been creative, innovative hubs for social, political, and economic development. And I really learned about the medical sector through one of my friends, Tariq Lubani, a couple of months ago, and the kind of innovative work that happens in hospitals to create ways to serve a people. Despite many Israeli invasions prior to the Gaza genocide, the people of Gaza have always remained steadfast and have rebuilt after numerous wars. The targeted killing of the educated class is intended to make it difficult for Palestinians to restore the political and socioeconomic conditions needed to survive and rebuild Gaza, particularly as it has been made uninhabitable during this genocide, and also as Israel tries to put its plan of ethnic cleansing through the genocide in process. Everything right now feels urgent. Political priorities at this time have to be clear. Working collectively to end this genocide is number one. Ending the siege as part of ending that genocide is central. And because we're scholars, ending the Scholasticide is important because it is a feature of genocide. Despite this whole-scale destruction of Gaza's education system, most academic institutions around the world have remained silent about Israel's Scholasticide. It is incredibly shameful that university administrators, deans, and even our colleagues have been quiet about this destruction and annihilation. What is needed is principled anti-colonial international solidarity from this part of the world, which entails supporting Palestinian institutions in Gaza first and foremost, and heeds the asks of our colleagues in Gaza, which Amani has given us many things to think about, specifically institutional partnerships that also break the siege, despite knowing how difficult this would be in Western institutions, given the funding of the pro-Israel lobby. Nevertheless, those that want to support higher education in Palestine, specifically Gaza, need to be mindful that one's own approaches or desire to help does not contribute to erasure, as the Israeli state has already attempted to do so. There are numerous initiatives popping up that reproduce certain colonial and racial logics that actually don't align with what our colleagues in Gaza need. And it's imperative to really think about why it is that you want to do what you want to do if it's not grounded in what is being asked for. Solidarity with Gaza's institutions of higher education needs to be enacted on principles that do not undermine and delegitimize those existing institutions, because these institutions are the backbone in a colonial society. Despite the buildings being destroyed and many killed, there are also academics who have survived and will endure this genocide. Principled anti-colonial solidarity resists individualism and savior mentalities. Rather, it requires listening to those that are most impacted by this genocide, that have been forcefully displaced, like my colleagues, that have lost their homes and their livelihoods, they've lost their universities, and are actually uncertain about what the future holds. They say, will we even return? Even if the genocide ends, it will take years to rebuild Gaza's educational sector, which has experienced a state of collapse. Rebuilding and returning to the previous fragile state requires significant effort and international resources at the local, regional, and international levels. There must be a strong commitment to advocacy to highlight the importance of education and improve its infrastructure and support for faculty and students. As Amani stated, there is a risk of a brain drain and de-development. Principled international solidarity is thinking of ways to support our colleagues that want to ensure that education of their students continue, even with schools and university closures. And we have history lessons to look to, like the First Intifada. We also need to be mindful of the role of Israeli institutions, particularly universities, in their complicity in the genocide and Scholasticide, as Israeli universities are architects that develop the military strategies, technologies, weaponry for the annihilation of the Palestinian people. And our institutions, financial alliances and allegiances and partnerships with Israeli universities are complicit in genocide. The ICJ in its historic ruling on 26 January 2024 determined that Israel is plausibly committing genocide and issued provisional measures for Israel to immediately stop its genocidal acts under Article 2 of the Genocide Convention. We must act as faculty and students to ensure that our institutions uphold their ethical obligations under international law. The Scholasticide toolkit developed by Scholars Against the War on Palestine is an important resource that is being used globally to develop letters on Scholasticide to university administrators, used to mobilize motions for faculty associations and unions, Scholasticide vigils that are being held to commemorate our fallen comrades and colleagues and students, and events to discuss the destruction of Palestinian universities and institutions and the complicity of Israeli universities in that destruction. As part of a broader campaign, Scholasticide is an important aspect of genocide, and that can be also used in organizing spaces to bring light to not only what is happening in Gaza, but eventually to really thinking about moving forward when it comes to BDS initiatives that many people might be involved in. Posing ethical and moral questions about what Israel is doing is imperative now more than ever, as the people are being slaughtered for all of us to see on a daily. In the face of an Israeli US-backed genocide, we have to find ways to educate, imagine, organize, mobilize, and support our Palestinian colleagues, Palestinian students, Palestinian institutions, guided by principles of anti-colonialism. Let's work collectively here and across the country to ensure that our colleagues' deaths do not go in vain, but beyond the country, let's collectively work globally in a movement to ensure that our colleagues' deaths do not go in vain. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chani. Unfortunately, we have no time for discussion. We're going to move swiftly on to the next panel, a very important panel on medical testimonies. But I do want to ask you to join me in giving a big thank you to all our speakers today.
Yeah, the medical panel. So I think the medical panel is up next. And everybody can take just a stand-up stretch break while they're coming up here. And then we're going to take, after the medical panel, we'll take a brief break and then come back to the program. We just have an important doctor that has to be in the ER in the morning, so we want to get this panel going. These are lifesavers that are coming up here.
By the way, I encourage everybody to listen carefully to this panel. All of the doctors have just come back from service in Gaza, and they know a lot about what's going on there. So I think we really, really need to listen carefully to their testimonies. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? It's on. So I would like to thank the organizers of the conference, and I would also like to thank the National Arab American Medical Association that is also supporting this panel. Lest our sense of humanity compass loses its way, the international humanitarian law reminds us and stipulates that health establishments and units, including hospitals, should not be attacked. This protection extends to the wounded, sick, and medical staff and their means of transport. After 56 years of Israeli occupation and de-development of Gaza, 17 years of besieging Gaza, the current iteration of Israel's war on Palestine has put out of commission one medical unit after the other in plain sight and with full awareness of the whole world. Much like Garcia Marquez's novel Events of a Death Foretold reads, only on a genocidal scale. The impact on healthcare delivery to this already vulnerable and besieged population has been immense. And today with us, we have four colleagues who have generously showed up and are going to provide testimony. We will begin with Dr. Tariq Lubani, who is a physician and associate professor of medicine in Canada. Dr. Lubani.
Thank you so much for having me here. My colleagues are going to provide a lot of incredibly detailed and upfront, up-close testimony. And that gives me the unique opportunity to instead meander a little bit with you about some of my own experiences in Gaza. And I want to start with something that had happened with my grandmother that I'm only now finally coming to understand. Just before she had died, when I was finally realizing that I needed to ask her about what was happening, I asked her, Siti, tell me about our village, Sasa. And she would always start these stories with the same word, ugh. I always knew what the word nostalgia meant, the pain of coming home. When my grandmother would talk about Sasa, I could see it. I could see her suffer. She was a successful businesswoman, poorly educated, who wanted her children to have the best education possible. And she lost not just a lot, but everything, save for her children. Despite that, she never spoke about the day the Israelis came. She never spoke about the destruction. She never talked about any of that. She always talked about the beauty of Sasa, about zaytunatha, her olive trees, about her house, her land, her taboon, her kitchen. She talked about the most beautiful things. Things that I can only now start to fully appreciate and understand. I understand it because now I think about Shifa, which is, for all intents and purposes, my hometown in Gaza. And I want to tell you about Shifa and start as my grandmother did. Ugh. Ugh. I roamed every inch of Shifa. I would walk through it. I would walk around it. I'd walk to it, from it. I would spend the days waiting for my shift. I used to start at 4, finish at midnight. The least desirable shift of all, but I loved it because it allowed me, just before I started, to lay down on the administrative building, close to solar panels that had been put there by some Japanese organization, augmented by one of our fundraisers. And I would lie down and soak in the sun that was also feeding the incubators and the nephrology, the dialysis machines, and just absorb it. Everybody was in their own way suffering, but they never let me feel it. They were a constant source of joy. My friends, my surrogate family. I remember them, the honking horns, the falafel maker just outside. I remember all of the beauty of those moments, despite the difficulties of those moments. I remember the first time I met a doctor named Ahmed, a senior in his medical school class. Ahmed was not at that time the most extraordinary person, but that's not because he wasn't extraordinary. That's because all of my students were. He asked me to teach him how to sew, and I did. And I taught him my little trick with anesthetizing when we had it available. He would go on to be so much better than I was at sewing. His hands were so good, he became a plastic surgeon. He would talk sometimes about his mother, a doctor. We would connect on that because my mother was a doctor, is a doctor. And he would tell me how he knew that he would never be quite as good as her. Dr. Ahmed Maqadma and his mother were both executed at Shifa just a few weeks ago. The devastation that was left behind by what is most likely to be, what we hope to be, the worst massacre in the history of Palestinians is unbelievable in its scope and in its depravity. It is unbelievable. Seasoned, hardened veterans, people who have treated the worst things that the Israelis had done up to those points, are shocked. I am shocked. I've been literally tortured by the Israelis. I've been shot by the Israelis. I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. When people told me what was happening, when witnesses told me what was happening, I thought, no. When they told me about Muhammad al-Nunu, how he had been executed at the side of his patients because he refused to leave, I said no. I couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it. But Nunu was executed in cold blood. Ahmed al-Maqadma was executed in cold blood. His mother was executed in cold blood. I'll probably never tell my kids about the massacre. Just like my mother never told me about what she saw. When once I was talking to her, she said, she would talk about how noisy the village was, considering how small it was. And I said to her, well, Sitti, the village is quiet now, because my father had just visited recently before I saw her that time, and had mentioned how it was basically a ruin, an old people's home. And she said, لا يا ابني, عم تاخد نفس. No, my son, it's just taking a breath. The way she said it with her accent, that word for breath is the word for self. It's finding itself. Shifa is out of commission. It seems like it's silent, but I'll tell you what my grandmother told me. عم تاخد نفس. Just taking a breath, finding itself. Because it won't be long before we take it back. It won't be long before we build it back. It won't be long before Shifa finds itself and its breath. It won't be long. I will not rest. I will not be like my grandmother who never got to see Sasa exhale. No. I will be back to Shifa and I will rebuild it. But as you know, that is not an individual act, because at the end of the day, I am nobody alone. And so it is not me who will rebuild it. It is all of the Palestinians who will rebuild it and us who will join them in doing that. It's taking a breath, but we have to be there. We have to do, we have to act. We have to never allow what has happened to happen again. I will always tell the stories like my grandmother told them to me, starting with when we remember, starting with the pain of going back home. So let us take these moments, these stories that you're going to hear from these incredible doctors who have been there. I haven't been there. I can't go there. I listen to them too. So let us take their stories and let us use them to redouble our efforts and our energy and to draw from them and to never forget and act more brave than we ever have before.
Check one, two. Thank you, Tariq. I must say I didn't expect that, but that was powerful. Sasa is in Jalil, right? I'll take a breath. Next is Dr. Yiping J. Dr. Yiping J is a family physician and public health and preventative medicine, also from Canada. Dr. J.
Thank you. It's such an honor to be here. It's also my great honor to follow Dr. Tariq as I was able to enter Rafah as a primary care doctor in February and work under the guidance of Tariq as he coordinated our team entering and was on the phone with me as bombs fell from the sky and comfort me as I panicked over the phone, having had the experience of working in primary care during an ongoing genocide. I want to start by positioning myself briefly, if I may. I identify as Chinese Canadian. I received this citizenship of being Canadian when I was in grade 5. My parents passed a citizenship test. They're both Chinese themselves. And reckoning with this identity of what does it mean to be Canadian, have this identity and citizenship on stolen land in Canada, off of the graves of Indigenous children in the history and the legacy and the ongoing impacts of the genocide of Indigenous peoples in Canada. And what does that mean as a Canadian? And it's through that framing and context that I've been working in the space of Indigenous health, primarily First Nations and Inuit in the context of Canada for approximately the past 8 to 10 years. And it's from that framing of anti-racism and decolonial work in health and healthcare and public health spaces in Canada that led me to the question and the topic and the issue of Palestine from the framing of Zionism and settler colonialism. And it's from that exact framing that I study public health and I study anti-racism and what does it mean to decolonize healthcare spaces. In this idea of true decolonization starts from the individual, and to do that individual work and to be our most authentic selves and present ourselves in these movements for solidarity is exactly what I hope all of us are able to do moving forward. There's something very specifically different about the healthcare and the humanitarian response related to what's happening in Gaza, as we all know. The first is the forced starvation of the structural and systemic withholding of food, water, and the complete destruction of shelter, meaning there's the overlapping crisis of food, clean water, and shelter insecurity that's affected every person in Gaza. There's also the structural and systemic targeting of healthcare infrastructure, including all hospitals and healthcare workers, to the point where the World Health Organization produces a bi-weekly report on the attacks on healthcare, which is now in its hundreds. And so when I think about the challenges of working in the primary care system, it's challenging to even call it a system because there really is none at this point. I worked at 2 primary care clinics in Rafah and visited parts of Khan Yunis around some of the field hospitals and the European Gaza hospital, which is the only partially functioning hospital in the entire Gaza Strip currently. The cases that we saw were abundantly infectious disease cases. When I was there in mid-February, there was a UNICEF report that already shared that over 90% of children under the age of 5 having 1 or more infectious disease. If you let that sink in and reflect on how it continues to get worse day by day, week by week, and that I was in Rafah. I was in Rafah where it's supposed to be the safe area. It's supposed to be the area where there's more food aid, where there's more supplies. I was already seeing children that were so severely malnourished that I could wrap my entire index finger and thumb around the upper arm and the lower leg of a 9 to 10-year-old child. This is a child that was no longer walking, was walking before, had to be carried in by his mother, had not been eating for about 4 days because of a gastrointestinal infection, so he was vomiting. And he was so severely malnourished to the point where I was worried that he was going to pass away in the next few hours to days. And working with the local doctor there, you know, this is a patient that I would probably see in Canada and recommend admission to hospital for something called refeeding, because you actually have to monitor these children or anyone who's so severely malnourished, because you can actually do more harm by giving physical food to them. But there is no hospital of the stretch of the imagination to be able to do that kind of admission to hospital and monitoring for refeeding. And so it was a death sentence for this child. All we could offer these children who are so severely malnourished and dehydrated was IV fluid, which introduces another source of infection, introduces trauma to the child, irritates the child, makes the child cry, and the guardian or the older sibling or a community member, because some of these children are orphaned, has to deal with the trauma of introducing another thing, medical intervention, that traumatizes the child further, that is only going to prolong life by days, if not hours, depending on how sick some of these children were. I saw something called rickets disease, which is something that I don't think we really talk about in medical school because it's so rare. It's severe vitamin D deficiency to the point where children's bones are not developing properly. Children that should be walking, 12 months of age, 14 months of age, they should be walking. They're not walking. We're talking about children that used to be walking and are no longer walking, if you think about the 9 to 10-year-old child that I saw. We saw a lot of gastrointestinal infections, respiratory infections, urinary tract infections, ear infections, all of which require antibiotics. The clinics that we went to did not have antibiotics. We brought a supply of antibiotics and started using them. But this is not a solution. We know that there's no humanitarian solution to what's happening in Gaza. We also saw a lot of burn injuries, not just from airstrikes and bombings and shellings. There's also a lot of domestic burn injuries because people are trying to stay warm. People are trying to cook. People are trying to warm their water and getting severe third degree, if not worse, burn injuries that require antibiotics, that require wound care. We also saw patients with multiple amputations, eyes removed, and wound care that needed to be addressed. Many of whom had their surgeries done at Al-Shifa Hospital, at Al-Nasser Hospital. When we were there in mid-February, we were supposed to, initially before we entered as a team, we were tasked at Al-Nasser Hospital. Al-Nasser, we all know what happened at Al-Nasser Hospital. It's completely non-functional now, in the same way that Al-Shifa is completely non-functional, with healthcare workers detained, arrested, and executed. And these patients have their external fixation devices from their previous orthopedic surgery still in place, and they cannot be removed unless if they have some kind of follow-up, which there is none. The healthcare workers that we met, they haven't been paid in up to 5-6 months now. They've themselves been displaced 4 or 5 times from the north to the south. Almost everyone that I met was an internally displaced person from the north. They've lost family members, they've lost neighbors, they've lost their home. So they're living in tents, doing this unimaginable, impossible work of caring for their patients and their communities, because this is what they're trained to do. This is what their expertise is in. And so my deepest and profoundest respect goes to these healthcare workers in Gaza, in Palestine, as they continue to do the work that they signed up to do. They are my heroes. We also saw many other patients that required post-operative care that could not receive said post-operative care. It just truly felt like shuffling deck chairs on a sinking ship. The only people that are getting in are healthcare workers, but we know that this is an impossible situation. This is something that we can do from our own positioning, from our own expertise, but we cannot do it alone. We need communities to demand for unrestricted humanitarian aid to enter that actually meets the population's needs. I think about some of the children that I met in the clinic that were not my patients, but always greeted me with a smile. These children always ask me, "How are you and what's your name?" Because these are typically the phrases that they know in English. And I thought these children were 4, 5, 6 years old by their height. And I had other healthcare workers, staff, people at the clinic tell me, "No, you got it wrong. These children are 10, 11, 12 years old." And these children have been physically stunted because I mistook their age by their height. They've been physically stunted by what is now colloquially known as the Gaza diet, the limitation of caloric intakes by the amount of humanitarian aid that was being let into Gaza for years in advance of October 7th. And these children not only have physical stunting, but I imagine cognitive stunting, limitations in learning abilities or learning disabilities. And the more that I learned about nutritional deficiencies and malnutrition, the long-term impacts, there's the impact of dementia. as one becomes an adult, if they live that long, I think about the ways in which the numbers are being reported about the forced starvation, the children that are dying in the north. When we exited Rafah in February, only did we then hear about the tens of children that are dying in the north from starvation. But it confused me because when I was in Rafah, I was sure that there have been at least some patients that have already died from severe malnutrition, even in Rafah, by the cases that I had seen. And this is the privilege of being able to access care, being able to die in front of a nurse or a doctor so that your life gets counted as a number. So there's so many stories, so many people, not only trapped under the rubble, but are dying without the privilege of being cared for by a doctor or a nurse so that they actually get counted as a number. And the ways in which we even work in Gaza is a reflection of the racist double standards as to how certain lives matter more than this in this world than others, especially Palestinians. And this is exactly the narrative that has allowed for a genocide to happen and for it to continue to happen in the ways that I was on the ground and my safety mattered more than my Palestinian healthcare workers, that I was not allowed to leave the medical compound. The patients have to come to me to the clinic. And so there's other models of care that need to be thought about as to how do we actually get to patients where they might have mobility issues, they might have significant physical disabilities, they might have significant mental health conditions like schizophrenia. I spoke to some pharmacists and psychiatrists, and a complete afterthought, or if it's even being thought about in any kind of structural like population health lens, is the mental health challenges of patients with severe like schizophrenia are not on their antipsychotic medication for now 5-6 months. Significant physical disabilities, thinking about not only the new patients that receive amputations and physical limitations that require rehabilitation, require assistive devices, require wheelchairs, but those patients that needed those devices before, and how are they receiving care? The first child to actually be counted as a child that died of severe malnutrition was a patient with cerebral palsy. And so when we think about who is most structurally made vulnerable by these systems of oppression, it is not only children and women who are pregnant and newborns, but it's also those that have physical disabilities, invisible disabilities, severe mental health, and chronic diseases. There's no way to properly manage chronic diseases right now. I wish Dr. Ben Thompson was here because I think he's a nephrologist, he was gonna talk more about this. Oh, he is here? Amazing. So I'll leave that to him to talk about that. I'll just end by saying, on my way out, I was able to visit some patients in Cairo, in Egypt, patients that have been repatriated. Some of these patients, one of whom is an 18-year-old boy with a significant wound injury, an orthopedic surgery fixation device in, and was repatriated out for specialty care, and has been alone for months because there's these rules related to who can travel with these patients, that no men can travel with these patients. And so this child did not have a living mother. His dad was not allowed to travel with him. His older brother was sick and in a hospital admitted. And the only thing that he wanted was to know that his older brother was okay. And thankfully, we were able to, through the contacts that we built on the ground, connect him with his older brother and just get a video message of his older brother to him. But the challenges that these patients are facing, even in other places like Cairo, Egypt, after they've been evacuated, face deportation or face repatriation back to Gaza, even after they don't have all of their ailments treated, just because the system continues to discriminate and extract from Palestinians in this system that we see a lot of players complicit. We see a lot of players consistent with the ongoing genocide in which people are profiting, putting profits over people. And thinking about primary care, thinking about how we must center our patients, patient-centered care. What is the gold standard of care? It's impossible. It's impossible for Palestinians to receive that with the current situation on the ground in Cairo, especially on the ground in Gaza. I will, also mention, especially as we're coming together as scholars, as different professionals, thinking about a path forward addressing the ongoing genocide in Gaza. We have the impossible task of operating within these structures and systems here in the United States, in my context in Canada, within societies and systems that are heavily complicit and enabling of that genocide. But it's only because of the perpetuation of anti-Palestinian racism through these institutional ways in which they label things as professionalism concerns or civility, we're seeing in the context of Canada, that you need to be civil in demanding for human rights, demanding for a genocide to end. To the point where I myself was suspended in early November from my university, and I had to step down from the Canadian Medical Association. These institutions are institutions that are filled with doctors, medical educators that are not only being silent with an ongoing genocide in Gaza, they are actually perpetuating anti-Palestinian racism by upholding their systems of white supremacy and Zionism. But we know that these tactics do not stand the test of time. The University of Ottawa rescinded their indefinite suspension and welcomed me back without any disciplinary action. But with the things that I've seen and I've heard, and also the ways in which we must continue to center the Palestinians in Gaza as they're experiencing the unimaginable, these things are all a distraction. And so I do not have the time and energy, nor the respect or professionalism to think about these colleagues as anything of the sort. Because to label the work that we're doing here as anti-Semitic or as wrong is racist and discriminatory in of itself. I had a resident colleague come to me and tell me their direct supervisor, who knows me by the way, said that they shouldn't post about Gaza anymore on social media. Better yet, they're not allowed to call it a genocide. You shouldn't call it a genocide. This is a physician, a direct supervising physician. And then they went as far as to say, well, if you keep posting about Gaza on social media, then quote unquote, you're next, referring to what happened to me in my suspension in November. And so these are the people that we are surrounded by. And it's extremely harmful, extremely violent, and extremely distracting when we are here trying to call attention to the unimaginable or unspeakable and indescribable experience of a genocide that so many of us cannot fully comprehend being over here. I do not know how my colleagues in healthcare in Gaza are dealing with their moral distress of doing this unimaginable work despite all these circumstances, and yet they persist. And so we must persist. We must persist to help rebuild Gaza. And I'm so glad that Dr. Penn Thompson will be on the panel, and I hope it's okay that I share some of the words that he shared with me as he came back from Gaza just a few weeks ago. I was telling him I'm doing everything within my power to call attention to the genocide in Gaza, and offer my skills and expertise in any way that I can, and then do more. And I hope that's what more people do. And he replied to me saying, and I quote, We won't get a chance to do this life again, brother. Gotta do the best for humanity the first chance we get.
Thank you, Dr. J, for this talk, and thank you for all what you've been doing. Next with us online is Dr. Ben Thompson. I guess Dr. J provided the introduction. Dr. Thompson is a nephrologist and a physician in Canada.
Thank you so much for the introduction, and it's a great honor to present today, especially after Dr. Labani and Dr. Gay, who have so clearly demonstrated integrity and kindness in a time when we're finding this in short supply. I have recently been in Gaza in both September of 2023, as well as just a couple weeks ago in March. I have a few slides I want to show with you just to demonstrate some of the patient cases to exemplify what a genocide looks like for chronic diseases. And you can see my slides, I hope. So I was part of a World Health Organization group that's looking specifically at non-communicable diseases. What that means is conditions like diabetes and blood pressure and cancer and respiratory conditions. And how does genocide impact that? And so before we start, can we confirm that you can see my slides? Can anyone confirm that my slides can be seen? Can you put your hand up in the crowd? Okay, we can see your slides. Fantastic, thank you. So I want to start off with the 25-year-old gentleman that I met in Al-Aqsa Hospital in March, named Ahmed. He unfortunately was the victim of a house bombing, and he suffered a rather horrendous head injury with a piece of shrapnel that essentially caved the right side of his skull in. He came in as part of a multiple casualty event, and his injuries were not survivable. While he himself was alive, it was clear that there was no amount of healthcare that could be provided that would allow him to survive. We were in the emergency room at Al-Aqsa Hospital, and unfortunately, given it was essentially no beds, there was no space to resuscitate, and no space for beds, we were required to bring Ahmed to a corner of a room, place a curtain to the side of him, and he died on the floor in a pile of his own blood and brain matter. Now, this is not dignified. In any stretch of the imagination, this is not a dignified way to die. This is not what I would have wanted for one of my loved ones. He died alone on a floor with no family, no loved ones, and no medications to alleviate his suffering. So I take a step back and I ask, well, how did that happen? How is it that he didn't have space? He didn't have a bed where his family could stay and be with him when he passed. And then I think of what I saw outside the hospital. And this is immediately outside the very same hospital where Ahmed died. This is the Al-Aqsa Hospital. And what you see on the left-hand side is one of the entrances to Al-Aqsa Hospital. And you see that there are internally displaced people who are now living immediately outside the entrance. So those are two brothers on the left-hand side who moved from the north, and the only place where they could live is now the front, one of the doors to the Al-Aqsa Hospital. On the right-hand side, what you see are essentially rows and rows and rows, dozens and dozens and dozens of tents on the same property as the hospital. And the reason this has happened is that Al-Aqsa Hospital in September had a capacity of about 210 patients. Currently, on a good day, it's 500 patients that are staying there. Not only are patients staying there, but internally displaced patients and their families thinking that the only safe place that they have to live in is the hospital, are now living in the hospital. And so these tents represent internally displaced people living outside. But what you see here on the left-hand side are literally families and families of people living within the hospital. And you see they're living against the wall, multiple children. On the right-hand side, those are not patients living against the wall. Those are internally displaced people. And so what's happened is there's essentially no beds in the hospital. All the beds are full with one and sometimes even two patients per bed. And ultimately what's now happening is the emergency room has nowhere for patients to go. And so patients are literally lying immediately adjacent to each other on a floor. So when that multiple casualty came in, what ended up happening, there were 5 people who came in. Ahmed was one, but there were 4 others who could have been resuscitated, and the only place to do it was on the floor. And so we attempted our best with limited medications, limited supplies to resuscitate 4 trauma victims on the floor. So these hospitals are not functioning like regular hospitals. And so from the perspective of non-communicable diseases, one of the things that we examine is how effective are we at delivering palliative care? Well, you can clearly see in Ahmed's case that the targeting of hospitals in this genocide, with 30 of the 35 hospitals targeted and essentially non-functional, or only very few partially functional hospitals, this is the stress that it means that we simply cannot provide palliative care to someone like Ahmed. Ahmed probably is buried here. This is a cemetery that didn't exist in September 2023. This is a cemetery, and you can look in the background and you'll see that it is immediately adjacent to tents. This is in a tent city in Rafah. There used to be 3 cemeteries in Rafah. They immediately filled up very soon in October. And despite the fact that in those cemeteries, there were graves being dug up for the purposes of burying family members within the pre-existing graves, that practice quickly ended, and they needed a new facility or a new location for graves. Now, this picture is only about 1/3 of the place where adults are buried. So Ahmed probably will be buried here, but you'll notice a couple things in this picture. You'll notice, first of all, that the tents are immediately adjacent to the back portion, which means that people are living amongst the dead in conditions that they themselves are barely livable. This is a second part of the cemetery, and you'll notice a couple things. You'll notice the gravestones are much smaller, and that's simply for 2 reasons. First of all, they've run out of gravestones, but the second reason is many of these gravestones are for children. This is only about 1/3 of the size of the entire graveyard. And there's often in some of these graves 4 or 5 children from the same family. Again, if you look in the background, you'll notice that there's in fact tents, again, immediately adjacent to the graveyard. The people living in those tents have no sanitation. They're living on about 2 liters of water a day, which is about 1/7 of the international minimum standard to survive. They have a maximum of 1 and often no meals per day. And given the congestion, have very, very high rates of infectious diseases, such as hepatitis A, diarrheal illnesses, and respiratory illnesses. So you can imagine, again, they're living amongst the dead in conditions that are barely survivable. I want to bring up a second case that I saw, a rather tragic case of an 18-month-old girl that I saw in a non-communicable disease clinic in Rafah. Her mother brought her in, and the child hadn't been eating or drinking for a couple weeks. She had already lost quite a bit of weight, and it wasn't clear why she wasn't eating or drinking, but when I examined her, it was obvious that her liver and spleen were massively enlarged. I could feel lymph nodes. There was very limited availability of blood work, but what I was able to get was highly suggestive that the clinical diagnosis was likely a blood cancer such as lymphoma. Now, contemplating in Canada or in the United States how I would have managed such a scenario, the first thing I would have done would have been to order a CAT scan or an MRI. Now, in September 2023, there were 4 MRI machines. Currently, there are none that are functioning because they've all been bombed. There were 5 CT scanners in September. 4 of them have been bombed. And the one that has not been bombed and destroyed is in the European Gaza hospital and has been waiting for weeks for a part which Israel has to approve for it to be functional again. So essentially, there's no capacity to do a CAT scan or an MRI when I was there. So then I said, okay, well, what if we can just simply biopsy one of the lymph nodes? I can feel it. Maybe we can just biopsy it. In Canada, we would simply biopsy a lymph node, send it to a pathology lab, have a doctor who specialized in that read it, and then tell us what the diagnosis is. So maybe I could have done that instead. Well, the problem is the lab in which that sample would have been read has been bombed. There was one in Shifa Hospital and one immediately next to Shifa Hospital. So both of those have been completely destroyed. So that's not an option. And both of the doctors who could have potentially read that biopsy sample have been killed. So there's essentially no capacity to diagnose new cancers in Gaza currently. We know that on average, there's about 2,000 new cancers in Gaza per year. So that means in 6 months, you're talking probably there's 1,000 cancers that have been missed. So 1,000 new cases of cancer that simply have not been diagnosed, not treated. And then you consider the fact that in September 2023, there were 11,000 people being treated for cancer in Gaza. Children were being treated at the Rantizi Hospital in Gaza City. That has been bombed and destroyed. Adults were being treated at the Turkish Friendship Hospital in Gaza. That has been bombed and destroyed. So the 11,000 people who had cancer prior to October 2023 have no access to ongoing cancer care. 0. So how many of those 11,000 people have died as a result of not having access to cancer care? We don't know, but it's a lot, and it's completely preventable. Unfortunately, the way in which this could be addressed is simply by allowing people with active cancer to leave Gaza. And we inquired about how successful this process was. Unfortunately, if you're a male between the age of 17 and 60, the likelihood of you being allowed out of Gaza is 9% for cancer treatment. So there's a greater than 90% chance that if you have cancer and you're a male in those age groups, you will not be allowed out. Now, the probability of being allowed out for cancer treatment is greater if you're female, greater if you're young, but we're still talking 50%. So the majority of people with cancer can't get out, can't get treatment if they're still there, and new cases are not being diagnosed. So someone like Reem, the 18-month-old girl that I saw, who in September 2023 would have had ready access to diagnosis and treatment, now is quite possibly going to die as a result of the genocide targeting the healthcare system and killing of healthcare professionals. This is a picture I've been given permission to show. This is the gentleman that I saw in Gaza when I was there in March, and he didn't look like this in September. You'll notice a couple things, and you may not notice from the picture, but he has quite significant acne. But his cheeks are very rounded, almost like a moon. And I noticed it as soon as he walked in the room, and I'll explain to you the significance of this. So when he was 12 years old, he had a kidney transplant. And as part of the medications to assure that his kidney transplant remains functional, he was meant to take 3 different medications. 2 of the medications, as soon as October hit, he was unable to access. He was living in the north with his family, and his father, typically once a month, he and his father would have gone to Haifa to have his follow-up appointment at the kidney transplant clinic there. He would have received his medications, his 3 different medications, which he would have continued until his next appointment a month later when he would have again gone to Haifa. Now, as October hit, he was unable at that point to travel back and forth to Haifa, unable to access his medications, and was hoping to find a supply locally in Gaza. Unfortunately, 2 of the 3 medications were simply unavailable. And despite multiple communications that I had with the World Health Organization, it was impossible to get him medications. So he and his family had to make the impossible choice when he ran out of medications, whether he would stay in northern Gaza without any medications, knowing full well that his kidney at some point would fail and that would be mortal, like that would be fatal, or whether he and his family would risk potentially being killed, leaving the north at a time when it was well known that people were being shot while trying to be displaced. So he and his family chose initially the former, which was they waited a month, and he had a month with no medications. Eventually, he and his family decided they had no choice, and then they initially went south. They got to Shifa Hospital, realized it was destroyed, realized they weren't going to be able to access any care there, even though that's where kidney transplants take place within Gaza. He couldn't get any medications there. So he and his family were then again displaced and went to Al-Aqsa Hospital, where again, there were no medications available. So he and his family went further south and eventually were displaced to Rafah after an attempt to go to Khan Yunis, which was too dangerous, and he and his family elected to go to Rafah. So after these multiple attempts to find medications, he ended up at my clinic. And the reason his face looks like a moon is that the only medication he had access to was prednisone. Prednisone is a medication that we do our best to limit exposure to because of a horrendous list of side effects, including massive amounts of weight gain. They often develop diabetes. They often develop skin stretch marks, and their face literally changes shape. And so what he and his family had elected to do is go on a massively high dose of prednisone, accepting that there would be significant consequences just simply because he didn't have access to these 2 other medications. Now he's smiling, but he's actually suffering. And these sorts of inability to access medications, this is actually one of the better stories I have, because the outcome is we managed to find him a secondary source of these medications, and we got him on an appropriate dose. And since I knew about his situation, but there's multiple people who will not come to my clinic. There's multiple people who will be met by a physician who doesn't know how to manage kidney transplant. What about patients who have diabetes and have not been able to access insulin for months? Israel at one point actually forbid pediatric insulin to be allowed in. Many of the clinics now in Rafah are run by non-government organizations or charities, so rely entirely on donations for supplies. When I was there in March, our delegation did bring insulin. We brought as much as we thought was necessary, and it was gone in less than 24 hours. So for the 2 weeks I was there, for 13 of the 14 days, patients would come to the clinic asking for insulin, and we simply didn't have it. So that's the reality right now of the blockage of healthcare supplies, blockage of medications that's happened, and it's leading to death in somewhat atypical way. So when someone dies of a bomb, they're counted. They come to the hospital, they're counted. But people who are dying from this genocide, like Reem, the 18-month-old girl who dies because she can't get cancer care, she's not counted as a death secondary to genocide, but she's as much a victim of this genocide as anyone. This is a picture of the dialysis unit in Al-Aqsa Hospital. And there's a couple things here. This is insanely busy. So the waiting room of a dialysis unit typically is a very quiet place. Typically people come in, they go, they get on the dialysis machine, and then they go home. The reason why there's dozens of people here is because in September 2023, there were 7 different dialysis facilities in Gaza. 4 of them have been completely destroyed. So there's now 3, except one of them, the machines were completely destroyed. And so really there's only two that are functioning, Najjar Hospital in Rafah and Al-Aqsa Hospital, which is shown in this picture. And so of the 1,100 dialysis patients that were getting their treatments in September in 7 different units, now those people have to get their units after being displaced multiple times in an attempt to access their life-saving care to 2 facilities. And so what we identified in our assessment is that first of all, we were only able to account for 750 patients. And we know based on the WHO numbers that there simply haven't been that many dialysis patients evacuated. We know the exact number. And so we established that 65% of dialysis patients will die within a year, given the lack of access to sufficient dialysis, 65%. So of those 1,100 patients, probably 700 of them will die within a year of October 2023. Now, just to give you an idea, that is at least, like, that's the highest death rate I've ever heard anywhere for dialysis, and at least 3 times higher than any death rate I've ever heard for a dialysis group of patients. And so when we think those patients are dying because they can't access dialysis, or because they're trying to access and being killed along the way. Without dialysis for 2 weeks, these patients are dead. You know, if you're a dialysis patient and you can't access it for 2 weeks, you're dead. Already 750, meaning there's, 350 patients that have already died as a result of not being able to access. And that's a direct targeting of the healthcare system. These people will unfortunately not be considered death count from the genocide, but are as much victims of this genocide as anyone else, simply because the healthcare system has been targeted and they can't access their life-saving care. This is the last picture I want to show you. And, really in Gaza, people line up for one of 2 reasons right now. One of them is in banks. So if you're, of the banks that have not been destroyed, it's not uncommon to find people lining up, hoping that the bank opens and they can access whatever small proportion of wages that they hope have been provided if they're government workers. The more common reason now to have lineups is for food. This is a picture in the tent city in Rafah that I earlier showed you pictures of the graveyard. The tent on the right-hand side is a food tent. And so people start lining up hours before it opens. And that's the case here, that the food tent hasn't opened yet. And you'll get lineups of hundreds, if not thousands of people lining up for food. Most of these people will be lucky to get 1 meal in the day, and many of them will go home with none. In the city of Rafah, away from the tent city, orphan children will often be walking through the town with pots. And when they carry their empty pot, they often, will bang their pot with a spoon, hoping that as they're walking through the town, someone will be kind enough to come out and give them food. And we saw dozens of children do this when we were in the city. And I don't remember a single one of them having a pot that actually had food in it. So when we think of, the main point of what I wanted to say today, when we think of genocide and its impact on the healthcare system and the impact on killing Palestinian people, it's important we think about the fact that, yes, starvation will kill dozens. It already has. The bombings are going to kill tens of thousands. They already have. But in most humanitarian emergencies, non-communicable diseases like untreated diabetes, untreated kidney disease, cancer, many of those conditions end up actually killing more people and just aren't simply counted in the way that we typically think the death count should be considered in a genocide. Given what I saw when I was in Gaza in March and in September, to me, I would predict that, in fact, more people will die from non-communicable diseases that remain untreated. And without a health system in place really to address it, than the traditional things that we think about when we think of genocide-induced injuries. I wanted to end it there. Thank you so much for the opportunity to chat with you today.
Thompson, the reports regarding starvation and malnutrition are all the more poignant if we think that Gaza is surrounded by one of the most abundant agricultural lands in Palestine. And many of these people are specifically from those abundant territories. Next is Dr. Yasser Khan. Dr. Yasser Khan is a surgeon in ophthalmologic, plastic, and reconstructive surgery, also via Canada. Canada's in the house. Where's the US? They're putting us to shame, y'all.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa barakatuh. It's hard. I mean, it's actually an honor to follow my colleagues, and it saves me from saying a lot of things and keeping this shorter. But it's hard to believe that 6 months or 7 months after, as a surgeon and as a physician, I'm here still speaking about this. I've been to Gaza twice. I was on probably the first North American mission that went in December, January. This is about 7 of us surgeons from the US and Canada that went. And basically, we went to Khan Yunis to the European Gaza Hospital. At that point in time, the European hospital was functioning, and so was the Nasser Hospital, and saving a lot of lives. Nasser Hospital, I mean, those of you who know, it takes years to build a fully functional hospital. And Nasser Hospital was a major hospital that saved a lot of lives, like thousands of lives before this genocide started, but after as well. And to see it basically a death zone with decomposing bodies and destroyed is a real tragedy. So that's where I went first. But people told me this, and I never really I felt it. But people said that once you go to Gaza, you don't come back complete, because you leave a part of yourself there. And that indeed what happened. I mean, my heart is still there, and I still want to go back there. It's the people and the land. There's something about it that your heart yearns to go back, and I'm ready to go back there tomorrow. In any case, when I first came, and this is in December, January, I've been live streaming this genocide, and it's the first time in history where people have filmed themselves being killed and being slaughtered and murdered, and no one has done anything. And so we went there, and I landed into Khan Yunis. And what I'll try and do is, I mean, I'm a witness, so I went there as a surgeon. I saw, and I can only share what I saw. And I mean, the first thing you notice, and this is what the people now in Gaza have lived with for a long time, but especially the last 7 months, is you heard the 24 hours humming of drones. So the Israeli spy drones were everywhere, and they could tell whether it's a spy drone, whether it's a quadcopter, which is what brought some fear, because a quadcopter is the drone that's weaponized that fires the missiles. And so they even made, sort of half jokes. Well, someone's going to get killed now. So they could tell, but it was 24 hours you heard this humming of drones. And then almost every hour you heard this constantly like that. So there's bombs going around all around us, about a kilometer outside of the hospital. It was almost constant, but every hour or so, and everything would shake, and you could feel it in your bones. And they just went ahead and went about doing their normal things. And at first I was taken a bit back, but then I got used to it as well, because they were at peace with it and going. But what they told me, and then what I witnessed, was they would say that, give it about 15 minutes and the mass casualties would start coming in. And indeed, they did come in. And it was worse than what you've seen on social media. It was basically mass chaos everywhere. It was mass chaos in the emergency department. It was, I mean, I've got vivid images that I talk about, but they stay in your mind once you see them. I've got this, you know, mother carrying her 8, 9-year-old son who was cold and dead, but begging everybody in the emerge to check his pulse, And he was also skinny because they've been starving, especially in the central and north Gaza. South, it's basically 1 meal a day, but they're malnourished, right? So there's no fat on this boy. And you know, and of course people are saying, you know, it's okay, it's gone. And then there's other people coming in. There's mostly children. 60% of the Gaza Strip is children. The average age is 17 years old. And indeed, when you go to this camp, all you see is children. Now, the European Gaza hospital, as all hospitals have been, because people perceive it to be the safest place, it's not. But basically, they're all refugee camps. So the European Gaza hospital, when I went there in January, had about 20,000 people, just as Ben showed you the pictures, living inside and outside. There wasn't an inch of space to walk in the hospital or outside, but especially in the hospital. Every hallway was lined with these makeshift shelters with families and the injured and wounded. So that's what it had become. And so when these mass casualties came in, I mean, I saw horrific things that I've never seen before, and I never want to see again. There is, I mean, you know, there's children coming, and mostly children coming with their arms and their legs just dangling off or blown off. There is horrible abdominal injuries. Being an ophthalmologist, but also an eye facial surgeon, you know, massive facial trauma, eyes amputated or damaged, because, you know, the Israelis use these experimental weapons, as was mentioned before, that once they're battle tested, their value increases. So they use these special, and the doctors would talk about it, these special kind of drones called a Hellfire drone, but also these missiles that would spew the shrapnel everywhere. Now, unlike a bullet has an entry and an exit wound, right? A shrapnel just stays there, and they're like big pieces sometimes. I mean, there's surgeons that took hours of taking shrapnel out of a child's abdomen, for example, and so suturing the gut because the gut was lacerated. I mean, you know, in my case, I posted this, what I called the Gaza shrapnel face, where you got these red dots all over the person's face, and each dot represents metal or concrete or whatever. And obviously, you know, when there's in an explosive situation, you don't go like this because you don't know when an explosion is going to happen. In fact, God has given us a fight and flight response where you actually open your eyes. So I saw horrific eye injuries with shrapnel just kind of ripping people's eye out and amputating it basically. And so in 6 days alone on one trip, I basically took about 10 I eviscerated or basically amputated 10 eyes out. And specifically the patients that I saw were 2, 6, 9, 10, 11, 13, and 17. So they're all children, the ones I saw. There's also a lot of eyes that were ruptured, you know, that I had to fix with sutures. And then there's eyes that had shrapnel go inside, not inside. And that you can't do about because the 2 major eye hospitals in the Gaza Strip were in central Gaza, and they all have been destroyed. And so, you know, so there's nothing you can do about it. And these people will go blind because they won't be transferred out in time, right? So you can imagine, so it was that, and you know, blindness is a huge burden because not only have you lost an arm or a leg or your family, but in that scenario, being blind is almost a death sentence because who and how are you going to take care of yourself? How are you going to get mobilized and all that kind of stuff? Because there's over 20,000 orphans, right? And every number is a conservative number. So I mean, that went on. I mean, there's a baby that was on the floor. His mother was actually a Palestinian UN worker. Her apartment got bombed with a missile attack by the Israelis. She lost her sister, 2 of her kids, was up in the OR getting amputated. And her 2-year-old son was on the floor with massive head trauma lying around. And there's such mass chaos that they forgot about him for about 2 hours. And he had like a subdural hematoma, and you can actually see it, right? And finally, they found him, and they took him. I don't know what happened to him because I left a few days after, and I don't know what happened to her. But she was up in the OR being amputated. So this is This is nothing. They saw this every hour, every day for 6 freaking months that they've been seeing this. So this is just one day. In one day alone, I assisted, but of course, the orthopedic surgeons, we did 15 amputations. 15 in one day. For 1 2-week period, there was about 40 amputations done. This is like both arms, both legs, one leg, one arm, mostly a young population. And the Israelis were using these weapons with shrapnel that cause really weird amputations. Most amputations happen at the elbow or at the knee. These were above thigh or above the elbow, or mid-thigh above the elbow, which create more complications. And it takes, just to give you the burden of disease that we're going to have to deal with, it takes about 8 to 9 operations for one child till they reach adulthood, to fix the stump, if a stump is done properly in the proper environment. In this case, who's going to take care of these kids? Many of them are orphans. Many of them, and just to come back to the orphan issue, is that in Palestinian society, a lot of families lived next to each other in apartments. And so when the Israelis carpet-bombed residences, when they dropped these 2,000-pound bombs, whole families were gone. That's where you have 2,000 families that have been erased from the register, are gone. There's no living descendant because the whole family was wiped out. But these kids come, and many of them are alone. So they wake up alone. There's no parent. There's no one to give consent to make major life decisions. These children are basically orphaned. There's no grandfather or uncle or aunt or older sibling to take care of them, to make those decisions. What's going to happen to them? I don't know. And that's something which, and right now, there's no central Palestinian authority that can take care and monitor these kids. Many of these kids, by the way, have left and gone to Qatar, Turkey, Egypt, and they're by themselves. They have no living relatives, no one making consent decisions for them, and no central Palestinian authority right now that's coordinating all this. What is going to happen to these children that are outside of the Gaza Strip? I don't know. Anyways, so, I mean, these injuries kept on coming, and I mean, the burden on the healthcare workers was a lot when I first went in December and January. The burden, when I went back 2 months later, I just got back about 2 weeks ago. I went to the European Gaza Hospital again because it's the only functioning hospital now where all the major surgeries happen. I mean, there's other hospitals, but they're really clinics. The European hospital is now the only one that's left where they have an ICU and they do major trauma and surgeries and ORs. And I went there 2 months after and just came back 2 weeks ago, just to give you the timeline. It is worse. Nothing is better. Now there's about 35,000 people sheltering in and out. The sterility of the hospital is completely gone. People are getting infected even more so. On the floor, you have all these people with major like orthopedic trauma, and they have these metal rods sticking out from their leg, and they're lying on the floor because there's no beds. They're getting infected, of course. There's one bathroom now for about 300 people. And these were all people with homes, right? I mean, the Palestinians, the people of Gaza could not go anywhere. They put everything into their homes, their life. I mean, their homes were their castle, their life, their pride, everything was in their homes. And 80 to 90% of homes are all gone. So sterility is gone. Cleanliness, hygiene is gone. So if the bombs don't kill you, the bombs don't amputate you, then the infections will, as Ben alluded to. Even if there was a ceasefire now this second, thousands would still die. So the bombs don't kill you, the infection will, or if you don't get amputated the first time. We saw a lot of people coming with amputations because the leg was infected. Parents with 6-7-year-old, in this case, I saw 2 girls about 6-7 years old. They basically needed an amputation. Parents were saying, no, we don't want to lose our daughter's leg. And we're refusing, but the daughter both these girls are spiking fevers, right? So eventually they'll die of infection if they're not amputated. But the parents said, no, we don't want them amputated. So these kind of dilemmas go on. So one thing that I noticed this time versus last time, this time I was actually embedded with the local ophthalmologist because I'd become friends with him. It was my second trip. I slept with him in the same room. We ate together, and I felt a lot of what they're feeling. But the healthcare workers are simply, doctors, nurses, everybody are simply burnt out. After 7 months, they're simply burnt out. On a normal day, on a normal list, all of us here in North America and the rest of the world will do some mostly routine cases. The odd trauma here or there will come in, motor vehicle accident, gunshot, whatever, you know, here and there, depending on where you live. But trauma is all they see. And not only do they see the most horrific injuries you've ever seen, that I've seen, with feet blown off and hands and legs, mostly children, women, you know, men, but every single person involved in an explosive situation has lost somebody. You don't come out of an explosion without losing somebody. Almost everybody loses somebody. So not only are you seeing these patients who have these horrific injuries, you have to tell them their mother, their father, their child, their grandfather, their grandparents, their siblings, their sister, brother have died. And these healthcare workers are not numb. They've definitely not become numb to this. They actually are very affected by all of this, and they have to communicate this at the same time as dealing with everything. And after 7 months, they're simply burnt out. And I mean, you know, so that's. I mean, like, there's the example of a 45-year-old woman that lost her husband and all her kids, her two daughters and a son. She lost both her legs. Both arms were fractured and both eyes were ruptured. They called me in to fix the eyes. I went in to fix the eyes, but she was too unstable because she's breathing heavily, and we sent her back, and she died, which is probably a mercy for her because she's lost everything. So even if we're able to save something of her eyes, if she's blind with no legs, no arms, no family, what is she going to do? And there's thousands of these people. Like, it's not just 100 or one or two. So I mean, I'm coming to the end now, but we talk about this, but don't forget that they have lost their civilization. Every cafe, restaurant, hangout place, stadium, theater, museum, archives, hospital, school, university is all gone. They even, if you go there, and I saw this myself, they actually depave the roads. So they come in and all the roads are depaved. But having said that, despite all this, I will say that they are the most beautiful, generous people that I've ever met. I've ever had the honor of meeting. They have the strongest faith, despite their the hopelessness and despair. They're upset, they're angry, but they're not hateful at all. They have the most faith, and their faith keeps them together. Their faith in God keeps them together. They know that there's divine justice, and they are just amazing people, the best I've ever met in my entire life. And I've been to about 45 different countries doing humanitarian work. And so I mean, I always say Gaza is us and we are Gaza. This is a pro-humanity choice. And for us, this is to save. I mean, they represent the best of humanity, and it's worthwhile for all of us to fight as long as we can to save them. Now, going forward, when this is over, and Israel can't kill 2 million people, at least I hope they can't kill 2 million people. And 70% of them, at least according to a recent survey, said that they will not leave this land. Even if the Rafah border is opened, they will not leave this land. Because they are the indigenous people, and every indigenous person in the entire world are connected to the land, and they don't leave their land. They don't leave including our indigenous people here in North America. They will not leave their land, and they will stay. And so once this is over, it will require all of us in here, all kinds of people, to rebuild their society and the civilization. Thank you very much. Palestine will be free.
Thank you, Dr. Khan. With us online is Dr. Alice Rothschild from Boston. She's a retired obstetrician, gynecologist, author, filmmaker. Dr. Rothschild.
Hi, can you see my screen? No, you can't see my screen. One second, let Let me unshare. Let me, 1 second, new share. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to be speaking about the mental health consequences of the genocide in Gaza. And I have not, last was in Gaza in August, so I have not been there during the current crisis, but I'm very much a student of this part of the world. So let me see if, okay. So I've been to Gaza 4 times, starting in 2005, with a variety of different NGOs. And each time I've been invited by the Gaza Community Mental Health Program. So I've been able to do direct services and women's empowerment groups. I'm an obstetrician gynecologist by training with a tremendous interest in mental health and trauma. And I've done a lot of documentation and written books about this, et cetera, et cetera. And I've also been working with groups that are focused on Gaza. So I'm going to start back with my first meeting in 2005 with Dr. Iyad al-Sarraj, who founded the Gaza Community Mental Health Program. And he was a brilliant psychiatrist. And one of his messages was that mental health can only exist in the context of human rights. And there can be no mental health if there's no personal safety, which means that in Gaza, trauma is never post. And so what we're seeing in Gaza is a chronic complex stress disorder because the instigation for trauma is continuous. Now, we need to remember that before this assault, the UN had said that Gaza would not be habitable by 2020. So before the assault, there was already a desperate humanitarian catastrophe with the ongoing siege, with polluted and salinated water, and healthcare was on life supports, and there were major issues around nutrition and fuel and electricity and sewage management and lack of housing. There was environmental contamination from frequent Israeli assaults. They also suffer from the climate crisis because they are a coastal plain. And also the COVID-19 pandemic really did a number on the healthcare system. Now, when we think about Gaza, we need to remember that healthcare is provided in the context of siege, checkpoints, closures, curfews, a strict permitting system that restricts everything and everyone that goes in or out, the separation or apartheid wall, a militarized fence that surrounds Gaza, frequent Israeli incursions, massive assaults, frequent detentions, and factional violence. Now, if we're also thinking about Gaza, we need to think about the impact of humiliation in war and chronic conflict and how this impacts mental health. So the experience of humiliation is both an individual and cultural experience for Palestinians. And I should also say that the occupier is dehumanized by feeling empowered to humiliate other people. So Palestinians are humiliated by degradation in their living conditions, in their loss of employment, particularly in Gaza with the lack of opportunity, at checkpoints, in prisons where conditions have been documented to be horrific, and in home invasions. And children witness the shaming and control of their parents by young soldiers, and this also impacts their mental health. And then you add to this the exhaustion that has been mentioned, the burnout, the depression of healthcare workers during the pandemic, and the repeated assaults. And we know also that in this assault, healthcare workers have been repeatedly detained, stripped, tortured, and denied their ability to care for their patients. If you look at the overall healthcare in Palestine, it has been described in the Lancet as fragmented and incoherent. And just so you have an overview of the healthcare system, the Ministry of Health was established in 1994 after the Oslo Accords to basically set up and manage a healthcare system. It was predated by the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, UNRWA, which was set up in 1950 after the 48 war to support refugees in terms of healthcare, education, and housing. And there are now in Gaza 8 very overcrowded, poverty-stricken refugee camps. In the West Bank, there are 23, and then there are a bunch more in Jordan, Lebanon, and Syria. Then we have the non-governmental organizations. The one I've worked with is Palestinian Medical Relief Society, as well as private providers. And then overlaying all of this is the role of the Israeli government in de-development. And what that means is that the Israeli government, particularly in Gaza, has a policy of restricting medications, equipment, the ability for providers to leave the strip and train. All these measures actually de-develop a healthcare system. And on top of that, there is a tremendous social stigma towards mental illness culturally in Gaza Strip. Now, we need to be thinking about international humanitarian law because without human rights, there is no mental health. So international humanitarian law was codified in 4 Geneva Conventions in 1949, and it was designed to protect civilians in times of war, to treat as war crimes the murder of civilians, the torture, rape, and hostage taking. And this is all part of international law and a body of rules governing relations between states. There have been additional protocols since then relating to the protection of victims in armed conflicts, and then other agreements around things like prohibiting certain weaponry or military tactics. And then in 2000, we had the protocol up to the Convention on the Rights of the Child on the involvement of children in armed conflict. Now, just for a very quick background, as you probably are aware, after 48, Gaza was controlled by Egypt and then occupied by Israel in 67. And Israel encouraged Jewish settlers to move in, and they were unilaterally withdrawn in 2005. And the following year, Hamas won a democratically certified by Jimmy Carter legislative election. This was followed by a civil war between Hamas and Fatah. Fatah was partially funded by the US. Hamas won, and the siege began. So since then, there have been multiple massive Israeli assaults, 2008, 2012, 2014, 2022, and then the one that started after the Hamas attack in 2023. There's also been, from 2018 to 2019, a year of weekly, largely peaceful demonstrations with marching to the perimeters, demanding rights, called the Great March of Return, which was met with sniper fire aiming at the lower extremities of the young people who were marching, creating massive amounts of orthopedic injuries. The slide on the right that I took in 2014 is to remind me to tell you that what I'm going to talk about is not new. So here we have a man with a horse-drawn cart bringing cylinders of fuel for people's electrical generators because there's never enough electricity. Oops, sorry. So as of now, we have more than half of Gaza's 2.3 million people sheltering in the south in Rafah. They are living in tents, in rickety shelters, in rubble, on the streets, and they are desperately in need of food, shelter, water, and medicine. And you may be very aware that Netanyahu has ordered an evacuation of these civilians because he's planning a ground invasion, and he's fancifully talking about a safe zone, but there is nowhere safe in Gaza. So what we're looking at is an impending massacre if he carries out his plans. And in terms of the ability of the healthcare system to function, as we have learned from these people who have actually been working in the hospitals, there is a pretty much total disintegration of the healthcare system, with almost more than 33,000 people killed at this point, over 75,000 injured. During the attack by Hamas, 1,162 people were killed in Israel, and the soldiers from Israel that are fighting in Gaza, 252 killed, 1,523 injured, with 134 hostages. If you look at the patterns of Israeli airstrikes, they bomb homes, civilian gatherings, markets, houses of worship, bakeries, restaurants, banks, ATM machines, hospitals, healthcare facilities, ambulances. There's been a full electricity blackout since October and lack of fuel. So at this point, only 10 of the 36 hospitals in Gaza are partially functional, and as you've heard, are massively overcrowded with people sheltering. And I just want to repeat what was mentioned by another speaker, that under international law, a hospital is functioning as a hospital, doing surgery, delivering babies, taking care of people. It is against international law to bomb a hospital. Now, we know that over 60% of the housing units are destroyed or damaged. So the 75% of the population who are currently internally displaced, most of them do not have homes to go back to, and they're living in horrific conditions with shortages of water and medicine. We've also mentioned that there's widespread hunger and pockets of actual famine and starvation, people dying of starvation. And with these horrific conditions, there are increasing intracommunal tensions mentions is a lack of order and an increase in gender-based violence. And also for women, there is 50 to 60,000 pregnant women. And we know that there has been a deliberate attack on healthcare with almost 700 healthcare personnel killed, 126 ambulances destroyed, and close to 200 UN staff killed. And then, as I said, 2/3 of the hospitals, as well as UNRWA centers, are unable to function due to strikes and lack of fuel. There's also been no medical permits to the West Bank or Israel for higher level care. Providers are talking about unusual burns on the dead and wounded, raising the specter of the use of white phosphorus, which is a weaponry that is not permitted in urban areas. And to add to the humiliation of everything, women have almost no menstrual or hygiene products. I'm sorry, this thing isn't working that well. And if we're thinking about medical care and mental health care, we need to think about UNRWA. Funding was slashed by Trump. It was partially restored by Biden, but it was threatening to stop operations due to a budget crisis, and then the war hit. And so UNRWA has basically been in overdrive. But then in January 26th, the Israeli government accused UNRWA of having 12 employees who may have participated in the Hamas attack. And without any further investigation, despite the fact that those employees were fired, despite the fact that UNRWA has 13,000 other employees and a policy of neutrality, 20 countries elected to suspend funding for UNRWA, including the United States. Several countries have resumed, you can see here. And I think I just want to make clear that if UNRWA is destroyed, this will undermine the education, physical and mental health, and other human services that are essential to the existence of Palestinian refugees who were created in 1948 and 1967. So the other thing that people are talking about is a sociocide. I'm sorry. With the destruction of cultural and societal connections, history, memory, expertise. And the way we see that is that the Israeli forces have largely damaged or destroyed all libraries, all archives, all museums, and all the universities. And so you have to ask, how does a people recover from all of that? So if you're 18 years old and live in Gaza, you are experiencing your 6th massive assault. And we have 2.3 million Gazans, with 50% under the age of 18. And before this current war, there was a 50% unemployment in the general population, 70% for youth. So they were already facing tremendous challenges. And now the unemployment rate will skyrocket. So what we see is mental health problems affecting everyone. Children are particularly vulnerable, and there are reports of children developing convulsions, bedwetting, which has always been a chronic problem with Palestinian children due to the level of stress, rising levels of fear, aggressive behavior, nervousness, and refusal to leave their parents' sides. UNICEF has declared that Gaza is the most dangerous place in the world to be a child. And we know that, for instance, there are now more than 1,000 child amputees. Many of them had their limbs amputated without anesthesia. There's not antibiotics, so they are suffering from gangrene. If they survive this whole thing, they're going to require, as was mentioned, multiple surgeries and prosthetics. And so imagine the impact on the child's mental health, particularly because the Israeli forces have destroyed the only facility for manufacturing of limbs and rehabilitation. We also have a new category of child called survivor with no known family. So you have children who are orphans that don't even know their names. As was mentioned, we have kids that have severe malnutrition, that are starving and stunted. How are children and their grown-ups that protect them going to navigate this personal and collective trauma? I'm sorry, my button is very jumpy. I do want to focus on the Gaza Community Mental Health Program because that's the program I'm most familiar with. They had, before this assault, 3 centers and 5 mobile clinics. This is a picture that I took in August of their new building, which was built in 2019, a gorgeous state-of-the-art facility. This organization was started by Iyad El-Sarraj. It focuses on women children, and prisoners on the issues of chronic traumatic stress disorder. I know that there was massive bombing in the area, that roads were cratered, that all the windows were blown out, and I was trying to find out if the building was still standing. So over the past few months, all the centers have been closed. The hotline shut down because no one had electricity. Patients did have their therapist phone numbers, but most people's phones weren't working, and patients had to buy their own medications, but pharmacies rarely had them, and patients rarely had any money. The other problem is that the staff, the mental health staff, are as traumatized as their patients. The staff are living in tents and shelters and have lost multiple family members and are suffering from the same things that their patients are suffering. Then on March 6th, 2 small clinics were able to open in Deir al-Balah and in Rafah to provide basically psychological first aid. Now, I finally was able to find out what happened to the building. I got this on WhatsApp from a friend, a colleague, and this was a picture of that building taken in February. So the whole area is completely destroyed. So I'm just going to reflect a little bit on the program. This is Dr. Yasser Abdel-Jameh, who's the executive director. I've been in close touch with him, but I had a major interview with him in 2015 after the 2014 war, which is all still true, where he said, I feel crazy, but I come to work every day. We have 1.9 million crazy people, which is now 2.3 million crazy people. But he described what it was like to have days of intense fear, insecurity, death, the staff being mobilized, but not being able to get in touch with patients, the levels of trauma, the political environmental catastrophes, what happens when people lose their coping strategies, lose their hope, this having sort of a continuous traumatic stress disorder. And every time afterwards that someone would get better, then there would be a loud noise or a bombing, and there would be a relapse. And Dr. Yasser lost 28 family members. So he's very typical of this population. And as he said, I cannot offer my patients something I cannot have for myself. And this is Hussam El-Nuno, the administrative director. And you have to ask, is there diffuse mental illness in Gaza, or is this a normal response to a totally abnormal situation? And Hussam talked a lot about how the humanitarian crisis has left an entire generation emotionally damaged, and the frustration, hopelessness, these are all recipes for violence against oneself, one's family, children, women, communal and tribal violence. And back in 2015, he described this as a time bomb. And I can say that the time bomb is much closer to explosion at this point. People also talk about Gazan children as the children of the stone, which is a reference to the fact that there were studies showing that children who actually resisted Israeli soldiers who threw stones were more mentally healthy than children who just passively gave up, although obviously children of the stone are at risk for getting killed. So the center uses multidisciplinary treatment teams. They use the usual psychotropic drugs that we would all recognize, as well as talk therapy, cognitive processing therapy, psychoeducation, psychodrama. They have a whole team for home visits. They do play therapy with the kids. They work with schools around conflict mediation. They have public meetings. This is all part of reducing the social stigma. They have developed safe houses for gender-based violence victims, as well as support for prisoners, vocational training. And they also work with imams because there's a tremendous importance of faith and having religious faith be part of mental health recovery. They've had major challenges, and this is all before 2023, of obtaining drugs. They get these through the Ministry of Health procurement. And as I said, their focus is on keeping the family together, particularly focused on the mother as the central strength of the family and faith. They also do training programs. They have a whole 3 semesters of training, theory, and then a practicum. They also work with UNRWA and community-based organizations and work with professional schools providing clinical training. One other mental health issue in Gaza is tramadol addiction, but the mental health program does not deal with that. And the picture on the right is this wonderful family. Mohammed is an artist. They were not dealing with the mental health program, but they were having problems with their kids' bedwetting. And what the mother said is, it has become normal. I find beauty, happiness, family. There is no choice. This is not courage. And that kind of summed up the strength of the mother. if you want to have a sense of what children feel in times of war, these are pictures actually from the 2014 war, but I can assure you the children would be painting similar pictures. So they were doing art therapy with kids, and I'm just going to share some of these to give you a sense of the mental health challenges for kids. So this is asking kids to draw what they know, what they see. And as I said, the center has play therapy, and I was just sort of blown away by the number of guns and tanks and planes and bulldozers they had, but that's because that's what kids had to work through, as well as the usual toys. And there were also a lot of pictures done by kids using dolls, and the dolls tended to have their legs blown off, blood dripping from their mouths, all sorts of horrific imagery. But again, the children were working through the traumas that they saw. I also just want to mention pregnancy in Gaza. There are about 5,500 births per month. Most of these women have no prenatal care. Many of them are internally displaced people with absolutely no idea where they're going to deliver. This woman has just had her baby in a tent in Rafah. So there are about 180 women a day giving birth without adequate care. There are reports of women undergoing cesareans without painkillers due to the lack of anesthesia. Women, if they risk their lives to get to the hospital and they have the babies in the hospital, they're often sent home within a few hours, and that means home to the tent or to the family home with 40 other people. Not an optimal situation, and 15% of these pregnancies are considered high risk. So we have women giving birth in shelters, in their homes, in the streets, in the rubble, sometimes in overwhelmed hospitals. The sanitation is horrific, the risk of infection is high, and the risk of medical complications is high. And as you can imagine, this kind of situation has a massive impact on everyone's general health, but women, lack of food, clean water, starvation, dehydration, women and babies are particularly vulnerable, both on their physical health, but also on their mental health. So these situations affect the ability of the mother to bond and to breastfeed. A starving woman cannot breastfeed successfully. So then she has to buy formula. Well, she has to have money to buy formula. If she's able to get the powder, then she has to have water to mix the powder in. The water is all contaminated with E. coli. You can just see what a catastrophe this is. So we're expecting to see rises in maternal and fetal deaths, which again affects mental health for the entire family. We know that there's a psychological toll on reproductive health, and there has been documented 300% rise in stress-induced miscarriages, and we do expect, given the conditions, to see a rise in congenital abnormalities, stillbirths, and premature births. So these kinds of traumas are going to have a multi-generational impact. Thank you. Okay, just stop right there.
Thank you, Dr. Rothschild. With us now is Dr. Gwen Daniel. She's a UK-based family therapist. She will be discussing approaches for mental health in the absence of community infrastructure and the ethical ways to think of trauma. Dr. Daniel.
Thank you. I am completely blown away by what I've been listening to, and I want to just pay tribute to my colleagues here and to everybody else who's spoken, particularly the family testimonies. And I want to just start with just being there and the impact of all of this and how important it is that we hear it with open hearts and minds and absorb it, no matter what impact it has on us. I'm going to make three quite brief points. The first is really what space is there for thinking about mental health in the middle of a genocide? What can it be, given everything that we've heard about the conditions? And the second is, what possibly are the requirements for recovery, for mental health recovery? And then the third thing is how we think about what is needed in terms of the resources that there already are, as we've heard from Alice, within Gaza, and the interventions that have both happened and are continuing. And so I'll just say a little bit about that. So first of all, really, everybody will know about the pain and suffering of people in Gaza and how it's rippling out to all of us, how it ripples out, how it invades, and how it infects us all, as again, we've heard from our colleagues, particularly the doctors that have spoken so movingly about their work. The most frequent words I hear from my colleagues in the mental health, the psychologists I work with, and the families that I've spoken to, is how is the world allowing this to happen? That's the message. And those words are still have the capacity, no matter what we do, and most of us in this room are activists and are doing everything they can, but those words are still profoundly shaming because they invite us into a sense of the complicity of our Western countries. And they also point to the profound feelings of abandonment and isolation and the imperative that we don't become failed witnesses. In a sense, mental health consists of, at the moment, hearing narratives such as we heard from the family testimonies from those beautiful, brave people who spoke about the pain of the loss of multiple family members, to listen to those narratives without flinching and to be witnessing. Telling the stories and witnessing is really what mental health consists of at the moment. The other thing, of course, is that thinking about what those stories did is make us think about the particularity and the significance of every single person spoken about. And that is in the context of massive dehumanization, sadism, the reduction of people to numbers, the almost pornography that we watch of dead bodies that we witness on our television screens every day, and the need to hold on to the individual stories that lie behind those maimed, shredded and dead bodies. An example of dehumanization was I wasn't witness to it probably just as well because I would have been so angry, a lecture given by somebody in Oxford who said the reason so many children have been killed is because the people of Gaza have too many children. So you couldn't get a better example of victim blaming and dehumanization than that. Alice was, could I possibly have some water? Alice was speaking about children. And I just want to say a couple more things about children. First of all, the absolute poignancy of children who say, I used to be safe in my bed, and now I'm not, if I even have a bed. And I've spoken to children after May 21, and they sure as hell were not safe in their beds. But the horror of this genocide is such that they look back at pre-October as somehow a place of safety. And children, of course, live in a death zone. The children of Gaza have been living in a death zone for most of their lives. but they now have to be preoccupied with how they die, whether anybody will witness, will know who they are when they die. Parents write their children's names on their arms so that children will be identifiable and not just become unidentifiable bodies. Just one more thing about mental health. I think mental health consists at the moment of witnessing, of being supportive, and of being absolutely challenging of the contexts in which we work. And people have spoken about that. You spoke about your own professional organization, and we all have professional organizations in psychology and medicine that are shameful, that they are taking a sort of even-handed, at best, approach, and occasionally pro-Zionist and anti-Palestinian racist. So the second issue was really about what's needed for recovery, or what will prevent any kind of recovery. So if and when, and there will eventually be such a thing as a ceasefire, although as Dr. Abu-Sittah mentioned, that ceasefire may be a cover for further genocidal activity. When I think about people I work with who are traumatized, I know that there are certain things that are helpful and certain things that are not helpful. And I think when we address recovery, there's a question about, first of all, are you believed? That's where the importance of narrative, how you can recount your experiences and be believed, or whether there's a subtle kind of, or not very subtle, victim blaming, whether you're part of a collective or whether you're isolated, whether you have agency or whether you're treated, and of course the humanitarianization of genocide, which somebody I think referred to, is a way of depriving people of energy. Whether the people of Gaza, as they have enormous capacity, they have enormous capacity for social, community, family support, whether there is a chance that for those families who have extended members, whether there's going to be able to revive and to provide the support that's needed. The aunt of the young woman who lives with us has recently left Gaza and is in Egypt with her 2 orphaned grandchildren. So she lost her children, the ones that lived in Gaza and were bombed in the house. And she's now looking after her orphaned grandchildren. And of course, that will be the pattern for those children who have surviving relatives, although as we've heard, there are many who don't. But I think there's another issue. We do have a huge trauma industry, and there may well be an invasion of people trained in westernized models, manualized, marketed models of trauma intervention. And so there's a great risk of a hegemonic idea about psychology being visited upon people who really do not, I think, need that particular kind of intervention. And I think my colleague, Dr. Samar Jabba, says that really is one of the most unhelpful things. The most helpful thing is to provide the resources for people to recover their social community lives, and above all, their spiritual lives. So the risk is, I think, of people from outside feeling bad about what's happened, wanting to help, but doing it in a way that actually is debilitating rather than supportive. And so in relation to that, I feel it's really important to bear witness to what the people of Gaza, the psychologists, the healthcare workers are already doing, have been doing. So the need to reclaim the narratives of support, of creativity, all the things that can be lost. So what the most important thing in relation to the team I work with, I'll say what that is in a minute, is to hold on to the idea that your professional identity has not been lost in the rubble, and to hold on to people's, and sometimes people from the outside, so those of us who are part of the team in the UK can hold on to that on behalf of people who are temporarily debilitated, and inevitably so, because as Alice was saying, the mental health professionals are experiencing exactly the same trauma as the people that they try to help. So I'll just mention a couple of things. The Palestine Trauma Center, which is run by Dr. Mohammed Al-Tawil, who's from Gaza but lives in England. They provide a lot of services for families, for children, for women's groups. They're a team of psychologists who operate mostly in the center of Gaza. Almost as one of the extraordinary and moving things is that almost at every opportunity the team are out. One of the things that they did before, well, they've done it consistently, but they had things called Fridays of Joy, which were basically interventions for children where clowns, entertainers, hakawati would be out on the streets working with children. We get constant WhatsApp photographs of the clowns, of the entertainers out there whenever they can, in the rubble, working with children. And I think that whole thinking about recovery, those WhatsApp photos, and we get, maybe 10 of them a day, are a testimony to the fact that people will not give up and will not abandon their professional identity. And that's where we as outsider witnesses need to witness their capacity to do this, and their professionalism and their love and their determination to continue doing what they're doing. And I'll just mention one other project, which is run by teachers in Gaza, again, many of whom have lost their homes. This was a project where children, mostly teenagers, would develop drama. And it's during the epidemic, they were doing it on Zoom. It's become a huge project where they would do joint dramatic productions with children in other countries, and they would work together and produce a play online. There was one play called I Can, which was developed by a boy who was 12, and now he is 18, I think 17 or 18. He's in a tent and he's just recreated this drama from the tent and is about to put it out again to a huge audience of people who will witness what he's doing. And I want to tell these stories because I think the danger is that the outside world, as always, does not recognize the capacity and the creativity, and has a tendency to wish to impose models of help which may actually not be, which may prove to be more debilitating than helpful. I think I'm going to end there, and I just want to say how incredibly powerful all the testimonies that I've heard have been, and how from them I will take heart to keep going and do the work that we all need to do. Thank you.
And if I may, the previous panel, the Scholasticide panel, and the current panel, one theme to me emerged, and that is actually Gaza is leading the way, whether in what they want from us in terms of education, whether what type of mental health and community events that they need support with. It's very important that even in the midst of a genocide, as we try to help them, they continue to lead the way. Minute break is announced.
Okay. Hello. Hello. Hi, folks. Could you please start making your way back to your chairs? We'd like to keep going now that we've shortened our day a little bit, but we're still over time. Thank you. Is this on? Yeah. So we're going to start in the next 2 minutes if we can, please. Thanks. If I may have your attention, please. Please take back your seats. We have a few speakers lined up and a couple of them are on Zoom. So out of respect for out-of-towners, Yeah.
I don't know who's having okay.
Am I on? Are you sure? It doesn't look like I'm on.
Is that on? Yeah, it is. Okay. Sorry for that false start, but we really are going to start now. We good? Okay. So welcome back to the, sorry, I'm just going to pull this up. World Academic Forum on Palestine. It is an academic forum, but as you know, it's not a usual academic conference. I'm sure you figured that out by now. These are not usual times. We are, as you know, in the midst of a genocide, a scholasticide that we are witnessing in real time. And so it's been really important to start with the testimonies of people who have concrete, on the ground experience and powerful and in many ways unspeakable stories. And we thank you very much for sharing those with us. We're shifting a little bit in the program now from the testimonies to more context, to contextualize, to analyze, and to strategize. And on that latter point, I just want you to know that we do hope to come out of this conference with ideas about carrying an international campaign forward. And there will be some strategizing that's a little bit more in-house that happens based on much of the conversations that we're having here today. So, excellent. Okay, so, but we're going to, so this session has, I mean, I feel like I don't need to introduce anybody, quite honestly. I think you will all know these folks. But we are starting, it's called the Gaza Genocide in Context. And we're starting with Usama Makdisi, who I will simply say is a professor of history and the Chancellor's Chair at the University of California, Berkeley right now, and I will pass it directly over to him.
Hello, can you hear me? I assume you can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much, Professor Ferguson, Sue, and thank you, of course, to Abid and Chandni and Erica and everyone at UH and Rice and Houston and abroad who have made this World Academic Forum for Palestine and the Scholars Against War in Palestine event possible. And of course, thank you to each and every one of the previous speakers for their insights, for their testimonies, for the context that they've provided us, for their humanity, their passion, their humility, their resilience, their voices in the face of what all of us either have seen or witness or feel deep in our bones as an unmitigated evil occurring in our time. And especially thank you to all those in Palestine, and thank you to all those, most of all, in Gaza, who have endured what they have endured. As Sue mentioned, I'm a professor here at UC Berkeley, which, as some of you know, is currently under investigation, not for the fact that it has been silent on the question of the genocide in Palestine and Gaza, but because students and faculty and others have been vocal in support of Palestinian freedom and liberation. So we're being investigated. I'm a professor of history here at UC Berkeley, and like all of you, I feel that we have a right to be angry, we have a right to cry, we have a right to be outraged based on what we have listened to, and what we've been witnessing. We have a right to be upset about the injustice and the genocide, by the double standard, by the silence, the complicity. But we also have a right to be inspired by everything we've heard before, by the people who've spoken before me, by the fact that Palestinians on the ground still persist in living and resisting, despite all horrors that we've heard about today. What I want to make sense of today, most of all in the few minutes available to me, is the extraordinary situation that all of us, each and every one of us here today finds ourselves in, which is to say, we are living in the face of an intolerable contradiction. On the one hand, there is a genocide that's being live streamed before our eyes that some of the previous panelists have actually been involved in, have seen, have witnessed firsthand, but all of us have seen and followed for the past 6 months. On the other hand, we are living around us. There are people who are in active denial about this genocide. It's the most Orwellian the most obscene, the most absurd thing that I have ever experienced in my life. This double reality. On the one hand, a genocide that the entire world can see. And this is the first genocide that I'm aware of in history that's been live streamed in this manner, that's been documented in this manner. On the other hand, there are people all around us who are participating in the genocide, who are covering up for the genocide, and these are people we interact with professionally, personally. The society around us participates in the genocide, and our government, above all, is actively enabling and funding and equipping and continuing this genocide. And so, it's this extraordinary situation of, on the one hand, an obvious reality, on the other hand, an obvious denial of this reality. So how is it possible that in the midst of this extraordinary live stream genocide, my university, and virtually, as Abed mentioned at the beginning, every university in this country that I'm aware of, has not taken a single public, decent position on this genocide, condemning this genocide? Yet virtually every university, including my own, have publicly come out several times identifying with Israel and condemning Palestinian violence. My association, to which I belong, the American Historical Association, was immediate in its condemnation of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and yet here we are 6 months into the most extraordinary genocide of our time, and not a word, not a peep has come out of the American Historical Association. So on the one hand, we know that Western governments are hypocritical and engage in a double standard, and there's racism, and that's the nature of geopolitics. On the other hand, we belong to Western academe, which doesn't, of course, challenge this order of things. It just polishes its most aggressive edges. And so on the one hand, we have an extraordinary, in the last 20 years in this country, and in the West in general, an extraordinary culture of memorialization of past crimes, slavery, segregation, especially for universities like Rice and University of Houston and others in the South, where there has been an attempt to allegedly come to terms with the past forms of racism and slavery. And yet, when it comes to contemporary current genocide in Palestine, there's not only silence, there's complicity in this. So there's an active denial going on. On the one hand, there's no toleration whatsoever in American academia for anyone today who actively supports Jim Crow segregation or South African apartheid openly, and yet we have amidst us and around us in every university that I'm aware of, people who actively support and apologize for colonial Zionism and for the Israeli genocide against the Palestinians. My own chancellor in this university publicly said that the Palestinian story is wrong. These are the words she used. She said people may believe in it, Palestinians may believe in it, but their story of their politics and their history is wrong, whatever. And so the question for me then is to make sense of what does it mean to say that the Palestinian story is wrong in this moment? What does it mean that so many people who actively condemn slavery and racism of the past today are so utterly invested in either supporting colonial Zionism that is wreaking such havoc in Palestine today, or are silent and intimidated in the face of what is an obvious injustice and depravity? So there are several reasons I want to give in the few minutes left to me. The first reason, the most obvious reason, perhaps, is the material reason. In other words, there have been decades and decades of investment in the story of Israel, in pro-Israel lobbying, in donors, in people who identify with Israel. And they, of course, today put huge amounts of pressure on universities across this country and across the West, for that matter. And so there are material costs, of course, for taking an ethical position. But beyond the material costs, there's something fundamentally much deeper going on here, which is to say there's a history, a much older history of Western Orientalism, of Western racism, of Western demonization and ignorance of the Arab and Islamic worlds that is fundamentally much older. So it's not just a material question, it's also a question of culture. Culture, in other words, Orientalism, demonization, dehistoricization of peoples in the Middle East, and especially the Palestinians, because of what they represent in terms of an ongoing colonialism, the victims of colonialism. A third part of the reason is a third. So one is material, two is a deep sense of Orientalism. A third is more complicated, and this is probably what explains to me the extraordinary tenor of denialism all around us that makes no sense otherwise, which is to say that after World War II, and this is the history part since I'm a historian, after World War II in the West, and after the horrors of World War II, there was a philo-Semitic, and this is our colleague Daniel Cohen at Rice who talks about this. There was a philo-Semitic turn in the West. In other words, Western powers, Western countries, Western philosophers, Western historians, Western theologians, Western scholars, Western leftists, all sort of understood that the World War II and the carnage of World War II and the Holocaust and the obliteration of European Jews in the Holocaust needed some kind of new thinking after World War II. And so they came up with this philo-Semitic humanism, a philo-Zionist humanism that saw in Israel a recompense for the history of anti-Semitism in the West and the history of the horrors, a partial recompense for the history of the horrors of World War II. But this philo-Semitic turn was conditional. In other words, European philosophers, historians, thinkers, writers, leftists, liberals, and others basically claimed to turn a page on Europe's and the West's anti-Semitic past, but at the same time, they generally refused to turn a page on the Western history of colonialism and racism towards the peoples of the non-West. In other words, the continuation of colonialism, the refusal to deal with the history of racism, the history of colonialism, whether it was in America or in Europe, or of course in the colonial world. And so this bifurcation, on the one hand, claiming to be against anti-Semitism, on the other hand, claiming to not really deal with, or actually not dealing at all with the question of colonialism and racism. There was a bifurcation, in other words, in Western humanism, which is why Aimé Césaire, the great sort of poet, and the father, so to speak, of negritude, basically came up, condemned this as a form of pseudo-humanism. In other words, there was a hypocrisy, he said, deep at the heart of Western post-war humanism, which on the one hand claimed to atone for the histories of anti-Semitism, but on the other hand refused to condemn the histories of colonialism itself. And they separated the fight against anti-Semitism from the fight against racism and colonialism in the non-Western, or against the non-Western peoples. So you add to that the fact that the Palestinians then are expelled from history, as Abid has said, at the same time as Palestine itself is destroyed and as Palestinians are expelled from their homeland and from their lands in 1948. So Palestinians are decontextualized and dehistoricized. The whole history of Palestine as a place of coexistence, the whole history of the Middle East and the Mashriq as a place of coexistence is erased, is completely denied, and Palestinians are ejected from any sense of having a history of their own. So the only way Palestinians are made to fit into this Western post-war humanism is simply, as Edward Said says in Orientalism, as a negative value. In other words, Palestinians, because they have no history, they're made to have to become a people without history. They're made to be a people without context. They're made to be a people without life, without love, without passion, without history, without meaning, without families, without archives, without anything that's important. They're simply cast either as nameless, faceless refugees who have to be clothed and treated as patients, but not as people. And on the other hand, if they resist this reality, they're turned into demons, and they're turned into a specific form of demons, a Nazi type of demon. And so in the post-war West, you have this sort of triad when it comes to the question of Palestine. You have this extraordinary narrative that gets built up after World War II. The West claims to be a force of good and morality because it fought against the Nazis, on the one hand. On the other hand, it claims to have been the savior of the Jews and the Jewish people who were persecuted, which of course they were persecuted by the Nazis. And third, Israel then becomes the expiation. This is the representation of Israel, and this is of course how Israel represents itself, the expiation of the sin of the Holocaust and the sins of Western anti-Semitism. And in this sort of triad, Western saviors, Nazi evil, and and the Jewish victims of World War II and the Holocaust, of which Israel then claims to be the representative, the Palestinians have no place. And when they do try to re-enter history, they're always represented as new Nazis because they oppose Israel, and in the West, Israel is seen as the recompense for the Holocaust. So the only way the Palestinians have in this Western narrative is to be, and always to be represented as new Nazis, which then, of course, brings us to where we are today. After October 7th, what did Joe Biden say? He said that the events of October 7th, of course, he didn't mention history, he didn't mention context, he didn't mention the Nakba, he didn't mention 75 years of history and dispossession and exploitation and colonialism. All Joe Biden said was that the events of October 7th were, quote, as consequential as the Holocaust, which of course is absurd, but on the other hand, is extraordinarily telling because it tells you exactly how Palestinians are framed and fit into a narrative that then allows for their subsequent obliteration. Because the narrative and the racism of that kind of claim obliterates, of course, Palestinian history and justifies the obliteration of Palestinian humanity. It allows for the justification all around us, that all of us, each of us sees in our own professional lives, of people who think that what Israel did after October 7th was correct, was righteous, and that the Palestinians were evil, and Hamas in particular becomes like the new Nazis. It then explains also the deluge, the open deluge of hatred and the obscene US and Israeli statements against Palestinians about erasing Gaza, about obliterating Gaza, about destroying Palestinians, about denying Palestinian civilians. And then finally, it allows for the reality that the doctors before and the panel before me, us, were talking about, this horrific reality that the whole world can see. It allows people to see that or not see that, but even if they do see these images coming out of Gaza, in their minds, they put it in a context of saying, well, it's terrible, but this is what happens because of the fact that Hamas attacked Israel. And you start the story with the Israel being victims. It allows people who support colonial Zionism to not confront their own anti-Palestinian racism. And in fact, it allows them to not confront their own illiberalism and the racism of colonial Zionism. And it allows them finally to not see the perverse irony of where we are today, which is that Israel and the Zionists who support Israel have inflicted on the Palestinians everything that they genuinely, I think, believe was part of their own unique sense of victimhood, which is to say, the dispersion of the Palestinians, the diaspora of the Palestinians being made second-class citizens, Palestinians being subjected to pogroms, Palestinians being herded into ghettos, and of course, the Palestinians today being subjected to genocide. And the irony of where we are is that all this is happening at a time when the reality is so obvious. But unless we change the narrative framework, there's no way to actually have any of the testimony that we're giving actually have an impact on these people. The hope, of course, is not to appeal to these people as such, because I think at some level it's a lost cause. At a much more hopeful level, the appeal should be to the younger generation and to people around the world who do, in fact, see and have not been subjected to this narrative quite in the same way, which is to say that we see all around us today an extraordinary, momentous, there is a genocide, of course, and the horrors that can't be pretended away and can't be minimized. On the other hand, there is, without any doubt in my mind, a huge generational shift taking place right now, all around the world, but especially here in the West as well, among the youth, that people who are seeing Palestinians for the first time within their own narrative because of social media, because of the testimonies that people here in this room have provided, and the doctors and the journalists and the Palestinians, especially from Gaza and the West Bank and East Jerusalem and inside and outside, are all providing. Each person is making an impact, and there's a cumulative effect that is taking place that is helping to reshape this narrative. So I'd like to end by just making the obvious point that, and to insist on where we're going, we have to keep providing witness. We have to keep providing and being voices in the wilderness. That means, of course, we have to keep arguing for and historicizing and contextualizing and humanizing Palestine and Palestinians, because we're not afraid of the past. We know the history, and especially the historians amongst us know this history inside out. We have to avoid, second, the self-censorship and the intimidation, because ultimately those of us in the West are privileged. In other words, those of us who are providing witness are in fact privileged people compared to the Palestinians inside. Third, there is, as I said, a generation change taking place. They are the future. And in a sense, all those who are advocating for Palestinian humanity are advocating for a future. Because what's happening now is a complete realignment taking place. The Palestinian narrative, despite the genocide, is going to become inevitably part and parcel of what people and how people think about justice, morality, equality, freedom in the future. And so I'd like to end on that note and thank everyone, each and every one of you, especially my dear colleague, Professor Abed Takriti, for all the work that he's done in sort of advocating and organizing this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Makdisi. Next, we're going to hear from Ageel Asali, who's a postdoctoral research scholar and lecturer in Earth and Environmental Sciences at Columbia. And they're also going to be online.
Hello, can you hear me? Great. Well, hello, special hello to Houston, especially I know there's a lot of loved ones and family in the audience or listening online. Houston has a special place for me, home in many ways. I realize this is an international conference, but I just wanted to thank all the organizers for including me. And I want to dedicate my contribution to my family in Gaza, those that survived and those that did not. Allah yarhamhum, and I hope that my contribution is useful for the goals of this conference. So I'm trained as an anthropologist, a former engineer trained as an anthropologist. And in the beginning, what kind of led my research questions was really sort of a personal question of how does a place like the Gaza Strip even come to exist? How is a place like this produced and reproduced? And this question started in part, in a way, I didn't really want to exceptionalize Gaza at the time. I was very careful not to exceptionalize it, but I think now we're in very exceptional conditions. So I did focus on Gaza in my research, and part of what I noticed was that it was not just in, say, Western mainstream discourse and scholarship that it was excluded. I started noticing, for example, when we were curating the Houston Palestine Film Festival back in 2005, which I believe is coming up next month, that there were very few films about Gaza in comparison to other films. And as I continued in my studies, I realized even in Palestine studies, in the world of Palestine studies, in the world of anthropology, where I was being trained, engagement with Gaza was quite sparse. So I also started questioning how is it that Gaza has become so marginalized? Why has it been so illegible? So I'm not the first to point this out by far. Here's a couple quotes, one from Edward Said in this essay where he talks about Sarah Roy, who has written extensively about Gaza. He calls Gaza the core, one of the core causes, one of the core things that we need to understand in order to understand Palestine. Of course, Ilana Feldman as well argues that before there was the Gaza Strip, there was Palestine, pointing to the fact that the Gaza Strip is actually a very new, relatively new territorial entity. And I argue that basically in order to kind of come to understand these questions, we need to turn to both history and anthropology in order to understand how Gaza came to be. There are many other scholars like Ghassan Hajj, for example, who all the way back in 2005 argued that the very existence of a place like the Gaza Strip is criminal. So in order for me to make sense of this, I turned to, like I said, history and anthropology, but I also, because I'm talking about a specific place, turned to geographers, specifically critical geographers, especially Black, feminist, Indigenous, anti-colonial geographers who remind us that place is produced and constantly reproduced. And in order to see places that are as constantly in process. And in order to do that, we can attend not only to the colonial forces that shape them, but also to the ways that those that are resisting colonization are also agentive forces in the production of their spaces. Of course, one of the obvious ways that places are produced is through borders, as represented on modern maps, but also critical geographers remind us that maps are displays of power relations, and they offer us different ways to read them and unread them. Mapping could also be understood as a form of containment, not just geographic representation on paper, but also discursive mapping, meaning how is a place talked about or how is it framed? Mapping is an abstraction, it's a form of representation. By nature, things are omitted in order to produce a representation. However, it's important to remember that what is omitted is not innocuous. A lot of those omissions are driven by ideological commitments. And so our task as anti-colonial scholars is to attend to that which is silenced. As such, in my work, I aim to bring back and center Palestinian practices and ways of knowing, relating, and producing place. So I focus later in this presentation on Palestinian forms of resistance, countermapping, unmapping, and so on. So in the beginning of my my PhD studies back in 2013, I contributed a chapter to this collection, which I titled Hyper-Present Absence, which is how I had come to see Gaza back then. And in this chapter, what I argue is that that there's two dominant framings of Gaza. One, of course, is as war and terrorism, as we are well familiar with, and the framing of humanitarianism. And there's many reasons that we can explain why this sort of superficial understanding of Gaza has come to be. Part of it could be explained by lack of access to the place in order to do research, lack of access to local scholars, lack of access to institutions. Other explanations could be that Gaza is not seen, at least historically from colonial interests, as centrally important for biblical interests, as many sort of early colonial explorers were interested in identifying biblical sites. And then the way people have turned to trying to make sense of Gaza has been largely through metaphor. And here you have quite a number of metaphors. There's, in fact, a whole book called Gaza as Metaphor that reflects on this, in which they say, even if Gaza seems awash in apocalyptic metaphors, it is also resolutely a site of life and resistance. In the chapter, I'm just going to go through this quickly. There's two main works that I focus on to understand this discursive mapping. The first is by Sarah Roy, where she explains sort of the paradigm shifts over the years that have framed and reframed Gaza. Maybe the most seemingly innocuous one is what happened after disengagement in 2005, in which, of course, Israel was making false claims that Palestinians had full sovereignty over Gaza. And you essentially see occupation disappearing from the discourse, from mainstream discourse. Other terms are, of course, security, the talk about borders, in which most borders are actually not declared borders, but are buffer zones, or armistice lines. And then you have the discourse about the right for Israel to defend itself. Then, of course, she talks about war and framings of terrorism, in which now, as we're seeing happening right now, that the humanitarian takes over and becomes the responsibility of the international community. The other main framing focus is the focus of Ilana Feldman. She has a great article called Gaza's Humanitarian Problem, in which she argues how humanitarianism as a framing has had sort of depoliticizing effects in terms of what's happening in Gaza. And I give you here the example, it was mentioned earlier about the UN report, where it was suggested that Gaza would be unlivable in 2020. And in fact, in the entire report, in the summary, Israel is not mentioned once. And in the entire report, it's hardly mentioned. So it's a great example of how humanitarianism severs the political causes of them. And she cites Avi Shlaim, who says Israel's goal was to ensure that Palestinians in Gaza are seen by the world as simply a humanitarian problem, and thus to derail their struggle for independence and statehood. So at the end of my chapter, after sort of going through these examples and arguing for more historical studies, more ethnographic engagement, I compiled a list of scholars, research centers, universities at the end of the chapter. Again, this was 2013. I didn't have much reach or influence at the time, unfortunately, and this is where we are now. So I wanted to turn back to this pre-genocide time in which, when I did go to Gaza, the few times I was able to enter, I felt sort of a dissonance between this sort of dominant humanitarian discourse versus what I witnessed and experienced when I was there. That, you know, Gaza is a place that's teeming with life before this genocide. In fact, before the war started, before this genocide, there were elders that I knew that were actually thinking about going back to retire there. That, you know, that it was a place where life was teeming. And one of the most common things I would hear from people during my ethnographic research was that بدنا نعيش أو الحياة بدها تستمر, meaning that there is a deep desire to live. And we've heard that throughout the presentations today. And these pictures on the right are, of course, the beach. That's my great uncle, and the top right in Maghazi camp, and a nightclub in Gaza City. So I'm going to move from the discursive mapping to the literal mapping. I'm going to just kind of run through some maps pretty quickly, and then I'll turn to Palestinian forms of resistance. But the main points that I want to point out here is that the Gaza Strip is not a natural entity, and in fact, a quite recently created one. The framing of the Gaza Strip tends to flatten all the cities and villages within the Gaza Strip. Of course, now we're more familiar with places like Rafah and Khan Yunis. Before, that was not the case. And finally, that the Gaza Strip's framing severs the deep interconnections, history, and relations with the surrounding parts of southern Palestine and North Sinai, which I discovered through my research when I was no longer able to enter Gaza. I ended up in North Sinai and the Nakba, meeting several people who actually had a lot of deep relationships, whether through bloodlines or through other methods, that continued to persist despite the colonial attempts to sever them. I'm just going to put this up here if you guys want to snap a picture. This is a presentation by Noor Juda, geographer, and Jihad Abu Salim, historian, that goes much deeper into the maps that I'm about to run through. So again, the main point that I hope to convey through these maps is that the borders of Gaza are entirely arbitrary and relatively recent. Before Gaza's containment, historically, it was actually a very cosmopolitan place, if we can put it that way. It was an important stop on the coastal road. It was a trade and shopping destination. In ancient times, during ancient Egypt, this road was called the Way of Horus. During the Roman era, it was known as Via Maris. Gaza was also on the end of the incense route, the ancient incense route. It was also under, like, we fast forward to modern times, under Nasser's rule in Egypt, and under which Gaza was under administration, Gaza was actually a free trade zone and a shopping destination. It was a site of numerous markets, including famous Friday markets, where people from all over would bring their fares and their goods and sell and buy in Gaza and get some seafood while they're there. Gaza has long been touted as a crossroads of civilization, in large part because of this history and because of its historical location, and of course, because of the people who have long been entrepreneurial there. So focusing in on Gaza and its surroundings reveals that Gaza extends well beyond the Gaza Strip in terms of kinship and other forms of relations. And so I have come to see Gaza as more extensively as southern Palestine, as an integral part of southern Palestine. And in fact, there's another essay by Salman Abu-Sittah where he also argues that the southern half of Palestine is the forgotten half of Palestine. So this is the map, ancient map, showing the coastal road. You see, my focus is primarily on Rafah, which is the border town. This is the 1841 Furman map. Fast forwarding to when the Egypt was under British influence and Palestine was under Ottoman influence, and they were sort of Britain was aching to expand into Gaza, so they sort of pushed the Ottoman Empire to declare a border. The first border being from Rafah to Sinai. Throughout the years between then and 1906, there were several borders proposed and rejected, and it was in 1906 that the actual physical border was declared, the one that we know now, between Rafah and Taba. Now, it's important to remember that there's no physical barrier at this point. No physical barrier was put up at that point. This is this is what it looked like under the British mandate after World War I. The Gaza was a larger district. This is the UN partition plan in 1947. And then fast forward to 1948, the creation of the Gaza Strip soon after that, primarily through armistice lines on the north and the east end. Gaza fell under Egyptian administration. And so the borders that define Gaza for the most part are the 1949 armistice lines. Now, it's important to keep in mind that Gaza was technically connected to Sinai. There was no physical barrier between the two. This era was known as the Golden Era because life was pretty good for people in Gaza at the time. So Gaza was very open to Egypt at this point. After the 1967 war, Gaza and Sinai fell under Israeli occupation. They were still connected. There was still no border fence put up until Camp David Accords were signed in 1979. Israel was given 3 years to pull out of Sinai. And so in 1982, the very first border fence appears, which Palestinians call Silik. So this is what it looked like in 1999, which was when I was there, one of the few times I was able to enter Gaza. This is Rafah. Of course, by the time 1906, when the first border was drawn, all the way to 1982, you can imagine Rafah had grown and the border remained the same. And so family members were split by this border. And so they would pull things to the wall in order to speak to their families on the other side. This is what it looks like now. Obviously, many more walls and militarized surveillance. And this is just a quick, sort of more recent history of what's happened leading up to the moment that we are now. And I just want to highlight quickly the red here. After Sisi came to power, one thing also that attention to Gaza brings to focus is its deep dependence on whatever's happening in Egypt. And so when Sisi came to power, the policy towards North Sinai changed drastically. There were, of course, tunnels, as we know, that emerged after 1982. These tunnels became bigger and more substantial after Hamas came to power and Israel enacted a more intense siege, and they became what many called as the lungs through which Gaza breathed. And so during Mubarak's era in Egypt, it was largely a policy of turning a blind eye to the tunnels. But once Sisi came to power, things changed. And in fact, almost the entirety of Rafah on the Egyptian side was flattened in a silent war. So I want to turn now to the Palestinian practices of rejection and resistance. One of the framings that I find compelling is relational placemaking, meaning how relationships with each other, with the land, and with other non-humans can help make a place as a form of resistance. Excuse me, I'm just losing my notes. Okay, so Gaza as rejection. This is taken from a poem by Mahmoud Darwish, where he says Gaza is devoted to rejection. And so I argue for more focus and study on Palestinian forms of rejection, refusal, resistance, however you want to frame it. So relations and relational placemaking results in the spatial restructuring, can result in spatial restructuring and remaking of a place in spite of colonial impositions. These sometimes are a product of unexpected encounters, unexpected relations, not just patrilineal lineages, which is how Israel tends to map the Palestinians, right? They assume like, who's your father? Who's your father's father? They assume Palestinian relations in general are patrilineal, whereas in fact, there's many other forms of relations beyond those. So much scholarship, there's very much scholarship on the containment of Gaza, right, on the technologies of control. However, a focus on the actual people and their social worlds reveals a very different kind of intimate relation to the place, to the land, and to each other. And these relations prove to be a serious force with which Israel has not fully been able to contend, except, of course, the ways that we're seeing now through genocide and extreme violence. I argue that we must insist on our right to know and study these different forms of resistance outside of terrorism frameworks. And here I'm just showing you some maps of the Greater Israel aspirations of Israel, which I would suggest that Palestinian forms of resistance have prevented this expansion from in very surprising ways. Oops. So my research focuses on the tunnels. Let's see if I can get this one to play. So the tunnels emerged, as I said, in 1989, when a border was drawn up in Rafah, which had by then expanded well beyond, I guess, the original size of Rafah. And it said that the very first tunnel was actually a municipal pipe that a cat was sent through with a rope tied to it, and that created the first connection between people. Another story I've heard is that another sort of pathway was opened when a dog smelled his owner on the other side and dug under the fence. And so it began kind of like this sort of small scale tunneling between families on both sides, sort of like weapons of the weak, you could say. But of course, as the siege tightened, the tunnels became much greater and much more sophisticated, and in fact, expanded into an entire entire ministry that Hamas controlled after they started growing exponentially. But to me, what the tunnels represent is the importance of relations, and again, not just human relations, but more than human relations. And so studies of Palestinian contemporary armed resistance as well, resistance and armed resistance as well, are very sparse, despite a growing scholarship on armed resistance of the past, right? There's quite a bit of scholarship on what's happened in the 70s and the 60s. But in addition to armed resistance and tunnels, there are other various forms of placemaking. For example, Palestine scholars Nairouz Abu Hattoum and Noor Juda look to urban encroachment in the face of confinement as one form of agency and resistance against containment. They show that Palestinian placemaking is a significant force with which Israel's settler space-making project must contend, and which exposes its limitations. And I think the same could be said in the case of Gaza's tunnels and other border breaches. They show how centering Palestinian spaces and practices can broaden our perspective beyond the focus on the settler colonial practices of containment. Indeed, Gaza has shown us how life sustains itself through a complex set of relations that persist despite the blockages that aim to stunt them. So I'm just going to go through a couple other examples. Here's an example, for example, of the Land Day protests in 2010. This is a photo from a friend of mine, and the results of these protests actually enacted in like a mini land back where space was reclaimed by Palestinians. The same thing happened in 2018 with the Great March of Return, in which, again, more space was sort of reclaimed through the right of return. Of course, there was in the face of incredible violence. And then here are some sort of cheeky examples of other forms of Palestinian countermapping. This is Palestinian response to Donald Trump's proposed future state. These are counter maps, sort of fighting back against Google's erasure of Palestinians. This is one example of Tamim Darbi in 2006, in which people were able to add their villages to Google Maps. This is another similar project by PalestineRemembered.com. Here's an example from Zukhrut on the left. This one on the right is from Visualizing Palestine. And I just want to point out here again that you have this sort of flattening of the nuance that you see on the left. even with good intention, that we ourselves as Palestinians or as Palestine scholars tend to sort of lose this nuance when we think about Gaza in the South. And here's an example of a much more nuanced look at the South from Palestine Land Society, where each of these blue dots represents a village. This is an example of a map from my field notes with interviewing a Sawarka Bedouin. He's in North Sinai, but he has a lot of relations in Gaza. North is facing to the right here, but just showing how they see their space very differently beyond modern nation-state borders. Here's a more sort of official map of the different Bedouin tribes in the South. On the right, there's an elder Tarabin who goes by Ibn Battuta, who we interviewed and who was also, interestingly, a very cosmopolitan and well-traveled figure. And Tarabin in particular is the largest Bedouin tribe in the South, and their kinship relations span Gaza, Sinai, the Nakba, and even Jordan. And finally, this is a chapter that I've co-written with Nairuz Abu Hattoum, in which we try to look at the resistance videos. Again, this is before October 7th, in which we try to understand forms of resistance and ways in which resistance has, whether violent or nonviolent, whether armed or non-armed, how they've actually colluded with the land or with the sea itself in order to resist their containment. And so in this very rushed presentation, I'm trying to sort of paint a different picture of Gaza than what we've typically sort of been, the way that it's sort of the mainstream way of knowing it, right? That there's all these different relations that span and defy the borders that have contained it. And so what I'm trying to conjure something different here that shows how encounters with the land and the people throughout the region produce something different, right? So what I'm trying to show is that if you actually engage with the real and not the metaphorical, that something else emerges, and the real being the people themselves, not just maps and borders, not just abstract concepts, but not just continuing to focus primarily on Israeli colonial forms of violence. And so I give the story of Khubeza, which of course I think now we're all familiar with Khubeza, but Khubeza is a green that grows wild. And I actually think about my mother's farm there in Texas, where Khubeza came with her goats actually and ended up growing all over her farm in Houston, outside of Houston. As a result, many Palestinians have started coming to her farm in order to forage Khubeza. And through this plant and the relationship and the history with it, a whole slew of new relations were formed. So I'll conclude on this slide. Since my first chapter didn't quite hit suggested methods, this is suggested methods part 2. So what would it mean? What should we do now, right? And if we're thinking about like the ways that Gaza has been excluded and why, I think that it would require some honest and difficult conversations about what led to its exclusion. One thing I suggest is how to center Gazan scholars in a substantial way. It was great to hear from Amani earlier from the Islamic University. I think we should take her suggestions very seriously and build on that. I think other things that we could do include acknowledge and address class in Palestine, address the discrimination that people from Gaza have faced, both from other Palestinians and structurally from legal statuses in Jordan and Egypt. There's, of course, a big project. There's been a long, big project to document Nakba stories from 1948. Now we have much more to document. We have many more archives in order to try to salvage what's left there. In my research, when I wasn't no longer able to enter Gaza, I hired a co-researcher in Gaza that was sort of my collaborator. And through her, I realized that there was a large number of people in Gaza that were sort of, I don't want to say amateur, but sort of unofficial archivists, right? Collectors and archivists. And I long felt that these are things that we should have been capturing and learning from. Another suggestion I have that we could actually do now is how to start forging relationships now with people in Gaza, whether that means through social media, maybe a pen pal system, just anything to encourage relations beyond just a handful of people. I had the idea of like, maybe we need to imagine a new university that is an international hybrid form university that centers all these suggestions. Oops. And finally, for US-based scholars, I propose that we make a serious campaign to abolish the language and the legal frameworks around the word terrorism. As you know, the State Department has a list of foreign terrorist organizations, and every single Palestinian faction is on that list, with the exception of the non-military wing of Fatah. And I think this could be a powerful campaign that would be important, not just for Palestinians, but for others as well. And I'll end there. Thank you.
On? Yes, okay. Thank you, Dr. Asali. That was a fantastic presentation. And I just want to remind people that those maps will be accessible online, of course, after that, because everything is being videoed and we will post it. And so you can look at them a little more slowly and carefully. So our next speaker really, I think, needs no introduction at all, but I will read a very brief one. It is Abed, or Abdel Razak Takriti, who is much loved Associate Professor of History and Arab American Educational Foundation Chair the Arab American Educational Foundation Chair in Arab Studies at Rice University. And I'll just pass it right over to you.
All right, so this has been a very difficult conference to attend for all of us, I believe. After hearing what's going on in Palestine and what's going on in Gaza specifically, it is difficult to come in and give a talk about history. But we must go back to history, because what we are seeing now is an internationally authorized and organized genocide. And the idea that I want to communicate to you today is that international authorization for the colonization and destruction of Palestine is a very, very, very old phenomenon. It goes back actually to the very beginning of the story of the colonization of Palestine. Perhaps what is unique about the colonization of Palestine, if we look at it in comparative settler colonial context, is that this was a settler colonialism that was enacted by an international order. Okay, most settler colonial cases are carried out by one country. It occupies a space, it authorizes the colonization of that space by a settler group, and it oversees that process. In the case of Palestine, it was a very late example of settler colonialism, and it happened in the context of the post-World War I settlement, where the League of Nations officially authorized the settler colonization of that space under the terms of the so-called mandate system. Let's consider the mandate system. In the Palestine Mandate, Article 1 of the mandate was that the mandatory shall have full powers of legislation. This was fairly typical and administration. But Article 2, and that's the one that matters, says, quote, the mandatory shall be responsible for placing the country under such political, administrative, and economic conditions as will secure the establishment of the Jewish national home as laid out in the preamble. They laid out in the preamble the idea of creating a Jewish national home in Palestine, okay, which means basically transforming a territory that was predominantly Arab into a territory that is predominantly European. Because what a Jewish national home meant at the time was the transference of Europe's Jewish population into Palestine. Quite simply. Forget about all the legal formulations. Forget about all the historic justifications. They had one justification for this historic connection. There's many people who have many historic connections to many different parts of the world. That doesn't mean they could come and take the place of other peoples. And that was the argument that Palestinians said over and over again. And you know what? They're still not heard about when it comes to that argument. Now, this was authorized by the victors of the First World War. There's an international decision. When we use the word international, by the way, we mean the states that are in power. Doesn't mean that it's the peoples of the world. Peoples of the world were all under the boot of these people in power. They were four great powers running the world. And we still have this phenomena now. The inequities in the global system are responsible, were responsible for the colonization of Palestine back then, and are responsible for the Gaza genocide right now. And we see this in the United Nations, the successor of the League of Nations. We see this in the International Court of Justice. It is not coincidental that it is a great African country that had witnessed a revolution, a sister revolution of the Palestinian revolution, that has come in to the aid of the Palestinian people at the ICJ. And it is not coincidental that all the sabotage that is done at the UN and in the different legal spheres and humanitarian spheres and diplomatic spheres to try to stop the genocide from happening, all of this sabotage is done by the Western powers. What is their justification? We've heard it over and over again in this conference. It is racism. And I will illustrate this with reference to the man who set the terms of the mandate. I keep on repeating his quotes. I hate quoting him. He's a very terrible, evil man named Winston Churchill. Winston Churchill, when asked why did he incorporate the terms of the mandate in 1922, why did he do them despite the fact that there had been two rebellions, Palestinian rebellions, that had been investigated by British commissions? And these rebellions proved that the Palestinians do not want their land to be colonized. His answer to the Peel Commission, which was asking him this question in 1937 about 1922, when the mandate terms were passed, was very clear. He said, "I do not admit that the dog in the manger has the final right to the manger, even though he may have lain there for a very long time. I do not admit that right. I do not admit, for instance, that a great wrong has been done to the Red Indians of America or the Black people of Australia. I do not admit that a wrong has been done to these people by the fact that a stronger race, a higher grade race, or at any rate, a more worldly wise race, to put it that way, has come in and taken their place. I do not admit it. I do not think that the Red Indians had any right to say the American continent belongs to us and we are not going to have any of these European settlers coming in here. They had not the right, nor had they the power." I repeat this quote on almost every talk I give, because this is at the heart. This is at the heart of what we're dealing with today. Biden, Brett McCurk, who's behind Biden, the entire administration, their views of Palestinians are no different. Their views of our people in Gaza are no different. That is proven by the practices that they are authorizing, by the practices that they are arming. They come in one day, say, we want humanitarian supplies to enter, and at the same day, they send in weapons with which to destroy our people, kill them, with which to murder our children, with which to turn our hospitals, schools, universities into rubble. They engage in another phenomena, and this phenomena matters, which is attempt to destroy our political institutions and to destroy our military capacities, which are the capacity for self-defense. In the colonial logic, you see, from the very beginning of the story, from the time of the British, only the settler colonist is allowed to be armed. There are two categories of humanity in this world. Group of people who have the so-called right of self-defense, who have the right to bear arms, and others who must be at the receiving ends of these arms and sit there and accept being murdered with them without any resistance. Now, you might be slightly familiar with this logic living in this country. We see it at a different scale in a different set of communities. Remember what the Black Panthers were talking about? Yesterday, we heard a very inspiring speech by a great scholar of that movement. That was a part of the logic that we have here. There, we have it on a national level. Here, it's expressed in racialized segregation terms. There, it's done on the level of colonizing one people through another. But the logic is the same. Some people get to defend themselves. Some people do not get to defend themselves. They get to be assaulted. And should they ever defend themselves, they'll be presented as aggressors, as evil, as committers of evils that are greater than those. Seems that the colonial spirits are trying to control and Now, let me tell you why Gaza proves to be a problem for these people. Those that were trying to destroy the ability of Palestinians to express themselves politically and to defend themselves militarily. By the way, it's a difficult conversation to have. Some people will say, what is Professor Takriti talking about? How dare you talk about self-defense or anything else? That is terrorism in this country. Well, I'm a historian of revolutions and counter-revolutions. I'm a historian of the traditions of war as they're exemplified in colonial situations. And whether it's in Algeria or South Africa or Palestine, we always have this dynamic going. Every colonized group was presented in this country as not having the right to defend itself. Okay, and should you talk about it in absolute terms, you're presented as promoting a certain strategy or tactic. I'm not doing that here in this podium. I'm just reflecting on the history of this space, where one group of people is armed to the teeth with nuclear weapons, with the top fighter jets, with rockets, and another group of people is totally expected to be bombed and sit there silent. Gaza proved to be a problem for this logic because Gaza was the space, as Ageel has mentioned, into which the entirety of the southern part of Palestine was distilled in 1948. That happened over the course of an operation that took place in October 1948 that's known as Operation Yoav. During this operation, most of the major cities of southern Palestine and big towns, ones that were mentioned by Dr. Ahmed Jude, our beloved Nakba survivor who shared with us his testimony, his very powerful testimony earlier. Most of those spaces were ethnically cleansed during that operation, including his beloved hometown Isdud, but also Bir al-Saba, also Majdal, also Hamama, all of these areas and many others. Dawaime. This was Operation Yoav. Guess who's named after Operation Yoav? The current butcher of Gaza, the current Israeli defense minister that they're presenting here as a moderate, Yoav Gallant. His father was a war criminal who participated in the ethnic cleansing of all of these cities and villages in 1948. He expelled their inhabitants and placed them in Gaza. The Egyptian forces were unable to defend those areas. And moreover, they had diminished the capacity of Palestinians from being able to defend those areas, because the minute they entered, those forces had entered Palestine, their first thing they did was disarm the local Palestinian units that were defending these villages. The populations of those areas ended up in Gaza. They ended up in the small territory that the Egyptian forces were able to defend, which was a very thin strip, 40 kilometers long, and at most 8 kilometers wide. This is what we're talking about. It's tiny. The entirety of the southern part of Palestine was concentrated there. Unlike other parts of Palestine, that's the only part that people were allowed to call themselves, were still allowed to call themselves Palestinian in after 48. Those that ended up in the West Bank, those that came from the central hill country, those that ended up in Jordan, they were absorbed into a different nationality project. A project that sought to annex the West Bank to the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. Those that ended up in Lebanon were so oppressed that they couldn't form political organizations. And those that ended up in Syria became absorbed into mainly Syrian and pan-Arab political dynamics. Gaza was special because that was the place where you could say, I am Palestinian and I'm going to organize as a Palestinian. I'll give you an example. The Palestine Communist Party, the only place where you had the Palestine Communist Party remaining was in Gaza. In 48, our compatriots there, they had to join the Israeli Communist Party. In Jordan, they had to create the Jordanian Communist Party. Only in Gaza, you had the Palestine Communist Party. Fatah started in Gaza for a reason, or was primarily started by sons of Gaza for a reason, and daughters of Gaza for a reason. Again, because Gaza was a space where you could have the formation of a particularly Palestinian way of thinking. That's why all the historic leaderships of that formation, which is the largest in Palestine at the time, for a long time, were concentrated in Gaza. The Muslim Brotherhood, which is the original party that out of which Hamas emerged, also was disproportionately powerful in Gaza. So when we look at Gaza today, we see that it's a place. I know that Adil has told us about its marginality in scholarship, but I'll tell you something. In Palestinian political life, and I'm a scholar of Palestinian political life, it is actually enormously central and has played central roles historically and persistently to this very day. All the major Palestinian factions have something to do with Gaza. Even the PFLP, which did not start in Gaza, some of its strongest moments of resistance in the occupied territories happened in the early 1970s in Gaza during what was known as the Guevara Gaza period. So Gaza was always a problem because it had an active political life and it was a site of resistance. It's a place where people said no. You know why they said no? Because also resistance in Palestine is organized around class lines, and it primarily emanates from refugee communities. It's the strongest in refugee communities. And Gaza is one of our largest places in which the refugees are concentrated. So what's their answer to this? Is destruction. Is complete annihilation. They don't want any form of Palestinian independence from Western control. In the West Bank, the Palestinian people are shackled by an authority that is under US and Israeli domination. Our people there are very brave. They've been trying to remove these shackles for a long time. But they're tied. They're under the boot. They're in a lot of pain. Now they're watching their sisters and brothers being slaughtered. And you hear them all feeling powerless. They're trying to rise up. They can't. In the refugee camps in the surrounding region, our people tried to rebel for years, for decades, but they were defeated. In Jordan, they were defeated in 1970. In Lebanon, they were expelled in 1982. The only place where the Palestinians have had any independent political or military capacity in this world was in Gaza. So that is the heart and the crux of the matter. Today in Palestine, Gaza represents a concept we call as al-izza, dignity, karama. That's why you hear so many genocide victims today. If you follow the Arabic news, you'll never see them getting interviewed on the US news because they don't interview people. Maybe they'll interview humanitarian cases. But you know what? If you watch the Arabic channels, you'll see them. And they'll come and tell you, you know what? I have karama, I have dignity, I am hungry, but I am staying here. The only way to defeat this colonialism is to defeat this concept, this racist concept. The only way to defeat colonialism is to accept that the Palestinians, like other peoples in this world, have a right to self-determination, have a right to independence, have a right to control their fate, have a right to return to their land, all of their land. If we apply universal rights to Palestine, if we stop obsessing about the welfare of the settler at the expense of the life of the native, then we shall see a world in which the genocide that we've been discussing today is absent. So that is what we're here for today, is to protect our minds from the distortion, but also is to play our role as scholars and thinkers, to speak the truth to power. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Abid. Next, we're honored to have the esteemed Avi Shlaim speak, and he is Emeritus Fellow of St. Anthony's College, Oxford, an Emeritus Professor of International Relations at the University of Oxford, and a Fellow of the British Academy. Dr. Shlaim.
Good evening. I would like to begin by paying tribute to Abid Takriti and his colleagues for organizing this remarkable and truly important gathering of scholars against the war on Palestine. Abid suggested that I use my 15 minutes to put Gaza in a historic context and to focus on the Israeli side. Can you hear me all right? So I've decided to organize my comments around the title of Beyond the Iron Wall, a Word of Explanation. In 1923, Ze'ev Jabotinsky, the spiritual father of the Israeli right, published an article called The Iron Wall, We and the Arabs. And in it he wrote, the Palestinians are a people. They are not a rabble. They are not a rabble. They are a people. No people in history has ever willingly made room for another people to come and create a state on their land. And therefore, Palestinian resistance to the Zionist project is inevitable and inescapable. A voluntary agreement between the two sides is not possible. The only way to realize the Zionist project is unilaterally and by military force. Stage one of this was the basic Zionist strategy in the conflict since the 1920s. Stage one of the strategy is to build Jewish military force. The Arabs would knock their head against the wall. Eventually, they'll give up any hope of defeating the Zionists on the battleground. And then would come the time for stage two of the strategy, which is negotiations with the Palestinians about their rights and status in Palestine. So the essence of the strategy was negotiations from strength. The problem is that the politicians of the right fell in love with the first part of the strategy of building up Israel's military force, but they forgot about the second part of the strategy, which is using this military force as an instrument to negotiate a settlement with the Palestinians. Yitzhak Rabin was the only Israeli leader who went a very, very modest way towards a political settlement of the conflict with the Palestinians. He did this by signing the Oslo Accord in 1993. But all the concessions came from the PLO. The PLO is probably the most flexible, the most moderate national liberation movement in history in terms of what it expected from the colonizer. It gave up its claim to 78% of historic Palestine in the hope that it would get an independent Palestinian state on Gaza and the West Bank with a capital city in East Jerusalem. But it was not to be. Rabin was assassinated and the Likud came back to power in 1996 under the leadership of Benjamin Netanyahu. and the Oslo Accord turned out to be a trap for the Palestinians. Netanyahu spent his first term in office in a systematic and largely successful attempt to dismantle the Oslo Accords. He did this by expanding Jewish settlements on the West Bank and increasing the number of Jewish settlers. At the time of Oslo, there were 130,000 Jewish settlers. Today, there are 700,000 Jewish settlers on the West Bank. In 2005, Ariel Sharon carried out the unilateral disengagement from Gaza. This was not a contribution to peace. This was not a prelude to a comprehensive settlement of the conflict with the Palestinians. On the contrary, it was a unilateral move undertaken in what he thought were Israeli national interests. His overall aim was to redraw unilaterally, I stress unilaterally, not by negotiations, the borders of Greater Israel. Step one was disengagement from Gaza, and as a result, he thought he removed 1.4 million Palestinians from the demographic equation. And step two was to build the so-called security barrier on the West Bank. In January 2006, as Dr. Rothschild reminded us, Hamas won a fair and free election and proceeded to form a government. Israel refused to recognize this government, and it took measures to undermine the democratically elected government. And the United States and Europe, in one of the endless examples of Western hypocrisy, sided with Israel in refusing to accept the democratically elected Palestinian government. Netanyahu is no negotiator. Netanyahu is a proponent of permanent conflict. But Netanyahu is not interested in coexistence with the Palestinians, but in Israeli hegemony and increasingly Jewish hegemony or Jewish supremacy. His life mission is to prevent the emergence of a Palestinian state. Netanyahu believed that he found a solution to the problem, which was not to solve the conflict with the Palestinians, but to manage it. And the way he managed it was by weakening the Palestinian Authority in Ramallah, humiliating it, treating it as a subcontractor for Israeli policy, gaining a completely free hand to expand settlements, to carry out ethnic cleansing, and to support escalating settler violence with the protection of the IDF, which is escalating all the time as there is a war in Gaza. And as for Gaza, his policy was to allow Hamas to govern the Strip, to allow the government of the Qatari government to fund Hamas and to keep the people of Gaza contained in the prison, the open-air prison of Gaza. On the 7th of October, the Hamas attack took Israel by surprise, inflicted very heavy damage, and it amounted to the collapse of Netanyahu's policy of managing the conflict. He refused to accept any responsibility for the security failure, but the great majority of Israelis blame him for what had happened, and 80% of Israelis would like to see him out of power. So politically speaking, he's probably a dead man walking. As a result of the Hamas attack, the successful attack on Israel, Netanyahu changed his policy towards Hamas. His new war aim is not to allow Hamas to govern, but to eradicate Hamas, to destroy Hamas completely. This aim is clearly unrealistic and unattainable, but Netanyahu needs it for his domestic political reasons, because he faces serious charges of corruption, and he knows that once he stops being prime minister, he would stand trial, and he will most probably end up in jail. So Netanyahu, for his own very selfish reasons, I would say psychopathic reasons, needs a long war in Gaza. The undeclared aim of this war is the ethnic cleansing of Gaza, and there is indeed a leaked government report, government paper, which calls for depopulating the whole of the Gaza Strip. This hasn't happened yet because of Egyptian resistance to this plan to push the Palestinians into northern Sinai, but it may yet happen. It may yet happen, in which case there would be a second Nakba, which would overshadow the Nakba of 1948. Another Israeli war aim is to render Gaza uninhabitable, and this aim has been partly, maybe largely, achieved already. By my count, this is the 8th Israeli military offensive in Gaza since cast lead of December 2008. But it is by far the most violent, the most bloody, the most destructive, the most sadistic, yes, the most sadistic, and it's the first offensive in Gaza which is overtly genocidal. The IDF has murdered over 33,000 people, about 14,000 of them children. Many more thousands are buried in the rubble. The IDF has injured over 70,000 Gazans. It has displaced 1.9 million, 85% of the population of Gaza. And remember, the forcible displacement of civilians is a war crime. So Israel is committing war crimes daily. And Israel has destroyed 65% of homes and of civilian infrastructure. So the main features of this Israeli military offensive is domicide, the destruction of homes, educide, the destruction of the educational system. As we said before, Scholasticide, which is the destruction of higher education, cultural genocide, and the ultimate crime, which is genocide. I was going to speak about the American role in all this, but I don't have time, so I'll just say that America isn't simply complicit in Israeli war crimes. America is the enabler of the occupation and the enabler of the genocide. And America vetoed 3 Security Council ceasefire resolutions. So there could have been a ceasefire a long time ago. And even the last one, when America abstained, at the very same time, President Biden signed a deal to transfer to Israel a huge amount of weaponry and munitions on top of the $3.8 billion that in military aid that America gives Israel anyway. So Israel's overall aim is to annihilate the Palestinian people, to snatch them into the ground. And it is, as Netanyahu's map to the UN showed, to deny any independent political existence to the Palestinians and any rights. The Palestinians now face two challenges. One is politicide, a systematic attempt of Israel to destroy the Palestinian polity, to destroy Palestinian resistance, and to prevent the emergence of a unified Palestinian leadership leading to statehood. And secondly, the Palestinians now face a genocide, a real genocide, a threat to their physical survival. What does this mean for Israel? I believe that it means the beginning of the end of the kind of violent, racist Zionism as practiced by Netanyahu's government. The occupation destroyed Israeli democracy, if there was a democracy. The occupation completely destroyed that. And as Karl Marx pointed long ago, a people that oppresses another cannot itself remain free. I'm rereading Emil Habibi's novel, The Strange Disappearance of Said the Pesoptimist, the Mutasha'il. And I feel the same way as the Pesoptimist. I am pessimistic in the short term, but I'm completely optimistic about the long term. And if I may end on a personal note, I'm an Arab Jew. I was born in Baghdad and lived in Baghdad for the first 5 years of my life. And for my family and me, Muslim-Jewish coexistence and harmony wasn't a distant dream. It was the everyday reality. And my own experience encouraged me to think that a better future is possible for our region to replace the present vicious genocide, ongoing genocide in Gaza today. Thank you for listening.
Thanks, everyone. We're going to move right into the next and final session.
That's what I'm going to do. Yeah, yeah. No, before you can sit for 5 minutes. Okay. But yes, you have your regular number. Okay. Okay, we have 5 minutes. No. Right?
Friends, I'm sorry to do this, but we're going to ask you to take your seats. Okay, I'm going to ask everyone to take their seats, please. Welcome to the final session of our first day of the World Academic Forum for Palestine. I'm going to have to ask the people who are at the back having conversations to please lower the volume because we are going to begin the session. Some of you have noticed that we're a little behind schedule. You want me to switch? Some of you may have noticed that we're a little behind session on the schedule. I just want to let you know that this is a very honorable tradition. I was once doing a series of talks in South Korea, and a radical group asked me to come and join a conference the next day. And being an incorrigible radical, I said, yes, I would do that. And they told me that it would take 3 hours. After 7 hours, I turned to one of the organizers and said, when does the meeting finish? And they said to me, when the discussion stops. So we're doing a little bit of that today, but I promise you that we have an incredibly disciplined panel here, every one of whom has told me they will keep to time. I was also asked to take 10 minutes to introduce, and I promise you I'm going to come under time. The reason for this is that we are starting to shift gears as we move our discussion from documenting and witnessing the horror and the destruction that has been unleashed on the Palestinian people and on Gaza in particular. We're now shifting gears to the question of the global resistance and what our role is in contributing to the development, the building of that growing global resistance. In other words, we're moving onto the strategic ground of movement building. And this is a critical part of the World Academic Forum for Palestine. Osama Makdisi said to us earlier that there's a generational shift that's happening over Palestine globally. And I think that's right. I think it's more than that, but I think it is also that. Some of you in Houston have heard me say before that there are elements of a Vietnam moment in what we are living through right now. And what I have meant in part in saying that is that the ruling class confronts a legitimation crisis over global Zionism. And global Zionism includes the US state as well as the Israeli state. It includes the Canadian state, the German state, the British state, and so on. It's a global imperial colonial project. And let me give you a couple of examples of what I mean by saying that there is a legitimation crisis right now for global Zionism. In December, Time magazine, not the most radical of publications, ran a story picking up on a study that was published in December. And this trend I'm about to lay out for you has continued dramatically since December. But Time magazine shared a study that the so-called net favorability of Israel, that means the shift in popular opinion away from being favorable to Israel, had taken a 18.5% hit Israel's global favorability between October 7th and early December. This was, they said, the most dramatic shift
in public opinion on a global question in 2 months that any such study had documented before. We have seen resignations of officials from the State Department. We have seen Biden White House staffers picketing outside the White House. We have seen an open letter by 2,000 employees of the World Health Organization denouncing their own leadership. We have seen journalists at the BBC writing letters protesting their own publication's stand on the genocide in Gaza. We have seen an Oscar speech by Jonathan Glaser calling out the hijacking of the Holocaust in the name of the occupation. We've seen comedian Rami Youssef on Saturday Night Live calling for a free Palestine. We have seen, even at the Berlin Film Festival, award winners calling out genocide and apartheid. In Britain, thank you, Nandini Bhattacharya, for this. In Britain, just a few days ago, 3 days ago, the National Education Union Conference voted in favor of a motion calling for solidarity with Palestine and criticizing the Israeli government as racist. And they declared that they would, quote, take no lectures, unquote, from their education secretary, the government minister. This is part of a global shift. And we need to contextualize that if we're going to strategize. There is a crack in global Zionism. And as the poet said, it is through the crack that the light gets in. Our job is to deepen that crack, to open up more and more space for Palestine solidarity organizing among academics, doctors, graduate students, and of course, society-wide. Addressing this in a variety of different ways is just an outstanding panel and is my privilege to introduce all of them. Their long bios are to be found in the program. I'm not going to give you that, okay? You can find it in the program. But I'll tell you one thing about this group that you're going to be hearing from. I had the privilege last summer of teaching a graduate seminar that involves students from 7 universities on the topic of racial capitalism. And pieces of writing from every one of these people figured in the course syllabus that I had. They are outstanding scholar activists who have been mobilizing against racism, colonialism, empire, and genocide through all of their work. We are privileged to hear from them today, and I know that they are going to help us as we start to map out an understanding of the foundations of global solidarity. Notice the name of our session. The World is with Palestine, Reflections from Sister Struggles. We are going to hear from our speakers in the order laid out in the program. We will start with Robin D.G. Kelly. We will then move to Leanne Betasamosake Simpson, to Glenn Coulthard, to Salim Valley, and to Donna Murch. So please join me in welcoming our first speaker, Robin Kelly. You better take them. Okay, here.
Thank you. I'm so used to clapping for everyone else. I was sitting there clapping for myself. Because I've been here for a long time. Anyway, I said no jokes, no jokes. In fact, all the thank yous, everything. I'm not going to name names. We're going to jump right into it. I'm going to talk about labor. And I want to talk about organized labor and international solidarity with Palestine. Now, we all know that the UAW made history by becoming the largest union in the country to call for a ceasefire in Gaza, right? That's the good news, but it gets worse. So the UAW's new leadership under Shawn Fain was ahead of most AFL-CIO unions which until quite recently opposed any statement in support of a ceasefire. Under Fain, it appears that they may be following or might be following the lead of many left-led unions that have been at the forefront. In fact, they launched a National Labor Network for Ceasefire. And we're talking about unions like the National Nurses United, which is one of the greatest unions on the planet right now, the American Postal Workers Union, the Association of Flight Attendants, the Chicago Teachers Union, International Longshoremen, UE, United Electrical Workers. These are all basically left unions. And certainly groups like Labor for Palestine, which is a solidarity group that's been around for 20 years, has been doing a lot of lobbying work trying to get unions, or at least at the grassroots level, to be in solidarity. Now, what explains the UAW's change of position regarding Israel? Well, the answer is Unite All Workers for Democracy, which is the caucus that actually got Fain elected president of the UAW. It was founded in 2020. Its plank called out corruption. It demanded limits on international UAW officers' pay. It demanded specific auto workers, certain demands on the part of auto workers, which I won't go into, like 30 hours work for 40 hours pay, that kind of thing. But I also want to mention, or at least acknowledge, that the UAW represents many sectors, including graduate students. So the main focus of UAWD really is on auto workers. In any case, what the plank had called for, which affects our discussion and affects all the unions, is international solidarity. Now, the UAWD came out in support of BDS in the original platform. That's something we don't always talk about. Shawn Fain's position, though, was compromised after he endorsed President Biden, who bears much of the responsibility for the ongoing genocide. Now, Fain's endorsement of Biden was inconsistent with UAWD's pledge to remain independent of all parties, including, and I quote, the corporate Wall Street-dominated Democratic Party. And it was a slap in the face to many of the UAW's rank and file members, many of whom voted uncommitted. And for some, it was a betrayal, although there are folks that I know in the caucus who are not at all surprised by Fain's position in terms of endorsing Biden. In fact, the UAW still has yet to divest from all of its Israel bonds. Now, a ceasefire is a minimum. So it's great that they call for a ceasefire, but it's a minimum. Palestinian labor unions issued a statement on October 16th calling on US workers to stop the flow of weapons to Israel by any means, including refusing to manufacture or transport weapons earmarked for Israel, to take action against firms complicit in the siege of Gaza, and to press the government to end its military and financial support. Just 2 days ago, and you may know about this, organizers with Bay Area Palestine Solidarity tried to do just that. That is, by blocking the entrance to the Lockheed Martin plant in Sunnyvale, California. While they were doing that, a white man driving a truck, apparently an employee, but I can't confirm that, drove through the line of protesters, brandishing a knife, and threatened to kill somebody. Now, this scenario begs the question, why did Bay Area activists have to block workers from entering the plant? Why didn't workers self-organize a strike or some kind of action in support of Palestinian workers? Or the more vexing question is, who is organizing workers around Palestinian solidarity? So for example, on May 18th, 2021, I'm sure everyone in this room knows this, Palestinian workers inside the 48 borders and in occupied Palestine organized a day-long general strike to protest the assault on Palestinians in Sheikh Jarrah neighborhood in Jerusalem, at the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and the siege on Gaza. They called it a dignity strike. Mostly workers in construction, sanitation, hotel and restaurant and transportation, including taxi drivers and bus drivers. And hundreds were fired for participating in the strike. Now imagine if US labor unions expressed their solidarity by going on strike, a one-day strike, in solidarity with those Palestinian workers. But that didn't happen. So from a working class standpoint, International solidarity means recognizing the people of Gaza, the people of the West Bank as part of the class, right? And especially an exploited, oppressed part of the class, a vulnerable segment of the global working class. There's no way that stopping genocide and demanding justice for Palestinians should divide the class. And there's nothing democratic about union leaders speaking for the class, investing its dues in support of actions that contribute to the subjugation of Palestinian workers or setting labor's international political agenda. As a consequence, union leadership has essentially foreclosed avenues of solidarity with Palestinian workers, despite pressure from below. And this is, I agree with David, this could be changing. Now, until quite recently, this kind of solidarity I'm talking about was inconceivable. And the problem really is with US organized labor. US organized labor has not been indifferent to Palestine, it's been partisan. It has been a source of funding for the settler colonial state. Before 1948, American unions have been donating directly to the Histadrut, the Zionist labor organization, and since 1951, they have purchased millions of dollars of State of Israel bonds. Labor and the left, notably the Communist Party USA, regarded Israel as a progressive, social democratic, and dare I say, potentially socialist project because it was ruled by the Mapai or the Labor Party at its founding. Most of the terrorists who committed atrocities in 1948 identified as so-called labor Zionists. US labor leaders embraced Zionism. And let me give you just one example. In 1964, Israel builds these 2 dams on the Jordan River, diverting water to its own farmlands, leaving the river flow to Jordan, which includes the West Bank, this is 64, so low that it became polluted and unusable for irrigation. In 1964, the same year the dams were completed, UAW Secretary Treasurer Emil Mazie was attending a banquet where he not only pledged that the union would buy an additional $250,000 in Israel bonds, but told the gathering, quote, "We should be on the side of Israel if the showdown comes over Jordan River water. And we should make sure nothing happens to Israel when they turn on that spigot." However, Zionist union bureaucracy often still had to face rank and file anti-Zionism, or let's call it internationalism from below, especially after the Nakba in 1967. I mean, Detroit and Dearborn are examples. And I'm just going to be really brief because I want to get to the end to give everyone else a chance to talk. So in Detroit, in the wake of the Nakba and the city's Great Rebellion in July 1967, Black activists, including the staff of the radical Black publication, The Inner City Voice, joined with Arab student organizations to picket a speech by Abba Eban, who's Israel's representative to the UN, who happened to have been born in South Africa. And so they did many things, including accusing Israel, this is 1967, by the way, accusing Israel of practicing apartheid, quote, far more ruthlessly than the Union of South Africa. If you know about the history of the League of Revolutionary Black Workers, they contested UAW's leadership around racism. They formed solidarity with Arab auto workers. They published a lot of their leaflets, some of them in Arabic, and this is all based in Detroit. One other thing I should say about the Arab American working class in Detroit, Dearborn, Hamtramck, Southfield, they had a population in the auto plants from Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, Yemen, Egypt, and Palestine. And they formed the Arab Workers Caucus in 1973 after the Fourth Arab-Israeli War and organized a mass march of 2,000 Arab auto workers from South End, which is Dearborn, to the offices of the UAW Local 600 to protest the local's decision in 1973 to purchase $330,000 of Israeli bonds. And by the way, the UAW already had $750,000 in Israel bonds in 73. And what's interesting about Local 600 was one of the largest unions, but it was also predominantly Black. So they went up there and they challenged Black leadership and said, no, what would you think if the UAW bought South African bonds, you know? And so they started to break the mold in some ways. The following year, the AWC introduced a resolution calling on the UAW to divest from Israel bonds, cut ties with the Histadrut, and stand firmly, and I quote, stand firmly in support of all workers and people struggling in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. In the Middle East, the UAW should support the principle of establishing a secular, non-theocratic, democratic state in Palestine for all people, Jews and Arabs, and stand against any outside intervention. Needless to say, of course, the UAW leadership rejected the resolution, and not only that, but began to harass many Arab American leaders within the UAW. Couple things quickly. So just imagine if US organized labor actually supported Palestinian unions. Because, you know, before the Nakba, there was a robust Arab trade union movement, the Society of Arab Workers, the Federation of Arab Trade Unions and Labor Societies, the Arab Workers Congress, and so forth. In 1948, Israel banned the Arab Workers Congress. Arab workers were permitted to join the Histadrut in 1952, but what did the Histadrut do? They collected 1% of their pay as dues and did nothing for them. Palestinians who crossed the Green Line to work in Israel had to pay workers' tax, had to have welfare deductions, and have 1% of their pay go to the union. And by most estimates, the Histadrut got $110 million from Palestinian workers between 1970 and 1994, which they should pay back, right? So basically, organized labor was forced underground during the Israeli occupation. Union leaders were harassed, jailed, and deported. Unions persisted despite the repression. Remember, we talked about Land Day. Land Day was inaugurated on March 30th, 1976 as what? As a general strike. You have to remember that. And at no point did US labor stand up for Palestinian workers. I mean, I recall the shameful position taken by national union leaders in the aftermath of 9/11 during the Second Intifada in 2002, when Israel destroyed the offices of the Palestinian General Federation of Trade Unions in Nablus, and US labor leaders were silent. And with the exception of the San Francisco Labor Council, which passed a resolution condemning the bombing. But Zionists within the AFL-CIO pressured the council to rescind the resolution. And when was this? This was at the height of the so-called labor left turn. This is when John Sweeney, Richard Trumka, and Linda Chavez Thompson had taken over the AFL-CIO, and Sweeney had basically said, we stand with Israel. Anyway, my contention, just to conclude, is that had labor embraced the kind of boundless, borderless solidarity that we might associate with, say, you know, the industrial workers of the world, for example, like really genuine internationalism, the political landscape with respect to US policy toward Israel might look very, very different. Indeed, it would probably more closely resemble organized labor's position vis-a-vis apartheid South Africa in the 1980s. Those are the days when boycott was considered a legitimate, nonviolent tactic and not a malicious act of anti-Semitism. When dock workers used their power to refuse to unload cargo headed to Durban. I mean, there were lots of noble examples of that. But think about it. Think about what it means for labor leaders who tout cross-border and transnational organizing to put their resources into organizing Palestinian workers rather than giving money to Israeli unions. In fact, in the face of genocide and beyond, we have to think of the working class not as interest group, but as a movement, as a global movement, maybe the global movement. A genuine working class democracy cannot be restrained or constrained by nation. It cannot oversee an ethno-state. Labor Zionism is an oxymoron. You can't have labor Zionism. Working class democracy is what the Communist International was supposed to be, the proletariat rather than nation states. So free the land, free Palestine. Thank you. Ani kinawaya, Giriga Vijuna Denawema, Kinagachi Nishnavik Ogaming Nadonjaba, Nagojawani Megwadoda, Betasamosake Nadijnakas. My English name is Leanne, and I'm an Anishinabek, which is an Indigenous nation occupied by the settler state of Canada. My homeland is on the North Shore of Lake Ontario, between the cities of Toronto and Ottawa, and I'm a member of Alderville First Nation. I want to begin by expressing my gratitude to Elder Ahmed Judah and to all of the speakers on the Gaza Family Testimonies panel that began our day and grounded this gathering in the experiences of those most impacted by this genocide. I heard a profound love in all of your voices that I will carry with you always. I would also like to thank all of the Palestinian scholars, educators, doctors, lawyers, and poets here for welcoming me into this space to witness and to carry your teachings and narrations of the present moment back to the communities of which I am a part. Miigwech, for allowing me to learn from you in this most horrific of moments, a time where you shouldn't have to be at a conference educating me, a time where you should only have to grieve for and love your families, your communities, and your homeland. As a young scholar and activist, I first learned about the Palestinian struggle for liberation and its connection to Indigenous struggles for liberation from Indigenous feminists Lee Miracle, Hanani K. Trask, and Ellen Gabriel, and then from Black feminists like Angela Davis, June Jordan, Dion Brand, and many, many others. These movement feminists immediately saw the connection between our different but related struggles and Palestinian liberation, and they made lifelong commitments to teaching, educating, organizing, and studying Palestine in their respective communities. I'm here today in part because of their labor and because of their insistence that our movements reach across borders and connect to anti-colonial movements in the global South in a rigorous practice of solidarity. I'm here today because of their insistence on listening deeply to Palestinians towards developing robust transnational constellations of co-resistance. My ancestors first encountered British colonialism beginning in the 1700s, and the ongoing catastrophe of dispossession and all of the violences that go into maintaining capitalism and the settler state began most intensively in the early 1800s and continue to the present day. Prior to that, our lives were really beautiful. Our homeland was ecologically intact. We drank directly from the lakes, and it was a healthy thing to do. Lake Ontario was full of salmon. We were surrounded by forests. There were tall grass prairies and black oak savannas. The lakes were teeming with wild rice. The land was dotted with maple forests, and we made maple sugar. The lakes were full of fish. We built our world with the rivers, the lakes, the trees, the birds, the moose, the bears, and our grandmother, the moon. We lived like the sky. Our knowledge system, our economic system, and our political system were individual and communal practices designed to nurture Minobamadzawin, the good life, or more accurately, a diverse and epic continuous rebirth. Our way of being together was designed to promote a diversity of living beings, not just human life, but the life of all living things. We cherished individual self-determination and communal thinking. Children were raised in a nest of freedom and self-determination, consent, sharing, reciprocity, and a deep reciprocal care were the foundation of our deeply relational ways of making worlds. Over the past 200 years, we have been violently and systemically removed and dispossessed from most of our territory. We have fought back as our homeland has been stolen, clear-cut, subdivided, and given or sold to settlers from Britain and France,
and later settlers from Toronto. The last eels and salmon navigated our waters about 100 years ago. There are only tiny fragments of old-growth forest left. Our rice beds were nearly destroyed, and all one tiny piece of prairie has been destroyed. Most of our sugar bushes are under private non-native ownership. Our most sacred sites have been made into parks for tourists. Our burial grounds have cottages built on top of them. Our rivers, which are our travel routes, have a series of lift locks damming their flow. The shores of every one of our lakes and rivers has a cottage or a home, making it nearly impossible for us to launch a canoe. Our children have been stolen from us and sent to residential schools, day schools, the child welfare system, where they were beaten for speaking their languages and broken by epidemics of sexual, physical, and emotional abuse. Each summer, we uncover more bodies of children who died at residential schools, buried in unmarked graves. Every year, the list of missing and murdered Indigenous women, Two-Spirit, and queer peoples lengthens. And then, of course, there's the Indian Act, which until the 1950s made our ceremonies illegal, made it illegal for us to hire a lawyer, made it illegal for us to leave the reserve without the permission of the Indian agent, and made it illegal for us to organize politically. And while the most restrictive parts of the Act were revised in 1951, the Indian Act still controls virtually every political and economic decision on reserve and many aspects of Indian life from the birth till the grave. It's a continuous system of control. Which brings us to 1923, when Canada gained final control over nearly 13 million acres, or 53,000 square kilometers of my homeland through the Williams Treaty. This was a fraudulent process that took away our hunting and fishing rights and was a direct attack on our ability to feed ourselves. The 5 Williams Treaty reserves have retained only 54 square kilometers of land out of that 53,000. So I understand dispossession and I understand colonialism. It isn't an unfortunate event that happened in the past. It isn't a misunderstanding. It wasn't, and it isn't inevitable. It is a calculated strategic system and structure and process that is designed to remove Indigenous people from our lands and erase us into Canadian society. The settler colonial logics of elimination have rendered us no longer a threat to racial capitalism in Canada, and so we are permitted to exist in the interstitial spaces to the degree that we do not threaten capitalism, the state, or the colonial structure. The settler colonial logics of elimination underpin Canada's idea of truth and reconciliation, a truth where we don't talk about land or dispossession or capitalism, a reconciliation where we don't regenerate what was destroyed, where Indigenous people do not get land back, where the state does not honor Indigenous self-determination, but where the violence of colonialism is neatly sanitized into the past as something that will never occur again because we know better now, we have international law, because we are not our ancestors. Trudeau's enthusiastic support for the genocide in Gaza have revealed what a complete sham that is for anyone left still reconciling. Earlier today, Dr. Ghassan Abu-Sittah reminded us that even during this genocide, we have to talk about tomorrow. We have to dream otherwise. I want my great-great-grandchildren and their great-great-grandchildren to be able to live as Michi-Sagi Kinishnaabeg, unharassed and undeterred in our homeland. The idea of my arms embracing my grandchildren and their arms embracing their grandchildren is communicated in the word Kobede. Kobede is a word that we use to refer to our great-grandparents and our great-grandchildren. It means a link in a chain between generations. But it isn't just me embracing my grandchildren. It is my grandparents embracing me. It is our grandparents embracing us. And it is us embracing our grandchildren. In my language, our nation, Kinagatchianishnabek Ogaming, is the place where we all live and work together. Kinagatchi Anishinaabeg Ogaming is not a nation state. It is a formation where we belong to each other and where we embody deep practices of care. It is a hub of Anishinaabe networks. It is a long Kobede cycling through time, a web of connections to each other, to the plants, animals, rivers, lakes, oceans, the cosmos, and all the life with whom we share this planet. Kinagatchi Anishinaabeg Ogaming is an ecology of intimacy. Kinagatchi Anishinaabeg Ogaming is based on the idea that the earth gives and sustains all life, that natural resources are not natural resources at all, but gifts from the land. Our practice of living is based on the foundational concept that we should give up what we can to support the integrity of our homelands and our communities for the coming generations. We should give more than we take. This is the intense love of land and a family that has always been the spine of Indigenous resistance. The fact that I'm here today is a miracle because it means my family, like every Indigenous family, did whatever they could do to ensure that I survived the last 400 years of violence. And in order for my Kobede, no, for our Kobede to survive and flourish the next 400 years, we need to join together in a rebellion of love, persistence, commitment, profound caring, and create constellations of co-resistance working together towards radical alternatives based on deep reciprocity and the gorgeous generative refusal of colonialism and racial capitalism. Kinagatchi Anishinaabeg Ogaming demands a radical and complete overturning of the nation state's political formations and a refusal of racial capitalism. It demands that we reject the structures, the processes, and practices that end Indigenous life, Black life, Palestinian life, and results in the desecration and collapse of the ecological systems that enable all life on the planet. And so my teaching, writing, organizing, and my breathing must align with and support Palestinian freedom struggles, the freedom struggles of people in Sudan and Congo and Haiti, radical Black freedom struggles, and anti-colonial struggles all over the global South. Together, we must imagine and make worlds for those who are not afraid to love, from the river to the sea, as Father Judah said in his opening poem this morning. And those worlds must be overflowing with strawberries and watermelons and olives and spoons and blueberries and clean spring water, and of course, white kites and poets. Miigwech.
First off, I can't tell you how much of an honor and privilege it is to have been asked to bear witness to this event. The stories I've heard of both the genocidal violence thrust onto Palestinian life, but also the righteous resistance and perseverance that you have all shown in the face of such ongoing onslaught of extreme violence is simultaneously horrifying, but also beautiful. Now, I'm going to assume that I've been invited here to place the genocide by Israel against the Palestinian people in the context of colonial genocide here in North America, of which there are broad structural similarities, obviously, as well of course, major differences in terms of state tactics and an intensity in terms of time and space. So what I want to do is to speak very briefly to the solidarity between our two contexts historically, and what I think this means for our present efforts to forge effective bonds and relationships today.
Now, I'll do this in the context that I know best, the colonization of my own nation's lands in what is now the Canadian North, and how our relational conception of land tied us together, or tied us to those struggling against genocidal land theft and occupation abroad, including with Palestine. Now, the 1950s and 60s witnessed several profound changes in the political economy of the landscape of our homelands in the Northwest Territories presently, all of which would come to shape the character of Dene activism and solidarity efforts in the years to follow. It was during this period that many Dene found ourselves having to increase our involvement in the wage economy of the emerging colonial society due to an increase in the cost of trade goods and a decrease in the price of furs following World War II. As a result, by the 1950s, many Dene had to supplement income derived from hunting, fishing, and trapping with the combination of wage labor, welfare, and family allowance. It is at this time that the state began to push policies aimed at forcefully and violently establishing settled Dene communities, arguing that to do so would better integrate adult workers into the wage economy and at the same time provide a context conducive to educating Native children in the skills required for attaining menial employment in an emerging industrial capitalist society. Both required breaking the ties Dene people had with the land and the network of relationships that the land had fostered. This was our experience with what today has been termed Scholasticide. The residential school system's systematic destruction of our education systems, the forms of knowledge production and dissemination that had traditionally engaged in by coupling genocide with the imposed institutionalization of Western education. Even with this being the case, however, by the 60s, the full effects of this colonial policy of genocide had yet to take hold. And a delicate balance was struck between a way of life that was sustained by traditional land-based harvesting activities on the one hand, and the income generated from state transfers and seasonal paid employment on the other. The fragile articulation combined or struck in the 1950s and 60s between the industrial capitalist and Dene Bush way of life was largely missing on the political front, however. Politically, Northern development was occurring in a far more unequal and asymmetrical manner. The clearest example of this came in 1967, when Canada announced its plans to transfer the administrative center of the Northwest Territories from Ottawa to Yellowknife, without considering the majority Indigenous population, including the Dene. Prior to this, the sole political authority over issues concerning the Northwest Territories rested with the federal government in Ontario. After the transfer, the size and power of both the GNWT and its non-native constituency increased dramatically. The influx of administrative staff, along with their families, significantly affected the area's general population, which jumped from roughly 29,000 to 35,000 between 1966 and 1971. As the settler population continued to grow, many of the newcomers began to pressure the federal government to push Northern economic projects, most notably in the form of non-renewable resource development. After all, the colonial society needed jobs, and the types of work the South had in mind for the North was resource extraction. This would generate feelings of anger and alienation within our own communities, as we soon found ourselves becoming a numerical minority in our own homeland, with little influence over issues essential to the well-being of our land and our ways of life. Meanwhile, as the feds prepared to establish Yellowknife as a political capital of the Northwest Territories, widespread excitement was beginning to mount over the possibility of petroleum discoveries off the north shores of Canada and the United States. This excitement was well-founded. In 1968, a huge reservoir of oil and natural gas was discovered beneath Prudhoe Bay, Alaska. This was crucial because in the years immediately following the Prudhoe Bay find, the demand for a domestic source of fossil fuels was exacerbated by the oil crisis spawned in part by the Arab-Israeli War of 1973. which prompted the Arab nations of OPEC to place an embargo to oil exports to the US for providing increased military aid to the Israeli war machine. Still artist and activist Lee Miracle and then partner Ray Bob wrote a piece they titled Native Peoples and Palestinians Are Brothers at the time, outlining this connection, a connection which they referred to as a dialectical relationship between the colonial mode of production in the Canadian North and imperialism abroad. And I'll quote, "The ripening of contradictions and the growth of the struggle in the Middle East, the main source for oil for imperialism, brought about an energy crisis in the imperialist nations. From that time, we could detect an alteration in our profit-making strategy. They redirected their investment in oil explorations from the Middle East to the imperialist nations. The rationale for this was that growth of national liberation and social revolution in the third world was creating an unsafe political environment for investment. To maintain sources of raw materials, it is necessary to find safe areas of investment. The focus for this redirection is the Canadian North, and by and large, it has already been explored and decisions have been made on the division of the North among the various imperialist interests. Invasion is the the only impediment holding up a wholesale corporate invasion is the fact that the North is and has been for tens of thousands of years the legitimate domain of Native people. It represents the only or one of the only vestiges of genuine national territory for Native people, wherein they can realize the aspiration to which all peoples are rightfully entitled, nationhood. Now, almost immediately, Canada enthusiastically started sorting plans from a consortium of corporations to construct a multi-billion-dollar pipeline that would transport the gas via the Mackenzie River Valley to markets throughout southern Canada and the US. At the time, it was to be one of the largest public-private development projects in the world. Linking our land struggles with those abroad was commonplace during this period. As Dene Philip Blake said at the Commission of Inquiry into the Cultural and Environmental Impacts proposed by the Mackenzie Valley Pipeline in the mid-1970s, and I'll paraphrase him here. If the development of our lands was to be used and distributed to those suffering poverty and colonial dispossession by the same or similar forces in, say, the Middle East or Africa, then as Dene, we would be obligated to develop and share such resources. But given that the state and its corporate backers intend to hoard the wealth extracted from our lands for fat cats in Calgary and Texas, we'd sooner blow up the pipeline than see it used in such an immoral and unethical way. And of course, similar dynamics remain in play today. This is clearly demonstrated in the resistance of the Wet'suwet'en and Secwepemc land defenders against the increase in proposed pipeline construction and liquefied natural gas development on their traditional territories in the interior of British Columbia. It's also evident in the new push by green imperialists to wean itself off of Middle Eastern oil but Russian fossil fuels by intensifying the push to extract resources on Indigenous lands here at home. And it's the ideological rationale that has justified further extraction in the case of so-called ethical diamonds in the Canadian North. Geopolitical conflicts created by imperialist ambitions abroad come home to roost on Indigenous lands. So why rehash this particular story? First, while I think that Indigenous anti-colonialism has always been at its core informed by the normative import of Indigenous relations to land and place, we must recognize, following Leanne's work, that our struggles are and have always been intrinsically linked and informed by global developments and vice versa. Internationalism has always been part of our political practice, she writes, because our existence as nation has always been an international one, regardless of how rooted in place we are. And second, I also think that the instances of global political exchange depicted in this story identify a critically important history of solidarity, one in which Indigenous land and sovereignty structures are thought to necessarily intersect with other liberation efforts. It is in this era of radical Indigenous internationalism, to borrow Lakota historian Nick Estes' terminology, that I've hoped to illuminate for you here today. a tradition that dared to imagine another world free from colonial hierarchies of race, gender, class, and nation, and which sought to align ourselves with colonized communities at home and abroad, committed to achieving certain or similar ends. Thank you.
Thanks everyone for attending. It's been an intense day, and thanks, of course, to the organizers for this incredible forum, as well as all the people online listening to us. We've had some stunning presentations, and I think all of us were really moved by the heart-wrenching family testimonies, as well as the testimonies of the health workers. And it's very clear that the genocide is linked to scholasticide, infanticide, ecocide, as well as domicide, as Avi, Professor Shlaim, has explained. And I think the depravities that we've seen, the Al-Ahli Baptist Hospital massacre, the flower massacres, not once, but more than once, the Al-Shifa Hospital massacre, the labels, medical doctors having to come up with a new label, WCNSF, Wounded Child, No Surviving Family. Rima and her family, as well as the 2 ambulance workers who went to rescue her. Just outrage after outrage, massacre upon injustice. All of this will live in infamy. I don't think we realize, except for the people who are experiencing this, who've seen this, the immensity of what we are living through. Already this rivals Wounded Knee, Guanica, the Deir Yassin massacre, Tantura, Sharpeville, Tulsa, My Lai, Sabra, and Shatila. In South Africa, we commemorated the Sharpeville massacre, and it was very clear for South Africans that almost every day of the past 6 months, there's been a Sharpeville massacre. It rivals now even the British orchestrated Bengali famine, the Irish famine. And of course, we know Abed, who was behind the Bengali famine. You've mentioned his name. Now, at the end of December 2023, South Africa apparently surprised the world when it was announced that the country had applied to the ICJ to rule that Israel's actions in the Gaza Strip constituted genocide. Many in South Africa and beyond have asked, why would South Africa suddenly undertake such strong action? But in reality, the ICJ case was not a sudden action. It was a result of decades of hard work, daily grind by the solidarity movement primarily. There were other reasons as well, which I'll come to in a short while. But there's a related question. Even prior to this genocide, many people have asked, why do South Africans, why are they so interested in Palestine?
Well, to start with, and this is apart from the visceral connection that Palestine evokes for us in South Africa, both societies, as settler colonial formations, were formed by Europeans, overseen by British imperialism. They enacted their particular states in 1948, which is fortuitous, relying on white supremacy and its civilizing mission, complemented by the messianic God's chosen people view and the gift of a promised land based on the Bible, of course, at the expense of the indigenous people. But, you know, bilateral relations between Israel and South Africa began in May 1948, 9 days after Israel's so-called Declaration of Independence, when the government of the Union of South Africa, led by General Field Marshal Jan Smuts, extended de facto recognition to Israel. And the National Party government that succeeded Smuts upheld the recognition, and in May 1949 granted de jure recognition of Israel. And it might seem odd that the National Party moved so quickly to establish relations with Israel, given its earlier anti-Semitism, as well as its pro-Nazi views. At the time, they were supportive of Nazi Germany, and many of them were arrested, actually, by the Smuts government. And perhaps this was because Israel was viewed as a kindred state. In the words of Prime Minister H.F. Verwoerd, widely recognized as the architect of apartheid, in his words, Israel, like South Africa, is an apartheid state. So fast forward quickly in 1976, John Foster, one of the people involved in these pro-Nazi activities, at a time when school students in their hundreds were being slaughtered in South Africa, was feted in Israel. So in addition to identifying with the struggle of Palestinians, South Africa also recognized Israel's culpability in our own oppression. So, for example, Israel was an important arms supplier to apartheid South Africa, despite the international arms embargo, and as late as 1980, 35% of Israel's arms exports were destined for South Africa. Now, much has been written about the subsequent relationship between apartheid South Africa and Israel, but it will suffice to say that Israel was loyal to the apartheid state and clung to the friendship when all other relations with most countries around the world, including Western countries, dissolved. And during the 70s, this affiliation extended into the field of nuclear weaponry when Israeli experts helped South Africa to develop 6 nuclear warheads. And in the 1980s, when the global anti-apartheid movement forced their states around the world to impose sanctions on the apartheid regime, Israel imported South African goods and re-exported them to the world as a form of inter-racist solidarity. Israeli companies subsidized by the South African regime, despite the pittance they paid workers, were established in a number of Bantustans. And it was only Israel that recognized the Bantustan Bophuthatswana, in fact, even establishing a building as a mission in Tel Aviv. But on the other hand, strong bonds were forged between Palestinians in the form of the PLO and the South African liberation organizations. And of course, there were very clear similarities between the 65-odd discriminatory pieces of legislation in Israel that governs all aspects of everyday life, with the apartheid laws in South Africa, the fragmentation and theft of the land, the matrix of security laws, which existed too in apartheid South Africa. While the laws are similar, they are not the same. And actually, apartheid Israel is much more severe than existed in South Africa. And many people have commented on this, including Archbishop Desmond Tutu. The important, fundamental, critical difference, though, is that apartheid South Africa depended, and racial capitalism in South Africa depended on the super exploitation of the labor of indigenous Black people. In Israel, the indigenous Palestinians are now disposable and expendable. And this forms the backdrop to the genocide they are carrying out. In recent years, a number of organizations have concluded that systematic and widespread discriminatory policies exist. It's apartheid, whether it's Betasamosake, whether it's Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International. I'm not going to go through all of them. But this is what we've known for many, many decades. In fact, South Africans and Palestinians have known this. As early as 1976, Abdel Wahab M. al-Mesiri's book put the case very clearly. The book's title is Israel and South Africa, the Progression of a Relationship, right up to Ilan Pappe's 2015 book, Israel and South Africa, the Many Faces of Apartheid. But I think the most recent report by Francesca Albanese is very important. It speaks to the limitations of the apartheid framework. And it's important to mention just quickly one or two issues. She says that first, with few exceptions, the scope of recent reports on Israeli apartheid is primarily territorial. It excludes the experience of Palestinian refugees. And most of Palestinians are not in the West Bank and Gaza or up there elsewhere. She says the recognition of Israeli apartheid must address the experience of the Palestinian people in its entirety and in their unity as people, including those who were displaced, dispossessed, denationalized in 1947, 1948. She makes a few other important points about the inherent illegality of the Israeli occupation of the Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem. But most importantly, she mentions 3 points. The third point is that the apartheid framework does not address the root causes, which is settler colonialism, a war crime in itself, according to the Rome statutes. And of course, the Al-Haq report, the final of these reports by these human rights organizations, have taken to heart what Francesca Albanese has said. I'm not going to go through the developments that led to the ICJ case, just to say that it's been a long time in the coming, that initially South Africa inherited the relationships that apartheid South Africa established throughout the world, including Israel. And because the first two cabinets, and particularly the one by Thabo Mbeki after Nelson Mandela, was favorable towards the Oslo Accords, they embarked on mediation between Israel and Palestinians, or rather the PA. And of course, there were a series of meetings, including one at the wine estate in Stellenbosch called the Spear Wine Estate, where even generals and Likud members came and discussed with South African politicians. Of course, today we said that was an utter failure. We call it the blunt spear. And that initiative was criticized by the solidarity movement. It was criticized, we demonstrated, we argued against it. What I'm trying to say is that we reached a point through a process, through struggle in our country. It wasn't easy. I'm going to skip much of what I want to say, but just to argue that we are not stopping here, that the ICJ case, the ICC case, and our relations with countries around the world will continue. Our attempts in the rest of the continent, of our continent, continues as best as we can. The Namibian initiative, you know, when Germany decided to side with Israel at the ICJ, Namibia reminded Germany about the genocide of Namibians, particularly Herero and Nama people as well. And in Africa, we have a huge struggle. You recall that they were going to give Israel observer status at the AU, and that's for a particular reason, because the historic ties that have been forged because of the common struggle for national liberation in Africa and Palestine have shifted over the years. Many states on the African continent are normalizing relations with Israel, opening up domestic relations and economic partnerships, and ignoring the commitment enshrined in the African Charter on Human and People's Rights to fight against apartheid, racism, and Zionism. It is still in the African Charter. And of course, Zionism is racism was taken out of the UN, the resolutions, because of the Oslo Accords. Now, the reason I'm putting emphasis on that is with what people have been saying in terms of strategy. Remember, the Oslo Accords came after the first Intifada. So there are those forces who are trying to stitch up another betrayal of the Palestinians, and therefore we have to be vigilant. I'm not going to talk about the academic boycott, what we're doing in the academy. I'm going to defer to Tandi Gamedze, who is much better suited, and also because I've run out of time. But I want to conclude now by saying that you know, the present genocide is the wet dream of the Israeli extreme right, or rather the extreme right and the fascist right, that no longer can they hide behind this liberal Zionist notion. The mask has fallen, and very clearly what is happening today is an opportunity for us, but it's also a danger, as we can see the cost of this. But we can take advantage of that. And I want to say very importantly that Israel plays a particular role. It's needed as a fundamentalist and militarized warrior state for imperialism. It does the empire's bidding throughout the world, whether it's Central American dictatorships, whether it's training police forces, including St. Louis police forces, whether it supported South Africa, and the weaponry technology of Israeli military complex, which it exports around the world, is field tested on the bodies of Palestinian men, women, and children. And Jeff Holper's book, War Against the People, and Lewinstein's book, The Palestinian Laboratory, the analysis there is of vital importance to us, and how
this occupation benefits Israel and is a resource for Israel. And finally, Adam Hania argues very compellingly that it's not merely the depth of suffering or length of exile that makes the Palestinian struggle an imperative of international solidarity in the current period. It is also the central location of the struggle within the broader context of global resistance to imperialism and to neoliberalism. And finally, I think we can take heart by what Jamal Juma says, that we need to understand that the night is darkest just before dawn breaks, and that the South African, we can derive inspiration from the solidarity South Africans received in the struggle against apartheid. And it took a few decades of hard work before the boycott campaign made an impact. And it wasn't these venal leaders around the world that supported it. It was through hard grassroots struggle of unions, of women's organizations, faith-based groupings, students, and academics. And the time has come now to put the S in BDS, the work Stephanie and others are doing in the PACB, the work Scholars Against the War are doing, the work the BNC is doing, our organization, the South African BDS Coalition. This is the time now. We cannot tire. We cannot be paralyzed by grief. We need to collectively, as people have said early on, we need to remember our dead in the words of June Jordan, but we need to support the arrows and the braves. We need to understand that this global struggle that the Palestinians are in the forefront, and we have the people, we have the millions on our side, and they, as we can see, are very few, and they are worried. And despite the repression against us, Nancy Fraser's visiting professorship at the University of Cologne was just withdrawn, but it's a small sacrifice given what the Palestinians are doing, and we will not be daunted nor deterred. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I want to start by just thanking all of the organizers for this just profound weekend and for all their organizing efforts. So thank you, Abed. Thank you, Abed Tikriti, Ahmad Shokur, Chadni Desai, and everyone who made this possible. I thought I would start just with something from the heart, which is that the depth of what we are all feeling and recognizing is, for me, something on an order of magnitude that I've never experienced. And I am truly excited to be involved in solidarity efforts inside the United States, since we are funding the war, sending the bombs, and making it possible. And so, as the last speaker, I'm going to be brief, but I wanted to talk a little bit about the role of what we're up against and what we can do, and that articulation between the higher ed
labor movement and the moment that we're in, and Palestinian solidarity organizing. I thought I would share something personal, which is that, I was talking to my aunt when I told her that I was coming, and she's in St. Louis. And we started to talk about Palestine. And she said to me, when I see what Israel is doing, I see myself. And that has everything to do with the history of our family as Black people in Missouri and in St. Louis. And figuring out those points of articulation of how we think about our own histories as shared histories with overlap and analogy. Throughout the last 6 months, I find myself thinking all the time about the first verse of Bob Marley's War, his song War, based on Haile Selassie's speech to the UN after Italy's invasion of Ethiopia. Until the philosophy, which hold one race superior and another inferior, is finally and permanently discredited and abandoned, everywhere is war. Me say war. So I want to talk about kind of the moment we're in and the work that we're doing in our unions. In my case, my union at Rutgers AAUP AFT, and also what's going on in the national AAUP AFT. Because as the organizers today have taught me, I think this is a really important place for the Scholasticide political education and infrastructure building. So a couple of things about this moment. The universities themselves in the United States, and I think throughout the world, have gone through a major crisis because of COVID. But this is a longer term crisis that stretches back at least until the 1990s, actually further, but the real economic retrenchment and the retreat of federal funding from public universities that accelerated vastly with the 2008 financial crisis. So this has led to increased use of contingent labor, who are almost 80% of the academic workforce, the enormous student debt that many of our young people are faced with, and the growth of a technocratic, bureaucratic administration who is siphoning off so many dollars in public education. So why am I talking about this? Well, I think in response dialectically to this, we've seen people becoming active in their unions who were never active. That includes me. A lot of the unions were really bread and butter unions, often run by senior white male faculty, and they really focused on the most elite of the workforce. And there's been a transformation in our unions over the past 15 years, and increasingly seeing people run for office and bring their full political self to the union, not looking at the union simply as a place to extract economic gains, but unions as a mass organization that can engage with the world. And at Rutgers, what really led to the transformation of our union and takeover by a progressive multiracial left leadership were the events of the Trump administration. So when Trump was elected, on our campus at Rutgers in New Jersey, which is 100,000 people total, the administration did nothing. And so the union became a place to really push back against Trump and the Muslim ban. So they organized a 3,000 person march in New Brunswick about the Muslim ban. And I and all the other faculty of color that decided to run for the executive council of the union, we witnessed this, and we saw that the union is a place where we could begin to organize. Now, after having done this for 7 years, it's been much harder than I thought.
And I think I came into the union in some ways with a very romantic idea of unions, but there are real challenges. And even though the Cold War is long over, I think there is still a legacy of a vision of the labor movement that focuses only domestically and not internationally, and a fight among some of our membership for us never to make international solidarity statements. So it started with a fight about the scope of what unions could talk about. I think the other major event that is shaping what's going on in the unions is the movement for Black lives. So seeing this mass mobilization of 26 million people going out on the street in support and memory of the Floyd family, George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and all of the thousands of people that have been killed by the police in the United States. This, in some ways, represented a powerful response to the decades and decades of mass criminalization and the war on drugs, the war on gangs, and the war on crime. So it opened up a new dialogue about racialized state violence. However, what we're witnessing today is a counter movement against it. And I think one of the core issues to think about for doing organizing around Palestine and Scholasticide is its articulation with the attack on Black studies, on women's studies, on ethnic studies, and thinking about, it takes me back to the Durban conference in the early 2000s and the debate of Zionism is racism. And I think as we're building this movement, we need to think about that. And we also need to think about how racism is Zionism. So bringing together these struggles against political interference and the attack on critical race theory, which is being used as a way, that phrase is being used as a way to attack all forms of critical study in the United States and these important radical scholarly traditions that look at race and gender as formative to the American project. But I think it's going to be core in our unions and in our other forms of organizing, knitting together these two movements, that Scholasticide is a way to talk about the destruction of all forms of education in Palestine, to fight it and to oppose it. And its counterpart in the United States is this attack on not even diversity, equity, and inclusion, because that's the most narrow piece of it. It is an attack on the right to talk about our true history. So I think articulating these two things together is crucial. So I guess, I will end by talking about a campaign that's going on right now in the AAUP, AFT. And we have run an alternate slate that was elected 2 years ago. And we're running a larger slate in June in our biannual meeting. And I would invite people to make sure that you talk to your chapter leaders and get involved in both your local advocacy chapters as well as collective bargaining, and pay attention to the AAUP, AFT elections. I think building this infrastructure to bring together a new and reinvigorated labor movement in higher education that focuses not only on tenured faculty, but also on contingent faculty and graduate students, and sees unions as a place for real political fights that does not only focus on domestic social democracy and economic demands, but really focuses on justice and solidarity and a free Palestine. Thank you. Thank you all so much. We will resume all of our discussions here at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Before leaving, let me directly thank Robin, Leanne, Glenn, Salim, and Donna for the solidarity that you brought to the Palestinian struggle this evening. Yes. Yes. And also, there is extra food in that room for anyone who needs something right now. Thank you so much, everyone.
Yes, of the people that stay in the room because we'll carpool, I think.
Right, okay. And conference guests, please just hang around. Those of you who we've been getting housed in the hotel and that sort of thing, we'll get all your transportation and that sort of thing figured out. All kind.
It's